Welcome to Asia's largest online poker room. Our next generation poker software is now initiating. Elevate your online experience with a wide variety of poker variations to choose from. Get fully immersed with fun and social features. Level up your game with PokerCraft and Smart HUD. Unlock a wealth of rewards including cashback, bonuses, and jackpots. Join world-class poker tournaments featuring some of the world's most renowned brands and the largest guaranteed prize pools in the world. Experience the best in customer service and hassle-free transactions for a seamless online gaming experience. With online poker available on all your devices, you'll be able to play your favorite games anytime, anywhere. Sign up now and elevate your online poker experience today.
Hi, welcome to Hanoi. I'm Ray Chu, Marketing Manager of Asian Poker Tour. Today I have Hong Kong Poker Pro and Coach Edward Yam to join me for lunch. Let's go. Today we're going to this Korean restaurant in Hanoi. And there's a huge Korean population here in Hanoi, and I've been told good things about this restaurant. So
Okay, I trust you. I'm hungry.
me too.
Okay, let's go.
Let's go. So I've known you for a long time. Like you've been a professional poker player for more than 10 years, right? So when you started, I remember you were more cash game players, right? Like maybe 99%, but later, like somehow a switch just turned on. You start playing a lot of tournaments. And weren't you the Guinness World Record holder for most ITM finish in a year?
Yeah, it's more than 200, but I forgot the exact number.
What do you mean you forgot?
Yeah, I really
you
forgot.
have a Guinness World Record. Oh
I
my
have to
God.
check it out.
You played a lot of APT way in the what we call old era. at the old time before the ownership change, and now you're here playing in the new era. Like, what do you think is different? What do you think is better?
schedule 方面咯，係充實好多。我覺得即係我呢啲中意玩晒全日嘅人就開心好多。比以前，我記得以前嘅 APT 係去到夜晚6點係最後一個 event，咁可能玩到9點10點就完。咁而家可能由9點就玩到凌晨，咁就好好多。咁同埋規模大過以前咧，即係人數各樣多以前好多，有啲歐美感覺嘅 feel 咯。
What do you hope to see in the future? Like maybe something you want to bring back or something new you want to see?
如果同之前嘅分別係冇咗個 Player of the Series 啦以外嘅記憶，咁我覺得有翻會好啲咯。因為始終尤其是我或者其他好多 player 都係由頭打到尾咧。咁除咗每一個比賽係爭逐之外，都想成個 series 可以有啲嘢追求咁樣。呢個希望可以加翻落去。
What do you want in poker? Like, what are your goals?
係啦，都打咗好長時間嘅 cash game 啦。咁呢幾年開始想打翻多啲比賽。同埋最主要目標係想贏一個 main event 啦，即係現場嘅 main event 啦。網上就試過一次，咁但係真正現場想真係贏一次。
You've seen the trophy, right? It's outrageously big. It's very, very big. I'm sure it is something you want, right?
哦，係啊，即係真係幾靚嘅獎杯。
Well, thank you for joining my lunch.
Okay, thank you, thank you. Good lunch.
Good lunch, right? So I know I'm gonna stay hungry. So I'll see you next time at the next APT.
Xin chào! Chào mừng đến với Mystery Bounty Day 2. 46 người chơi còn lại, 46 bounty. Giải thưởng lớn nhất là 200 triệu Việt Nam đồng và tổng giải thưởng là 2 tỷ 800 Việt Nam đồng. Let's go bounty hunting!
10 million! 30 million! 250 million! With 24 players left remaining, all of the big bounties are gone, but there's still plenty of money to be won in the 2.8 billion VND prize pool. Let's see who takes the trophy home. Oh my goodness, and that's going to be a good game for Leicester E-Dot, which means it's time for
Final table!
Alright, and Daniel all in for his term in life with King 10 of Hearts. Alex from Singapore with Ace 6 of Spades. Here comes the flop. 5-8, 4-2 clubs. Alex is holding. Jack of Diamonds on the turn. Alex still holding here with Ace High and the gut shot. Daniel drawing to 6 outs and only 6 outs. Needs a 10 or a king. And the 2 of Spades in the reverse is going to seal the deal. Alex from Singapore going to be taking home the trophy for the Mystery Bounty event here at APT Hanoi. Alex from Singapore, congratulations on winning the Mystery Bounty. Anything you want to say to the friends and family back home in Singapore?
Nah, just do more good deeds so you can run better.
Okay, you believe in karma.
Good karma, yeah.
Okay, good karma. In the end, it was Alex Xiangwei Li of Singapore who took home the Mystery Bounty Trophy here at APT Hanoi. If you want to learn more about our upcoming events here in Hanoi, make sure you go to apt.poker. See you in Hanoi! Today is day 5 of APT Hanoi, which features the Superstar Challenge.
Hôm nay là sự kiện Superstar Challenge với mức buy-in là 150 triệu Việt Nam đồng và đây là sự kiện có mức buy-in lớn nhất của APT Hà Nội.
So today, Ron and I are going to find out what makes these superstars just so super. If you could have a superpower, what would it be?
Superpower?
Yeah.
Probably invisibility.
Maybe invisible?
Because I'm a big, loud guy, and normally people can see me halfway across the room. So Be nice to just blend in once, you know?
You can do some great stuff, man. Why not?
Ron, if you could have a superpower, what would it be?
I want always look like 21 year old.
希望能看穿牌。
Change card airline.
See other people's whole cards and stuff.
To see the cards.
See through the cards, see what they are. X-ray vision.
Vision, yeah.
I myself would want Batman's superpowers. He has no superpowers. He just has money. With just 10 players left in the Superstar Challenge, it's time for the final table bubble. We need to find our queen or 10 to stay alive, and that means that we are down to our final table here of the Superstar Challenge. Heads up of the Superstar Challenge. 5 in the window, a set here. And the turn is going to seal the deal. Alan of Australia going to be our superstar victor here, taking home 1.985 billion VND. Alan, congratulations again on being the superstar. If you could have a superpower, what would it be?
To fly.
Amazing. And you'll fly to Da Nang and Incheon. Thank you for watching, and make sure you like and subscribe for more high quality poker content.
Và ngày mai là sự kiện Women Event. Mình sẽ tham gia, cùng theo dõi mình nha. Để biết thêm thông tin, hãy truy cập vào apt.poker.
Poker is a game that is played worldwide, but why do so many people play poker? Well, today, Ron and I decided to ask them why. Tough laydown, Mr. Spade.
Yeah,
I see. But why do you play poker?
I play poker to be with Greg goes all in.
In one time, my friends is playing the poker, and then they introduced to me to how to play it.
Em có một câu hỏi là em muốn biết là tại sao anh lại thích chơi poker?
Cũng là tình cờ đó, cái bộ môn trí tuệ này nó cũng lan tỏa ở Pháp Việt Nam, thì anh cũng tò mò học hỏi.
That's a pretty good question.
Em thích sự thử thách ấy. Đây là môn của các bạn nam hay chơi, nhưng mà em nghĩ là em cũng sẽ có cơ hội để có thể biết cái game này.
It's a competitive game. I like strategy games. I used to do a lot of sports, used to play a lot of chess.
I like the strategy aspect of it.
To be good at something, to keep my mind sharp, you know.
Khó vậy. Tại vì poker có những bạn gái xinh đẹp giống như Linh nè.
That's my job.
Why do you deal poker?
Actually, in the beginning, when I saw other people sitting at a table and dealing, I said, oh, that job very interesting. And now the dealer is that's my passion job.
Because I enjoy the game.
It's the fun.
因为好玩。
Poker is my passion.
Well, the feeling of winning.
Just to have fun, just to enjoy myself, and why not? Make some money.
It's fun and you make money. Great answer.
Like, there's nothing else to do.
Simple answer. It doesn't have to be anything more than just have fun. Have a good time. Good time in APT Hanoi. Why do you play poker? Leave us a comment below. And for more information, go to apt.poker. Thank you.
So that I don't go to the KTVs.
Welcome to Asia's largest online poker room. Our next generation poker software is now initiating. Elevate your online experience with a wide variety of poker variations to choose from. Get fully immersed with fun and social features. Level up your game with PokerCraft and Smart HUD. Unlock a wealth of rewards including cashback, bonuses, and jackpots. Join world-class poker tournaments featuring some of the world's most renowned brands and the largest guaranteed prize pools in the world. Experience the best in customer service and hassle-free transactions for a seamless online gaming experience. With online poker available on all your devices, you'll be able to play your favorite games anytime, anywhere. Sign up now and elevate your online poker experience today.
Hi, welcome to Hanoi. I'm Ray Chu, Marketing Manager of Asian Poker Tour. Today I have Hong Kong Poker Pro and Coach Edward Yam to join me for lunch. 同唔同我？去食嘅 Let's go. Today we're going to this Korean restaurant in Hanoi. And there's a huge Korean population here in Hanoi, and I've been told good things about this restaurant. So
Okay, I trust you. I'm hungry.
Me too.
Okay, let's go.
Let's go. So I've known you for a long time. Like you've been a professional poker player for more than 10 years, right? So when you started, I remember you were more cash game players, right? Like maybe 99%. But later, like somehow a switch just turned on. You start playing a lot of tournaments. And weren't you the Guinness World Record holder for most ITM finish in a year?
Yeah, it's more than 200, but I forgot the exact number.
What do you mean you forgot?
Yeah, I really
you
forgot.
have a Guinness World Record. Oh
I
my
have to
God.
check it out.
You have played a lot of APT way in the what we call old era, in the old time before ownership change, and now you're here playing in the new era. Like, what do you think is different? What do you think is better?
schedule 方面咯，係充實好多。我覺得即係我呢啲中意玩晒全日嘅人就開心好多。比以前，我記得以前嘅 APT 係去到夜晚6點係最後一個 event，咁可能玩到9點10點就完。咁而家可能由9點就玩到凌晨，咁就好多。咁同埋規模大過以前咧，即係人數各樣多以前好多，有啲歐美感覺嘅 feel 咯。
What do you hope to see in the future? Like maybe something you want to bring back or something new you want to see?
如果同之前嘅分別係冇咗個 Player of the Series 啦以外嘅記憶，咁我覺得有翻會好啲咯。因為始終尤其是我或者其他好多 player 都係由頭打到尾咧。咁除咗每一個比賽係爭逐之外，都想成個 series 可以有啲嘢追求咁樣。呢個希望可以加翻落去。
What do you want in poker? Like, what are your goals?
係啦，都打咗好長時間嘅 cash game 啦。咁呢幾年開始想打翻多啲比賽，同埋最主要目標係想贏一個 main event 啦，即係現場嘅 main event 啦。網上就試過一次，咁但係真正現場想真係贏一次。
You've seen the trophy, right? It's outrageously big. It's very, very big. I'm sure it is something you want, right?
哦，係啊，即係真係幾靚嘅獎杯。
Well, thank you for joining my lunch.
Okay, thank you. Good lunch.
Good lunch, right? So I know I'm gonna stay hungry. So I'll see you next time at the next APT.
Xin chào! Chào mừng đến với Mystery Bounty Day 2. 46 người chơi còn lại, 46 bounty. Giải thưởng lớn nhất là 200 triệu Việt Nam đồng và tổng giải thưởng là 2 tỷ 800 Việt Nam đồng. Let's go bounty hunting!
10 million! 30 million! 250 million!
With 24 players left remaining, all of the big bounties are gone, but there's still plenty of money to be won in the 2.8 billion VND prize pool. Let's see who takes the trophy home. Oh my goodness, and that's going to be a good game for Leicester E-Dot, which means it's time for
Final table!
All right, and Daniel all in for his term in life.
Asia's largest online poker room, our next generation poker software is now initiating. Elevate your online experience with a wide variety of poker variations to choose from. Get fully immersed with fun and social features. Level up your game with PokerCraft and Smart HUD. Unlock a wealth of rewards including cashback, bonuses, and jackpots. Join world-class poker tournaments featuring some of the world's most renowned brands and the largest guaranteed prize pools in the world. Experience the best in customer service and hassle-free transactions for a seamless online gaming experience. With online poker available on all your devices, you'll be able to play your favorite games anytime, anywhere. Sign up now and elevate your online poker experience today.
To the APT in Hanoi. We are live coming to you here from the Summer Series. My name is Vidar Singhal. I'm joined by Mr. Greg Goes All In, and we welcome you indeed as we kick off the coverage for this amazing event we have going on here today at the APT. We are, of course, covering the main event today, kicking off coverage with day 2. What a smashing success it has already been. Of course, the guarantee was a massive 12 billion Vietnamese dong. For those of you not local, that's about $500,000 in USD, about $500,000, and we have smashed that guarantee as the APT is known to do. We are looking at, let me take a look, almost 17 billion. That's over 720,000 US dollars in prize pool. 581 entries across 4 day ones, and here we are bringing you coverage from day 2 as we kick off with about 280 players or so. We will be playing down to the money, then slowly taking coverage down to, of course, the final table over the next couple of days. It's going to be my pleasure to take you along for the ride, and I will be joined, of course, by the esteemed co-host, Meme Lord, YouTube content creator, and, of course, our co-commentator in the booth, Greg Goes All In. How are you feeling, Greg? How's Vietnam been treating you?
Vietnam has been wonderful. So the last time I was in Vietnam was in Phu Quoc, and what a successful series that was. So I was very eager to come back to Vietnam, to a different city. We're in Hanoi, and it really just showed me like kind of the diversity in Vietnam in terms of like geography. Because my first impression of Vietnam when I was in Phu Quoc is like, okay, nice, chilled, laid-back beach town. And then I come to Hanoi, it's like, wow, it's a city. It is bumping. Crossing traffic is a sport in itself.
Well, let me just say, we're at the Grand Vista Hotel and the Grand Loyal Poker Club, which is in the same building. And so, trust me, it's a whole different experience if you haven't played poker and lived in a 5-star hotel in the same building as a lot of the players here are doing. But apart from, of course, the lovely city that we're here, what a great environment this has been to play poker. I think the feedback from all the players has been amazing. And we're going to show you shots of not only the poker club, but also the many tables we have going on here. A lot of superstars in the mix, not just local Vietnamese, but some of the familiar faces we've started to see on the APT. We will, of course, be telling you more and more about those players as we cover them. And of course, a lot of them have bag day too. Now, Greg, you've been here for a while. A lot of other events also smashing successes so far in Hanoi, right?
That is absolutely correct. So as usual, we have our flagship events like the Mystery Bounty event, the Women's event, the High Rollers, the Super High Rollers, the Superstar Challenge. It all culminates towards the end of the series, towards our main event, which you will be getting to watch right here, right now. And as we take a look here, you can check out our event schedule. So we got our main event, and we're going to be covering that for the next few days. And on our last day, we'll be covering the APT High Roller 8 Max. And right below that, you can see our tour schedule. We're going to be in Da Nang, more Vietnam later on in July, and then Incheon in South Korea. So if you want more information about our upcoming series, you want specific dates and times and buy-ins, please go to apt.poker.
Now, Incheon, of course, is going to be a huge event, but let's not forget about Da Nang along the way, another part of our summer schedule in Vietnam here. I do want to take a moment to compare what Incheon might be to what you and I experienced together in Taiwan, Greg, the lovely APT in Taipei. Another smashing success, huge prize pools. I mean, $350,000 was the first place prize of the main event there. That would honestly be the prize pool in many tournaments around the world. As we do cut to the shot of the Grand Loyal Poker Club, look at that. I love this, by the way, the beautiful camera work covering. That's the feature table you're going to be seeing on a 30-minute delay, of course, completely randomly chosen. That's the day 2 draw. This is, of course, just one of the many floors we have of poker going on today. You know an event is a success if it's happening across multiple floors. We see some local familiar faces, some superstars as well. But coming back to it, Greg, I was talking about Taipei. What a great event that was. And in case any of you all on the stream right now or watching later missed Taipei, don't miss the chance to join us on the summer series as well in Da Nang, or, of course, in Incheon, Korea, if you're so inclined. Now, Greg, you talked about the Mystery Bounty. One of the best events of the series, as always. How was the pulling of the bounties this time around? Did you see some excited
Zero
faces?
sweat. It was like third pull, and the grand prize bounty of 200 million got pulled immediately. It was incredible. So much fun.
I love that event. I mean, you're talking about 200 million, which would be like that exceeds first place prize in a lot of tournaments, and you're pulling it out of the envelope. I mean, what a great feeling. What a rush that must be.
Totally. And excited to get more into the action here. A familiar face here in seat 8, Mr. Tuan. We've seen him in a lot of our different series.
Mr. Khan, we call him out of
Mr.
respect,
Khan.
and that is because he has maybe, I believe, 4 or 5 caches, and all of them are like number 2 in the main event, number 3 in the main event, something in the high roller. I mean, the man is rocking some incredible scores. As we cut to, I believe this is still the same floor that we're looking at, but we do have 2 floors of action going on here today. We're right in the middle of Hanoi. It's just been an amazing experience to experience not only the city, but what this property and this poker room has to offer.
And the banh mi. You were just raving about that banh mi down the street today. I can't wait to get my hands on some banh mi myself.
Love some banh mi. It is just so good. You cannot go wrong with some banh mi in Vietnam. Another thing I've loved about being here, by the way, the weather, of course, middle of the summer, still pretty supportive. You can still go out, have some fun, check out some places. The schedule also allows, listen, if you want to just play poker, grind out like 15 events during this series, it's perfect. You can just sit here all day. We have events starting off at noon, ending maybe late into the night. We have Nishant Sharma, one of the Indian superstars, back day 2, went on to play the single day high roller, came second, lost heads up, slept 4 hours, back into the main event. So that is on offer. At the same time, if you want to go out, experience Hanoi, maybe check out the old quarter, some of these other touristy spots, you can do that as well.
Yeah, I've quite enjoyed staying in the same hotel where the series is taking place. This is the first APT series I've done where we've had this. It's usually either a short walk away or a short shuttle away to the event. But it's been so nice to just wake up in the morning, go to the buffet on the 4th floor, and then go down to the 2nd or 3rd floor to do some hosting and commentating. It's been really enjoyable experience, and I'm working. So imagine if you came here for a poker vacation, how much fun that would be. And you can still do that, folks. We are on day 7 of 10, so we've got 4 more full days of poker to be had here in Hanoi at the Grand Vista Hotel. So come on down. If you want more information, please go to apt.poker. We're located at the Grand Loyal Poker Club at the Grand Vista hotel.
Yeah, if you are watching locally, just come by and say hi, and I'd be surprised if the action doesn't make you want to just jump right in and play a couple of tournaments. But in the meanwhile, I also want to point out, Greg, some of the other events, once again, record-breaking payouts for the Hanoi series. We're just going from strength to strength really here at the APT, driven, of course, by the players who come down and love to participate. As we see two of my friends, Nishant Sharma in the shot, followed by Kunal Patni, both two Indian superstars. As always, want to shout out the diversity you see here at the Asian Poker Tour. For instance, about 20 players came down from India, numbers that have far exceeded previous stops. Same thing, of course, there's a lot of local representation, but Korea, Singapore, China, Hong Kong, Japan, the list just doesn't stop. And once we get to the feature table action as the cards are about to hit the air, we will go through those usual 6 to 7 flags and nationalities we see per table. One of my favorite parts of the APT.
Yes, it's a sentiment I keep making every time we do commentary. It's like some series call themselves the series of the world, and I don't believe that when I see the Asian Poker Tour and seeing really look at those different flags. We got 5 different flags right there. 4 Vietnamese players, 1 from the Philippines, Mr. Dave Spade. Welcome back, United Kingdom, Japan, Taiwan. Great to see all of the diversity here at the Asian Poker Tour. We've got people, also other flags I've seen from Azerbaijan, the United States.
Amazing.
Lots of Australians here at the Asian Poker Tour. And
Yeah,
wow.
you mentioned David Spade from Philippines. I mean, some of these guys are just superstars in their own countries. But what a great chance to come battle it out on the world stage. And I do believe cards are in the air. Speaking of Dave Spade, cutting to him immediately. So here we go, Greg. We are kicking off the action. Thank you so much for joining us. If you're here from some other part of the world we haven't shouted out yet, please speak up in chat. We will be monitoring it. Let us know who you're supporting. And if you're just here like me to watch some amazing poker, let us know that as well. We will, of course, be having coverage the next 4 days. We will cover day 2, day 3, and the final table of this epic main event, followed by the high roller on Sunday. It's going to be an amazing 4 days of action, and thank you so much for joining us.
And we get right into action. Some domination nation happening here. Ace-9 versus Ace-Jack. +2. Mr. Terry Wynn raises it up with Ace-Jack. Vu Tuan on the button now. Puts in the 3-bet.
What a way to kick it off. Let's go. Just a reminder, 581 entries to this tournament. About 277 or so making it to day 2, including some regs on day 2 itself. 1,600 is the big blind right now. About 85,000 is the average stack. That would be about 50 bigs. The structure is just beautiful as always. I speak to so many players out there. They all rave about the structure, just allowing so much flexibility. If you want to play a slightly deep stack, start off early, play a day 1, you can. If you want a late reg, you can. If you want to buy in day 2, you can as well. All about making the money into day 3.
I think something that about the structure I found really interesting is that all of the flights, I believe, are 45 an hour. Pardon me. But if you go into day 1 flight D, they do 15-minute levels. So if you're feeling a little bit more of a turbo experience going into day 2 of the main event, you can do that as well. And if the main event isn't up to your speed, we have events for everybody. We've got nightly turbos, we've got PLO. There's something for everyone here at the Asian Poker Tour. Let's take a look at our chip counts here. Fairly deep right now. Average stack, as I have noted, is about 85,000 in chips. So about 70 big blinds, but quite a discrepancy in chips we have here. Our big stack having over 100, and some of our shorter stacks sub 20.
And don't forget blinds. Second in chips, who just 3-bet with the ace-9, by the way. Wu Tuan, it says on the screen, Mr. Khan is what we have been calling him across different APT stops. And that's the respect he deserves, because this man is just a consistent beast. He does mix up his hats, by the way. I'm noticing the little white hat action he has going on. We were very mindful of his other hats and his other jackets. He has really stepped up his fashion game, as we see here. Certainly a force to be reckoned with on the table.
Another
Ace-7
ace
off.
X for Mr. Khan. I don't think I'm familiar with the reference. What does Mr. Khan mean?
Well, he does have Khan in his name. We will get the graphics updated to maybe update his name. I believe his full name would be Tuan Khan.
I see.
If I'm
to
saying that
express
correctly.
deference
It
to
is deference.
Mr.
Well
Khan.
deserved. I believe he came certainly a podium finish in Da Nang, excuse me, last year at the APT, followed by a great performance at Phu Quoc as well. So slowly becoming a familiar face on the high levels of all the Vietnamese stops here. Does put in a very tricky limp, it seems, in the cutoff. Gets raised from the button with ace-3 off. Has almost managed to induce a raise from a weaker holding here.
Also, interestingly, Dave Spade says chips are on this table, but Mr. Dave Spade isn't at the table quite yet. Perhaps held up in Vietnamese traffic. Anyway, off to a flop, heads up ace-7 versus ace-3 as flop comes king-5 deuce. Neither player making a pair, but Mr. Khan, aka Vu Tuan, as you can see in the graphics, still ahead with a7 high. Was the pre-flop limper and called the race by Ye. And we're going to see a little bit of sparks here as the turn brings in the ace, giving both players top pair. But Ye is outkicked, though he does have the gut shot for the wheel straight. Mr. Khan, aka Vu Tuan, gonna check it over to Ye, who now bets 5k into 13k. And a quick call by Vu as the river brings the 10 of hearts. Vu gets the check mark as it goes check, check. And Mr. Khan of Vietnam taking it down. As you can see there, the Vietnamese leading the pack currently, 116, 101 big blinds. We just saw Mr. Khan win that pot.
Nobody too short, above 23 bigs for the shortest stack. That's seat 5, Terry Nguyen. 40,000 in chips.
Absolute heaps.
That's what you like to see on a day 2. Some relatively deep stack as it pertains to MTT poker. Lots of room to maneuver, make some moves. We've seen some of those moves already. Of course, the 3-bet from Mr. Khan, followed by winning the very next hand. Some absolute crushers on this table. You did mention David Spade or David Urquiga, the Philippines player. One of the top players from Philippines, approaching almost exactly $1 million on his Hendon Mob.
Oh, wow. All right, well, hopefully during this series, he can go over that mark, celebrating a new milestone in his career.
I believe simply a min cash at this tournament will get him above that milestone. I wonder if that's playing into his head a little bit. You think if you were approaching $1 million in Hendon Mob cashes, you would really try to make the min cash to just get yourself over that milestone?
Maybe that's his plan here, right now.
Oh, that's why he's blinding down.
He's blind his way into the min cash. All right, so cutoff versus big blind single raise pot as flop comes Jack 9-5. Ace high is good. As it goes check, check. Turn, 5 of diamonds pairing the board. Changes nothing.
And how about seat 4? That's Van Chung in the hand. He is an absolute crusher from Vietnam, a local rock star approaching. I think he's certainly within top 30 or so of the top Vietnamese cashes. Has had an incredible run coming into this year, has just been crushing tournaments. As you see here, completely comfortable, whiffing the board, has ace high. The check back on the flop gives him room to fire out, try to take this down, and I suspect it might work. There we go, takes it down, and sometimes you can just start seeing the experience show in just a move or two. As he maintains his perch at the top of the chip count leaderboard here for the feature table. Vu Tuan, Mr. Khan, as we've been calling it, number 2 in chips. Still early in the day, just a few hands into day 2. About 277 players making it. We will be getting the final payouts, how many players making the money, all of that just being tabulated as we speak. We will be keeping you updated.
That's right. As late reg was opened up till the start of day 2, most notably, Mr. Elke has joined the party, has bought into the day 2 event in his style, buying at the very last moment, and hopefully we can get him on their feature table. Mr. Khan running hot here, picking up ace jack of clubs in +2.
Once again, if you are watching us on YouTube, on Twitch, Facebook, just want to say hi, just let us know in chat. We have Carlos Hernandez saying, "What's up, guys?" from Miami, Florida. Big fan of Greg Goes All In. Another one of your Greggies.
Thank you, Carlos. Appreciate it. Appreciate the love. The crossover episode nobody asked for. APT x GGAI. All right, so Vu gonna raise in +2.
I believe he limps again, by the way.
Oh,
which
pardon
is
me. Thank you so much.
Apparently part of his strategy here.
Limping strategy gets the call by Ye. Nobody electing to punish the limpers.
Well, the last time somebody tried, they actually got pipped with the ace-3 off. Maybe that's the reason Mr. Khan has decided to continue this limping strategy, induce some weaker hands in.
As he does. So 3 ways to a flop. Limped pot. And additionally, they'll never guess that he has ace-jack here. Off to a flop of 7-3-6. Just a flop straight for a Ye. But Vu does have the 2 overs, backdoor clubs, and oh, we might just see some fireworks here, folks. Vu has the nut flush draw, 2 overs, versus Ye's flop straight. That check through on the flop. Ye did not bet in position with the straight.
Everybody just trapping like crazy, it seems like, and look at this.
Win gonna use this board texture in his favor. And gonna lead up from the big blind. 3.2k. And just pure music to Ye's ears, seeing someone lead out and a call with the current nuts. Mr. Spade has entered the building. Welcome, welcome, Mr. Spade. And Ye now in seat
1, I believe.
Seat 1 with the decision.
Certainly has to be thinking about raising up, not just to deny equity and charge these draws, but just to build a pot with the absolute nutter butters. And it's going to look tricky considering the flop. I mean, what do you suspect he's raising with? He's literally representing having pocket deuces. And that's really about it.
Pocket deuces and a lot of bluffs. Spades, clubs, spade and club combo draws.
Terry has been caught with his hand in the cookie jar, I suspect, to release, but when it comes back to Mr. Khan or Vu, as you see on the screen, he is almost forced to continue, try to hit that club. Very curious to see how he approaches the situation. Terry perhaps Hollywooding a little bit, or considering something extra spicy given the confusing line taken by Sulong.
And also considering that he blocks the current nuts, he unblocks all of the bluff draws. He just might fold. Called it. So back to Vu here with the very underrepresented ace-jack, which he limped him with pre-flop. Does have the nut flush draw and the 2 over cards.
He almost has to call even if he could see the cards. Getting decent pot odds plus some implied odds if you do hit.
Yeah, 6k to win 22k. Almost 4 to 1. So needs at least 20% equity, which he does have. So a slightly unprofitable break even call. Is going to make the call here. And a club would be spicy.
Sulong did raise fairly small considering it was into 2 people, giving those decent odds. Time to see if he gets punished for it. Not so, but does get the slightly dangerous 10 of spades on the river, completing a lot of draws, not just a spade draw, but the very likely 9-8 would have made the nuts straight.
The question now is, does Mr. Khan wave the white flag, or the white hat, should I say, or turn his hand
Nicely
to a
done.
flush?
Nicely
Thank
done.
you. And he's going to make a check now to Ye. With the decision now whether to check back or go for just an extra little bit of value. We can see Ye here in seat 1 with the white hoodie.
Certainly have to go for some value. I mean, of course, the card is about as dangerous as it can get on the river, but you have to try and extract a little bit. If you face some resistance, yeah, you can evaluate afterwards what to do, but you have a straight. It's tough to make a straight. No limit hold'em.
Tough to make a pair. Only 1 in 3 times will you do that on the flop.
And you do have a spade in your hand as well, which should give you a little bit more comfort. Of course, hands like ace-4 of spades, perhaps something like 8-5 with spades, do become less likely.
Look at that cheap price. For the low price of 10k chips, you could win 38.8k in chips, but Vu says no, not a good deal. Deal or no deal, it's a no deal. And Ye's going to take down this pot with the limp to 5-4.
I do like this feature table, by the way, Greg. It is just a slightly raised platform. You're just exalted above all the other players. It just gives you that extra incentive to want to make the final table, perhaps end up getting featured on day 2, day 3. Send your friends and family the link to the stream.
And we've got some new graphics. Love to see it. We can see the remaining players left. Average stacks, average big blinds. As you can see, we're all pretty deep right now. Average big blinds of 55. Again, we are on day 2 of the main event here in Hanoi, Vietnam, and we are playing down to the money. Exactly when that will be, not quite sure yet, as we late reg either just closed or is still open. And we're finalizing those numbers.
Yet to hear from some of the players on the table, simply because of card distribution, to have, of course, the most active player on the table, once again with a playable hand, King Jack off. Under the gun +1 though. Can go either way with this holding.
I have a feeling Mr. Khan's going to get into the mix. Ace Jack a limp, King Jack, oh, King Jack also a limp.
Well, we know the strategy he's come in with today.
And Ye said this paid off the last time. Let's try it again. Oh, wow.
Mr. Khan is inducing some family pots here with these limping. 5-3 suited finds the limp. 8-7 suited, very playable hand, but the question is, does it want to find a raise and some sort of a squeeze against the limp?
I think also a big consideration for these limpers is that Mr. Dave Spade is on his left. And he strikes me as the kind of guy who would punish some limpers. But Lei from the UK takes on the role. He's going to raise up the 8-7 suited. Lee, pardon me.
And look at this. A real hand finds itself on the button and gets the laydown from one of the more experienced players on the table. Just this confusing limp raise behind, ace jack off, just sort of is stuck there. Cannot call the big raise. Might be just absolutely dominated. And putting in that sort of third or fourth bet with it might be overplaying your hand a little bit. So takes the conservative route, folds, and nice little pickup there by Tan Wan Lee, the 8-7 suited. That's how you don't fall for that limp trap, so that cash game mentality.
Every time I see an under the gun limp, I'm always scared it's aces.
Absolutely.
And when they raise, it's always aces.
I once limped pocket eights in early position, and you know, somebody bumped it up, loose player, which is why I did it. A few callers behind, and then I put in the raise, also known as a back raise. And then the guy, the guy who opened said, you know, in my town they beat you up for doing something like that before he folded.
I feel like limp raise is the new check raise. Back in the old days, lots of poker rooms. You'll notice if you go to Vegas, there's a lot of signage in the poker rooms that say check raise is allowed. And you might ask yourself, why does this even need to be on a sign? Of course check raise is allowed. Well, the answer is, is because check raises used to not be allowed. It used to be considered very terrible etiquette.
Yeah.
And I feel like the limp raise, garnering all its notoriety, might just join the ranks. But for right now, it's good poker.
I love how poker has evolved, not only over the past 40, 50 years. Huge shout out to Doyle Brunson, of course, may he rest in peace, but certainly over the last 10, 15 years as well, after the poker boom and all the solvers getting in the mix. I saw this tweet once, I remember, just talking about what the #1 winning strategy in each year was in poker. So in like 2011, maybe it was like 3-bet, then it's like 4-bet, then 2015 it was like blockers, then it was like 5-bet, then in 2018 it was just crypto.
Crypto. Yes. Many riches were won during the crypto boom. Heads up to a flop, +1 versus big blind. As flop comes, 7-4-3. 6-4 is going to take the lead here with a pair of 4s and some backdoor draws. So one of those backdoors comes in here as top card pairs, but it is a diamond, giving Roy Chi, or giving Chen, the pair and the flush draw. Ye only has the 2 overcards. But Ye, with ace high, does have some showdown. Going to make the call as the river brings in a 9 of clubs. As it quickly goes check, check. Both players trying to realize their showdown value. And Reichi with the big blind special takes it down.
Some chips flying about. Players have gotten into the mix with a variety of holdings. Perhaps thanks to the limping that got started by seat number 8. Mr. Wu Tuan, or Mr. Khan as we call him. Again, looking for his first title, by the way. I believe a 2nd and a 3rd place finish at APT main events so far.
Mr. Spade once again absent from his chair.
Maybe checking his own Hendon mob, seeing how much he needs to get to that $1 million milestone. Wonder what it feels like to have $1 million on your Hendon mob.
I wonder what it's like to have $1 million, period.
I think
limps. Oh, sorry, what were you gonna say?
Well, forget what I was gonna say. What has Mr. Khan done? He has under the gun players limping with ace-8 suited. He's like set the tone, and it is so funny how these things do set the tone sometimes.
Stay loose, play 7 deuce. They never do. Into the muck, but yeah, Mr. Khan evidently is our trendsetter of the day. Comes in with a white hat. Dave Spade sits down with a white hat, limping in early position. People start limping in early position. Mr. Khan, the next up-and-coming poker influencer of 2023. Just you wait. I'm calling it now.
This is why I love main events. You see so many recreationals join the field, which is really the whole point, and you see all these sort of unique poker plays. Limping ace-8 suited still has the best hand somehow, but Chen with the open-ender. Certainly will be continuing. You don't call 5-4 in the small blind to even consider folding.
In position, yeah, he's going to bet 2K with the 2 overcards. Does get the call by Ray Chi with the open ender as the turn brings the 9 of clubs. No help to neither player. Ace-8 high is still the best hand. Check, check as River brings the 8 of clubs, giving Ye the pair of 8s and some comfort. And now Chen from China in the small blind.
Great bet here, not only because he has effectively the nut low, but he certainly can represent all the 6s from the small blind. The board got pretty dangerous as it went on. As it happens, Ye ended up hitting a pair on the river. Does have a real decision here.
It is a pretty small bet, 3.3K into 10.4K, shy of a third. And quick call, and that's gonna be a nice hand for Ye.
I think the sizing just let Chen down a little bit there, offering amazing pot odds to call off with the pair of 8s on the river. So Sulong Gate does add small amount to his stack, up to 70 big blinds now.
Su Wei Chen in the live chat, thanks for joining in, asking how many people are left. That's a great question. As you can see right now, 259 players left of 581 entries remain here at the main event at APT Hanoi. Leek C says, Dave Spade is GOAT. Greatest Tiger, no cap, for real, for real. Hashtag agreed. Leek C's. Dave Spade is my Tiger. And of course, Dave Spade, our Tiger, working towards winning a Lion Trophy. APT, of course, known for our famous Lion Trophy that we have just revamped from our last series, the official launch of the APT. Beautiful Lion Trophy.
The New Era Trophy. It is absolutely amazing. And if you have not checked out the video discussing the trophy from APT Taipei, make sure you find that on our YouTube channel. And for those of you in chat, definitely subscribe to the YouTube channel if you haven't. And if you could just do us a favor, drop a like. Take that couple of seconds. It really helps promote not only the channel, not only the stream, but poker in Asia, which is what it's all about here.
We finally see a pre-flop raise. Van with Queen Jack offsuit raises in the +2. Gets a call from the small blind, gets a call from the big blind. 3 ways to a flop as flop comes Jack 5-3. Top pair for Van Trung here. And peanuts for the blinds. Checks in flow to Van with top pair, queen kicker. Makes a bet of 3,500, I believe. And looks like quick folds from the blinds. And a nice hand for Van on the home turf, the home court.
Yeah, as we've been highlighting, he is a local hero. Over $230,000 in tournament earnings so far. Pretty high up on the Vietnam list, but...
And that's not VND.
And that's not VND. VND, of course, would be in the millions there. Vietnamese dong, of course. About 23,000 Vietnamese dong to US dollar. We will help you with those conversions along the way. But the key thing to note, 12 billion Vietnamese dong was the guarantee for this event. We have far exceeded that, as we are known to do here at the APT for the main event. 17.17 Vietnamese dong. That's billion, 17 billion Vietnamese dong, I should say. About 720,000 USD.
Leaksies railing Dave Spade from the chat, saying, if Dave Spade wins this, I'll eat longa dog. I do not know what that is.
I'm not sure I want to know what that is.
Dave Spade is the greatest Pinoy. And I'm throwing a little bit of heat and drama in the live chat. Better than Manny Pacquiao.
Wonder how Manny Pacquiao is at poker.
Blind folds to the blinds. Ye picks up pocket queens here.
Blind versus blind is always just so interesting, and it's great to pick up a monster hand the first time you end up in a SB versus BB confrontation, because you get to set the tone, but this time you have the goods. 3.8k, reasonable raise. Tan Luan Lee does not have much to contend with here. That's the one to let go, probably. Disappointing for Sulong, but you never know how this dynamic ends up affecting the rest of the day.
And chips are chips. So Lee comfortably in third on our final feature table here, pardon me. And only Terry Wynn, the only player under 20 big blinds. With 18 bigs. Still heaps. Single double, he's at 36 big blinds. Lots of poker to be had. I've been educated. Longa dog equals Pinoy hot dog. Leaksy says, I think I'll be a poker pro player watching this stream. Well, that's very kind. As much as we try to be entertaining, we also try to be as educational as possible, sharing our insights about poker as much as we can.
Well, how's this for educational? 9 deuce under the gun, let it go.
Terry Wynn, King Queen offsuit in +1. Early position here. I know in cash games it's not going to be open, but because in tournaments there's the big blind ante and no rake from the table, can open a bit wider. So he is going to raise to 3.2k here.
Look at you dropping knowledge, Greg. Taking this education part seriously, huh?
Call me Mr. Gregory. I find if you just say things with confidence, people tend to believe you. I feel a lot to learn myself as a fairly new poker player, but trying to... This is a good exercise for me, you know? Trying to regurgitate things I've learned.
Loose defense, by the way, from Su Lung, who has had a lot of momentum behind him over the past few hands.
Absolutely. So we're going to see heads up here. King Queen versus Ace 3, +1 versus buttons. Flop comes Jack 4 3. Jack 4 we saw fold earlier. Would have made 2 pair, but neither. Ye takes the lead here with bottom pair. Terry Wynn does have the 2 overcards and the pre-flop aggression on a decently dry board.
He is the shortest stack, but a board like this is a little bit wet. 2 spades, some connected low cards, but the dealer button call should not have too many 4s and 3s unless they are pocket 4s or pocket 3s. So a reasonable spot to continue. A very small continuation bet. Easy call there for Su Lung. Some back doors available for Terry. That's not one of them.
Ye does pick up the gut shot now. 5 to make the wheel straight. Still is good with the pair of 3s. Terry Wynn with King Queen high. With a pot size, pardon me, SPR, stack to pot ratio, is about 1.3. King high here does have some showdown value, is ahead of some lower spade draws. Does have the king of spades. And river gives Terry a open-ended straight draw. But because there's no ocean card coming, Terry has king high. And the king of spades blocker.
Ocean card. That's the 6th card you mean, yeah?
Yes, correct.
I like it.
In my home games, after sometimes people request another card after the ocean. We call it
after the
shore.
river. Oh, it's the 7th card.
Yes, correct.
Flop, turn, river, ocean, shore.
Shore. And one time we had grass.
That reminds me of rock, paper, scissors, lizard.
Spock.
Spock, yeah.
And Terry gonna use this 10 of spades on the river as a bluff. That's 8.2k.
What a great bet. What a great bet. Gets it through. Bets about a third of his stack. Represents all kinds of things, I suppose, including, of course, having the king of spades, some sort of a flush. Gets that one through. And Terry now a lot more comfortable with the 24 big blind mark. Well played, sir.
Terry Wynn for the win. Nice hand, sir. $35 people in the chat. Thank you so much for watching. If you could do us a favor and hit that like button, helps us extend this video to more viewers such as yourselves and helps us grow the game of poker in Asia.
We did miss a good luck shout out from Mr. Khan there, so great to see that he already has some fans, perhaps some friends and family supporting him. Certainly the player to look out for here. Sort of a silent killer. One of the reasons we started calling him Mr. Khan is sometimes, in live poker especially, you expect people of a certain age to play a certain way, to be relatively more predictable, perhaps a little more timid. Not the case with him. Hope to see him make another deep run. Perhaps aim to finally get that first place finish and trophy.
And what Vitter is really saying is, if you're old, people think you're a nit. But that's not the case with Mr. Khan.
Well, yeah, that's what people think. And it's great whenever that notion is dispelled by some sickos like him.
Well, I know that at least in Canada or in the States, I have young Asian man fold equity. They do give me a lot of credit, so it's hard to get value sometimes. So I have to wear my all-in glasses. So they're like, oh, he's crazy. I call. Except they usually do that when I'm bluffing. Dave Spade with clubs. Gonna raise to 5.6k from the blind.
And that's what I'm talking about the dynamic. The last time he did this, he had pocket queens. The raise was smaller, and this time, Chung actually has a hand to continue with. King 8 off. So we're off to a flop here. 12.8k in the middle. Pretty big open. Whiffs for both
ladies
of
and
them.
gentlemen.
Question is,
The numbers have been
who wants
confirmed.
it more?
581 for the main, a total prize worth 17,752,000,000.
Good rule of thumb. If you raise pre-flop, ace on the flop, dryish board, pretty much have to continue. Certainly smacks your range, that ace.
And first place is over 3,400,000,000.
And looking at everything but the board and the chips.
87 places over 3.
That's that look that says, I'm probably still ahead.
Yes,
I don't know where this hand can go, how long I can hang around.
Good luck, everyone.
Let's this one go.
Wow. And Van, I'm gonna just let the king high go here. And Dave Spade with the clubs takes it down with queen high. Dave Spade in the middle of the pack, our only Filipino player on this feature table, comfortably with 52 big blinds, absolute heaps. Again, you're watching the Summer Series kicking off right here in Hanoi, Vietnam. You're watching day 2 of the main event. Commentary brought to you by yours truly, Greg Goes All In, and Vidar Singhal of India.
And Greg Goes All In off.
Canada!
There we go. If you're highlighting the diversity on the table, might as well highlight the diversity in the commentary booth as well.
Absolutely.
And let's not forget to shout out our usual commentator-in-chief, Henry Kilbane, who is actually at home, I believe, preparing for surgery, some long overdue surgery for many injuries sustained in an unfortunate accident, but he is recovering nicely. We hope the surgery goes well. And he will be joining us as well for some sessions in the booth. It's going to be great.
Motorcycle accident, not going to stop Henry Kilbane from getting his voice onto the live streams. And he's going to power through with a collarbone injury, the collarbone surgery. And you'll be hearing his wonderful voice in the live stream.
His ASMR baritone,
yes,
that he is now globally famous for. So nice, another pickup with the ace-9 off there for Sulong. By the way, yet to hear from one of the players on the table about 40 minutes into the day 2 and the stream here. Mr. Hiroki Takazaki in seat 6 from Japan. And that's the level of patience that I really admire, Greg. I mean, you come back into day 2, you're probably itching to play. He has a healthy stack, about 50 bigs, I think. Yet to play a hand, really showing the patience, letting the card distribution do the work for him right now. But it's easier said than done to just fold, fold, fold.
Hand 13 of the day. As it folds around to Lee of the UK, Ace-King offsuit.
Easy open from the hijack. Let's see the resistance that he faces.
3,500 chip raise as it gets down to the blinds.
The old 2.2x. What do you think about sizing, Greg? What do you open with in tournaments usually?
From what I've learned, it's very dependent on your starting stack size or effective stack sizes. King on the flop here. Top pair, top kicker. But an open ender for Hiroki, who we've just talked about being very patient. But I think this deep, so 50 big blinds or more, 2.5x, I think is appropriate. $2.7k into 10k gets a call.
A down bet, by the way, a smaller continuation bet than the opening, and Hiroki makes the comfortable continue with the open ender. Relative brick on the turn does bring in the backdoor diamond draw. Neither player has a diamond here, and now Lee certainly wants to start putting in more chips in the middle after that small continuation bet. And a tough spot here for Hiroki. Has way too much equity to consider folding. A tiny bet again from Lee. Makes it easy actually for Hiroki.
Call. An ace on the river would be spicy, as the river brings a 7 of hearts, pairing the board. Kings and 7s, ace kicker for
Look
Lee.
at this. Look at this.
Oh, hello. Wow. And a lead out here by Takazaki.
It's not going to work, of course. Lee pretty much at the top of his range, barring some full houses here. But I do respect the effort. Nice little donk on the river.
Yeah. Especially betting just a third. Just targeting air with missed draws. And it's going to take it down.
I think the small sizing from Lee on the flop in the turn induced a nice little bet there on the river. So very interesting poker going on already.
Nice pickup there for Lee. Sitting in third in chips, 82 big blinds. And Hiroki now 39 big blinds, representing Japan. Third shortest in chips, or with 39 big blinds. How can you complain? 250 players left remaining here on day 2 of the main event, out of 581 entries. All playing for a 17 billion VND prize pool.
I think I might have induced that action from Hiroki after shouting out his patience on the stream so far. The old donk river bluff. Love to see it. You see that a lot when something like the backdoor flush completes or maybe some obvious draw completes. But Hiroki just decided to represent the runner trip 7s, I suppose.
Dave Spade with the hearts. Gonna open a little on the looser side of 10-6 suited. And Terry Wynn, 21 big blinds with the pocket 4s on the button. He's not going to feel very comfortable post-flop unless he hits a 4.
Yeah, the stack size does make this a little bit uncomfortable to navigate. You figure you have too many chips to just jam it in there as a 3-bet because, of course, you're only getting called by worse or flips. At the same time, you don't technically have the right equity to just try and bink a set. Nice little discipline laydown there. I mean, very impressive stuff. Made it look easy, but honestly, it's a tough spot.
And Chen in the big blind with Jack 5 suited. Gonna come on in with the big blind special. Big blind range is gonna be very wide, as they have a discount to call. As flop comes, ace 9-3 rainbow. Jack high is gonna be good here.
Well, we spoke earlier about what you're supposed to do when it's an ace on the flop and a dry board and you are the pre-flop aggressor. Dave Spade does not need anything more than that to continue here. Let's get the fold.
Another nice pickup for Dave here with the worst hand. Representing the Philippines, Dave Spade, Eric Iaga. Right in the middle of the pack, 55 big blinds, 89.2k in chips. Here at APT Hanoi, main event day 2. Commentary brought to you by Greg Goes All In and Vitter Single. Love seeing the rail in the chat. Lots of love for Dave Spade, as Leak Seas has, for lack of better words, spammed our chat. And Fat Trong giving some good luck shout-outs to Mr. Khan himself.
Spam away at Leak Seas. We appreciate it. Big Dave Spade stan, it seems
Yes.
like. Understandable.
Dave Spade with the diamonds. Jack 10 suited, gonna raise it up from +2. 3.5 big blinds. A little more than 2x. Takazaki gonna get into the mix once again with ace 3 of clubs. And wow, Chen with king queen of diamonds. Together, Dave Spade and Chen have 4/5 of a royal.
The question is whether to squeeze or not. King Queen suited, a very strong hand. Small blind. Given the stack sizes, great spot to try and squeeze. Tempting to, of course, call and see the board as well, which is the route that he chooses to go for.
Yeah, awkward with 22 big blinds to squeeze there. But you're right, does have strong blockers too. Strong hands that can continue. Ace 7-4. Lots of dry ace high boards today. And will this be yet another opportunity for Dave to c-bet? Multi-way elects not to. Takazaki has the best of it with top pair. 3-kicker does have 95% equity.
Yeah, very different ball game to continuation bet into two players from middle position there, considering one of them cold call on the small blind. Well, not cold call, I guess you have half a blind in there, but defended the small blind, I should say.
Yes. I love the value from c-betting on those ace-high dry boards comes from fold equity.
How about
and
this?
You have a lot more fold equity.
Dave Spade, no backdoors really to speak of apart from a Broadway backdoor, decides to start representing some sort of a trapped big ace or perhaps even a set of some sort. Mainly pouncing on the perceived weakness of Hiroki, simply flatting pre-flop, now leading on this board. Unless you have two pair, you suddenly start facing a lot of pressure. Taking advantage of the stack size and getting it through. Power poker there by Dave Spade, and suddenly the experience of somebody approaching $1 million in hand and mob earnings versus perhaps a recreational or a newer player such as Hiroki starts to show through. Some very tricky stuff there by Dave Spade.
Wow, what an incredible play. I still have to say that one of the most exciting commentary I've had the opportunity to do was in Manila, right in the heart of the Philippines, where a lot of Filipino players were representing. And they all came in with their own distinctive, aggressive, loose style, and it was absolute fireworks to do commentary for.
Man, Asia is just crazy sometimes when it comes to
Yeah,
poker.
these crazy rich Asians, am I right?
Every country sometimes has its own unique style, and when we get to be in the booth for these APT main events and even the high rollers, to watch those styles clash in such unique ways is so fascinating. Not that every country is homogenous in the way they play poker, but if you think about it, if you only play with local players, styles do tend to converge. Back in the day, you would hear about these crazy aggressive Scandinavian players, perhaps like super GTO German players. I think in Asia, just aggressive, just slightly wild is the name of the game.
It's almost like how different dialects form within a language, just given the differences in geography, how different styles or schools of thoughts.
Yeah, that's a great analogy.
Differ.
And if I think about my home country of India, where online poker is gated, so you tend to be playing online with players from India itself, I mean, it's only natural that styles would converge. You know, you perhaps look up to somebody who's a local online poker superstar, you start trying to play like them. Maybe you hear podcasts, you hear strategy videos that they're involved with. So it's only natural you learn from each other. And that's why something like the APT is so valuable, because you get to not only test out your style, but probably learn by osmosis, try and improve it. It's almost like moving up in stakes, you know, like you get comfortable, you start winning at a certain stake level, perhaps in a local casino or maybe just in general online. Only by moving up in stakes do you see all the strategies that you have not been exposed to so far, and that's what improves you as a player.
Yeah, I love that you're kind of like highlighting the different social reasons why these different styles may come across, and you know, whether that's like access to poker or access to online poker, or just even just general access to information. It's been really quite a privilege to see how the different styles range from all the different stops we make here at the APT. Chen in the cutoff with ace 10 of clubs, going to raise it on up here to 3.2k, 2 big blind raise, no problem. Ye in the small blind, going to come along, and Lee of the UK, 10-6 offsuit, just might get tempted with this big blind special.
Certainly has the stack to afford it. 10-6, pretty ugly, unsuited.
Is dominated by Chen's ace 10. Is going to make the call, so we're 3 ways to a flop, cutoff versus the blinds.
Loose call by Sulong Ye also with the queen and not from the small blind. Chen certainly in the driver's seat. Let's see how the flop goes. And there we see a completely dry board once again. Everybody whiffs. Chen's still in the lead. In position.
Checks to Chen, our pre-flop aggressor, electing to check back multi-way. Turn brings the 6 of clubs, and Lee with the dominated 10-6 now takes the lead with second pair, locking up 79% equity. Isn't going to feel very comfortable on a lot of rivers. May consider betting, and we'll go for the bet here. Probably realizes he has the best hand and needs to protect against a lot of overcards on the river. And Lee's going to take it down with the dominated 10-6. And as we like to call it here, the APT, domination rotation. That's when a dominated hand takes the lead.
Is this why you defend the big blind with 10-6 off? Just
I
take
guess
it
so.
down multi-way. Makes it look easy.
Just hit.
By the way, chat, I just hit like on our stream, and I was the 4th person to do so. And that is just a disappointing thing for me to say. So, if you do not want to disappoint me, please hit like. It just helps us promote this stream, gets it out there. The YouTube gods are pleased with our sacrifice and push it to a few more people so we can promote the great game of poker in Asia and across the world.
The YouTube algorithm gods are fickle gods, and we need every single edge we can get. So yes, please help us like and subscribe. Helps us grow the game of poker in Asia.
Ace-9 off under the gun. No problem, opens it up. Chung Win Van from Vietnam, looking to add to his over $230,000 lifetime tournament tally. Now, Greg, we're looking at a prize pool of over 720,000 USD, as I said. If I'm doing the rough math there, we're talking about a huge first place finish, certainly exceeding 100K USD. These would just be like life-changing scores for everybody on the table, including someone like David Spade, who has over 990,000. I mean, from a $1,500 buy-in, it's over 60 times your buy-in.
Looks like almost a family pot's brewing here. Van opens under the gun and gets a call from Takazaki, Vu, and Ye from +2 cutoff button, respectively. 4 ways to a flop. Multi-way. As flop comes 9-8-6, 2 clubs. Van, our pre-flop aggressor, has the best of it. Kind of what you want to see. Multi-way, top pair, top kicker. Very connected board. Many draws about here. And lots of overcards to be wary of. Vu Tuan does have a pair of 6s as well, and just the 2 overs from our remaining players, Takazaki and Ye. Van going to lead out under the gun here. 16.8K in the pot. Is going to bet 6.5.
Listen, when you open ace-9 and it comes a 9-high board, it's a great situation, but you can't be too comfortable given how wet the board is and you're betting into 3 players. As it happens, Van does have the best hand. Barely any draws to speak of, but Queen Jack is one of those draws. Of course, drawing to the nuts with the gut shot and 2 overs. And I think Hiroki does want to continue here. Certainly cut out the chips. Perhaps even thinking about raising, which would be pretty aggressive with 2 players behind him. Now lets this one go. Tricky spot for sure, but great bet there by Chung. Handcuffing him. Mr. Khan, or Vu Tuan as it says on the screen, lets his bottom pair go as well. The board way too wet, and King Queen off, not much to speak of. So interesting open there from Chung Win Van. Gets it through on the flop, multi-way.
And a great result to take it down.
The
Was
rich-
ahead, but only had about 50% equity.
That's right. And the rich get richer, as they say.
Yes, as Trunk skyrockets to 127 big blinds, representing Vietnam strongly here on our feature table of APT Main Event Day 2. As we go to our floor cam, oh, pardon me, we're not on floor cam. This is just the feature table we're looking at.
As
Lovely to see the the quality that we're bringing here.
And the dealer. Look at that. The hard work that the dealers put in just simply has to be shouted out. It has been an amazing experience to watch across the multiple stops of the APT. What a flawless experience the players have, thanks to the operations staff, the dealers, floor managers, and of course our production crew who puts it all together to package it and show it to you guys. The unsung heroes, the dealers, at these tournaments.
Tuan, aka Mr. Khan of Vietnam, ace-5 suited in the hijack, has been utilizing a limping strategy. We'll see if this continues. In late position here, he's going to go for the raise. 2 big blinds. Lee on the button now, 10-7 off. Oh, hello. Is going to come along.
Gamble, gamble.
A theoretically looser call.
10-7 off is... I don't know if we need the qualifier theoretically there. Certainly very loose. But hey, you have position.
All right. Trung came along in the big blind with ace-8 deuce of clubs.
They were suited.
And they were suited, dominated by Tuan's clubs. As flop comes queen 5-3, Tuan has the best of it with middle pair right now. Backdoor draws, and either players sitting on peanuts.
Pretty good flop there. I mean, second pair, best kicker, backdoor to the nut flush and to the wheel. Reasonable continue their multi-way continuation bet. Likely to go through here. Both players have whiffed, as you said, Greg. There we go. The momentum continues. Over 90 bigs for Mr. Khan. Making it look easy. Second in chips. 90 bigs. Followed close behind by Tan Wan Lee. 84 big blinds. All the way down to the 20 big blind shortest stack. Once again, the structure very comfortable. Certainly 20 big blind is nothing like a danger zone here. 1 hour levels. A big blind plus big blind anti-format, and the increments are very, very reasonable as well. That's the beauty of the main event and many of the other events here at the APT. If you're a poker player who specializes in tournaments, take a look at our structures on the website. I think you'll be pleasantly surprised by what you see.
Chen with king queen of spades in +1. Starts the hand with 20 big blinds, our short stack, raises it up to 3.5k.
And I think I heard the announcement on the floor, and looking at the time, it seems like blinds might be finally going up. It's probably the last hand at this level. Does mean that some of those 20 big blind stacks will now be in those 15 to 20 big blind ranges.
That's right. Chen needs to win this pot to stay out of the sub 15 big blind danger zone. Long gonna call with the ducks here on the hijack. And Dave Spade picks up ace-king, but is not at the table. Dave Spade has been notably absent from this feature table.
Ouch.
And I'm sure there must be a good reason. But his absence is felt, for sure.
I think by the laws of the poker gods, ace-king should end up the best hand by the end of the river, if we do see the river here.
Or maybe he dodges an insane cooler.
Let's see.
Maybe board runs out king, king, queen.
Uh-huh. That's certainly what I'm rooting for now that you've said it. Makes a lot of sense. Would be a cool story. Jack 2 of diamonds. Good enough to defend multi-way for Terry Nguyen.
Let's see. Jack 3 deuce all spades on this flop. Flop comes ace 10 4. Ace king would have been the best hand here. But Chen does have the gut shot to the Broadway straight and the backdoor flush.
Does continue telling some sort of a story. Small bet into 2 players. Just might work here.
Gets the ducks to fold, which was currently the best hand. And Chen dodges the ace-king and takes it down with king-queen high. Hashtag, where is David Spade?
I believe he's coming back to the seat right now. Does not realize he had ace-king in the previous hand. So all the players have been in the mix so far. As we now approach the first hand of the next blind level, 1K, 2K are the blinds. Sometimes it takes all the players a few moments to realize the blinds have gone up and sort of reevaluate what it means for their stack. For instance, around the 15 big blind mark or so, which is where our shortest stacks will be now, can start considering a lot more 3-bet jams. Dave Spade realizing the new blind level, wants to open. 10-8 suited from the cutoff.
Dave Spade with the hearts. Limpy Poo.
Once again, an interesting limp. Perhaps has something to do with how he wanted to raise, but the blinds went up. It's one thing to limp on the button, but I have a feeling he wanted to consider raising there, but perhaps did not put in enough chips, considering he was missing from the last hand. Probably missed the announcement of the blinds as well.
And Win here in the small blind ace-9 offsuit, after the increase of blinds, now only has 15 big blinds left.
Well, this is an interesting situation because, as I mentioned, 3-bet jamming has to be one of the considerations, but when the person who opens actually limps, he gives you worst odds to 3-bet jam. Of course, there's less in the pot for you to try and take down.
Is going to just call here, allowing Takazaki to get a free flop as flop comes. Wow, ace-9, 3, top 2 pair for Win here. Locking up 92% equity as it checks through.
Trap again by Terry Wen.
Dave Spade does pick up the gut shot now. Needs a 7 to make a straight. And he's going to use that equity bet. 7K into 8K. Wow, yeah, 7K into 8K. Pretty large bet.
Nicely induced there by Terry. Does get the 10% equity hand to bet into the 90% equity hand. Big bet too. 27.7k behind for Terry, 15k in the pot. Has to be thinking about perhaps trying to get it in, but needs to think about the fact that Dave Spade checking behind on the flop does mean the likelihood of him having an ace is much lower.
Especially when he blocks it. So big consideration to just flat here and allow Dave Spade to keep his bluffs in, but is going to decide to fast play this instead. No harm done in getting your money in while you've got the goods.
Understandable jam there. He's going to get a fold from Dave, of course, but you don't want to risk a super dangerous card coming out on the river.
And that's going to be a nice pickup there for Win, getting back above the 20 big blind start at the beginning of the new level. Taking a look at our chip counts. Trung up top with 99 big blinds, followed shortly by Tuan 72, representing Vietnam. Both of the two leading chip leaders here, representing the home country, the home court advantage. As you see now, 51 people watching on live chat. Thank you so much for being here, watching day 2 of the APT Hanoi main event. Commentary brought to you by Greg Goes All In and Vitter Single. If you could do us a favor and hit that like and subscribe button, help us appease the YouTube algorithm poker gods, and at the same time, help support the overarching vision of growing the game of poker in Asia. Lee from the UK now going to raise up with Jack 8 of spades from +2 to 4.5k. Trung now with ace 9 of clubs on the cutoff. Currently our chip leader in the black hat comes along. Chen, the big blind, 8-6 offsuit versus a raise and the call.
Another multi-way flop here, becoming a common story. Chen actually has a double belly buster, usually a great hidden hand to have in poker, with the 2 overs with the 8-6 off. Continuation from the ace-9. Oh, the jack-8, excuse me. The jack-8 of spades is the one continuing here. Tan Duan Lee.
And 2 players with gut shots here. Chen needs a 3 to make a straight to a 6, and Trung needs a 3 to make a straight to a 5. The 3 would be fireworks. And all players having 2 overcards.
Not difficult to do when the board is 5 high, of course.
That is a fair point.
Chen with
Oh,
18
wow.
bigs certainly cannot consider folding 11 outs as we see on the top of the screen. Has to feel fairly comfortable. The only question is, does he want to consider maybe raising it up, knowing that the board is pretty unfriendly to most reasonable ranges? Under the gun +2 open would imply missing 5-4 deuce, but Chen does continue with chasing his draw. Does give the opportunity for Tan Duan Lee to continue telling an aggressive story and try to take this down, which is exactly what he does. Really putting the pressure. This bet is almost purely determined by the fact that Chen has only 14 bigs left. He is trying to ask the question, hey, are you ready for your tournament life to be over here?
And with only the gut shot right now.
The double gut shot.
Oh, wow. Thank you. The double gut shot here.
I mean, once again, one of the situations where even if Chen could see the cards and see that he's behind, he's getting enough equity to continue. But it is for 40% of his stack. What a great bet by Lee in terms of sizing. Look how handcuffed Chen is. You have the feeling that even if you try and raise all in, convert your hand into a semi-bluff, you don't have enough fold equity left. Even hands like 6s through, well, pretty much any pair is forced to call for about 17k more, where Chen tried to consider raising. At the same time, you don't want to put in 40% of your remaining chips on some sort of a draw, but you know you have a lot of equity. Look at that, gets the fold. That sizing has just completely thrown off Chen. Great hand there by Tan Duan Lee. Extending his already reasonable stack to over 75 big blinds. Well played, sir.
As we take a look at the rest of the field, again, notably the APT Hanoi series here takes up not just one floor, but 2 whole floors of this casino. And that was just a little taste of all of the poker tables that we have here, accommodating the multiple events we have in a day, and of course, the main event.
Lee not gonna utilize the momentum and play the rush, as the great Doyle Brunson used to say. That's the king queen off go, under the king 9, excuse me, under the gun +1. Open from the hijack, queen 10 off. Chung Win Van, one of the chip leaders on the table. That's this one through. About 100 bigs for the chip leader. 199k. Lions, of course, 1k, 2k. All the way down to 14 bigs for Chen. Just saw him make a tough lay down there. I'm excited for what the day holds here. We will, of course, be switching up the feature tables. Perhaps if not on every break, then every couple of breaks. We'll be getting a new host of players after the break, which will be in about 50 minutes. That's what I love about day 2 and even day 3, is to meet a lot of familiar faces, start tracking the storylines as we build up to the final table of this main event. Really getting to see a lot of different play styles, different countries, as we just said.
And I think it's really fun for the players too. I think playing on a live streamed table is not an opportunity that comes by too often for recreational players, and it is something that is absolutely feasible at our APT events. Trung with King Queen of Hearts in +2. Our current chip leader, gonna raise up to 4.5k. Takazaki Jack 10 of spades in the cutoff, in position, going to call. These two holdings, very interconnected, could clash on certain board dynamics. And Ye in the big blind, gonna come along, is dominated. 3 ways to a flop. Single raise pot as flop comes Queen 10-3. Rainbow. So Trung has the best of it here with top pair King Kicker, and Takazaki does have
Right,
middle
for those who want to
pair.
get a massage, we have a masseuse available.
Hey, how about that? There's masseuses available.
in the
to
main
know.
event tournament
Do we
area.
have one in the
Those
booth?
who want to get a massage, just raise your hand. We have a masseuse available.
So to be expected, a continuation bet from Chung and a continue from Hiroki. And look at that, Binks the 2 pair on the turn. Does bring in all kinds of straight draws as well, including the one Van has.
And this is the exact kind of board dynamic I was just talking about. And we are going to see some fireworks now. Top pair open-ender versus 2 pair. 18 big blinds left effective. And Trung going to utilize some pot control and check here. But with top pair, King Kicker, open-ended straight draw, not blocking the flush draws. Might just be handcuffed to call along here, but it feels pretty difficult when Takazaki only has 13 big blinds left behind. If he calls, the pot's gonna be 50k, and Takazaki will have 26.1.
I think it is important to note that Takazaki cannot really have the straight here, considering King 9, and there we go.
Wow.
9 on the river. I was just about to say, I mean, Takazaki should not really have King 9s. That would have been a gut shot to call with on the flop. Of course, Ace King is raising or jamming pre-flop, so can feel a lot more comfortable continuing, knowing that his opponent does not have the straight. But now, with that same calculus of his opponent's range, what does he do with the straight? Does smartly decide to lead out here, knowing that 2 pair is a very, very likely holding.
And wow, it was a very small bet, 13k into 50k. Half of Takazaki's stack, and just an insta-snap fold by Takazaki.
It's a lot of flip-flopping of who had the best hand there, but
yeah,
players played it pretty straight. Bet when they had the best hand, folded when they had the worst hand.
and if you can do that consistently in poker, you're going to be a very successful poker player. 222 players left remaining of the 581 entries. Next break starting in 43 minutes and 37 seconds. Still fairly deep where we are in this stage of the tournament. And Dave Spade with the spades. It happened. It finally happened. I wonder if he feels a little extra rush of dopamine when he sees spades. But he's going to raise it up under the gun here. Queen 10 of spades as it folds all the way around to likely the blinds. And Ye with the suited Dolly Parton. Grindin 9-5 makes the call. And Luan, King 6 offsuit in the big blind. We'll make the call. So with 3 ways to a flop, under the gun versus the blind, single raise pot. Dave Spade has spades. As the flop comes, Ace, Jack, Queen, Rainbow. Dave Spade has the best hand with second pair. 10 kicker has the gut shot to a king. Luan has a gut shot as well, needs a 10 to make a Broadway straight, and Ye has 9-5 and peanuts. Checks to Dave in position. Is going to bet. Has the massive range advantage, has all the sets, 2 pairs straights on this board. Luan with king high and the gut shot. 3.5 to call to see a turn. We'll just let it go. Dave Spade with the spades, going to take it down. Was there ever a doubt? As we take a look at our chip counts, Trung still dominating the pack. Tuan does lose the second place chip lead as he gets overtaken by Luan.
I think his playing style is certainly suited to just being conservative, waiting to get into really good spots. From what I saw of him at the APT, in Da Nang, then in Phu Quoc, that is the way he plays. Not really fighting for every pot, just trying to be really well positioned for the big ones. (7-4), mercifully a fold by the chip leader. King queen off under the gun +1. Bit trickier when you have 21 bigs. Not for Terry apparently. Decides to make a standard open.
Terry Wynn gonna raise up king queen offsuit from +1. Ye having been very active, gonna come along with 6-5 offsuit on the button. Luan in the small blind. Is going to come along here. And Dave Spade with the 3 deuce of hearts in the big blind. Going to be coming along. A lot of loosey-goosey calls following the short stacks early position raises. Flop comes ace-9 deuce, and Luan gets rewarded with the small blind flat with top 2 pair. And he's gonna lead out. Oh, he's so sick. He's gonna lead out 4K into 18.8K. Dave Spade does have bottom pair, gets out the way. Win with king queen high on an ace-9 deuce board.
Interesting lead out there. You basically are trying to induce perhaps another ace to just get it in there, if that is indeed what the short stack had opening early position. And of course charge some of the draws that are possible on a board like this. Itchy fingers, but they do decide to fold.
And a fold, and that's kind of the bit of an issue with leading out, is a lot of times when you know that the pre-flop aggressor is going to be c-betting very frequently, if you truly want to get your money in, it's a lot of times going to be a little bit more profitable to check raise, and also just protects your checking range. Because if you're going to be leading out on, you're going to be leading out with only your strong hands, and your checking range just becomes so exploitable, and you can just get bluffed off a lot.
Yeah, I don't think he has many bluffs when he's leading out into 3 players there. I guess the idea there was just to try and get, so to speak, lucky and hope some opponent had a holding good enough to continue, try to get the money in, build that pot. Never a bad result though, win a hand.
Hey, never bad to get money in when you've got a good hand. Takazaki Hiroki. 10-7 suited early position. I believe it's already, action has already continued around. Oh. I'm very surprised to see that Takazaki going to raise 10-7 suited with only 12 big blinds left remaining.
That is very, very loose. Especially with those big blind antes coming in about 2 hands. He will be putting in not only the big blind, but the big blind ante. Certainly in the danger zone now in terms of his stack size. And a 2.5x open as well, so very interesting stuff going on. Gets the king jack off and the queen 10 in the mix, and understandably the big blind defense with pocket 3s. Big board here for Hiroki.
Hiroki hoping for the quadruple up. Wow, what a board here. That's going to be as good as it gets for Takazaki here, who has the flush draw and the gut shot. And I believe I just saw the all-in button go, and this is going to be good enough for Takazaki. Flush draws and straight draws, oh my. And Chen also short, but has top pair king kicker. Rejams all in. Gut shot for Ye, but not going to be hanging around. I don't even... Ye with the decision in seat 1 there behind the graphics is going to let it go. Pocket threes, I imagine, are going to hit the muck as well. So it's going to be a sweaty run out here for Takazaki, who is all in for his tournament life and needs to hit a heart or a 9. First all in.
It's a flip.
It is. Wow, check that out. Yeah. Hiroki flipping for his tournament life here. On day 2 of the main event. Turn brings a 4 of spades. Absolutely no help. Needs a heart or
Add
a
some
9.
outs.
And it's not going to come. And that's going to be a good game here for Takazaki Hiroki of Japan.
GG, sir. Did suffer from too many outs. With the 4, of course, could have hit a 5 as well to make a straight. Too many outs is a real problem in poker.
Too many out syndrome, as we call it. TMOS.
So we lose the first player from the feature table, Hiroki Takazaki from Japan. You will be filling that seat shortly.
Yes, the show must go on, and fresh chips and a fresh player will be brought on, and who will it be?
But with that, Chen was relatively short stacked at the start of that previous hand. Now, pretty comfortable stack, 34 big blinds, King 9 suited under the gun, putting it to work immediately. 7-handed, limps with the King 9.
Early position limps seem to be the recurring theme and strategy here on our feature table.
Yeah, I mean, certainly showcases the sort of recreational mindset some of the players come in with, and I don't mean that as shade at all. I just mean it's a great thing. That's what main events are for, and it really throws off some of the players as well. And I'm always in favor of that. You know, if you have somebody who's a lot more experienced than you, or you're playing a 7-handed table, a couple of players more experienced than you, I think doing something esoteric, just doing something that perhaps they would not have studied, is going to give you back that edge on the poker table.
Absolutely. Dave Spade going to punish these limpers, however, and going to raise us up on the button to 9K after 2 limpers limped to 2K. Terry Wynn in the big blind, ace-9 offsuit.
I'll tell you what, if Terry could have seen how often ace-9 is flopping top 2 at this feature table so far.
That's true, twice now.
He would have his chips in there immediately. As it happens, he's looking at 2 limpers. Dave Spade bumping it up to about 4.5 big blinds. He has 17 big blinds in his stack. He needs to decide how loose Dave Spade is going to be with his raising range against the 2 limpers. Has to be considering 3-bet jamming here. Ace-9 a good hand. Dave Spade is likely to be pretty loose attacking these limps.
Something I've learned the hard way, or something I might even be considering in this spot, is also considering the limping ranges, because limping ranges, there are still ranges, right? So there are still some considerably maybe strong or medium strong hands in that range. You have to kind of decipher and figure out what that limp range looks like for that specific player. And that's not something that GTO Solver can teach you, because GT only knows perfect quote-unquote play, which doesn't include a limping range, at least, of course, unless in the blind versus blind.
Well, we saw Mr. Khan limp ace-jack suited early on in the feature table, so you're exactly right, Greg. Perhaps one of the reasons ace-9 decides to hit the muck there. And now, Chandran Lee certainly has a stack that can afford to see a flop there with the 6-4 suited. Lets it go out. Makes a sort of nod of respect, and it's one of the few mistakes sometimes what you can make at the table is to give up some extra information and just say, hey, I'm showing you some respect. Meanwhile, Dave Spade did not have that strong of a holding there. Well played. Attacks those limps perfectly, showcasing his experience. So many dynamics, especially in live poker, to be mindful of. I think Dave Spade would have realized exactly what was going on with Chen. To have almost doubled up in the previous hand, eliminating Hiroki. Take a look at his hand, quickly make the limp. I mean, of course I can see the card, so it's easy to say, but it does seem to signal one of those hands where probably cannot stand a raise. Folds all the way around to the button. Chung Van.
With the ace-jack. A great hand for blackjack, a great hand for poker, especially on the button. Raises it to 5K. A lot of pressure here on our 16 big blind stack, small blind. Terry Win with King 9 offsuit.
And by the way, in case anybody watching does not have too much live poker experience, he tossed in the one chip, but you'll notice he made sure to announce that it was a raise before he did so.
Yes, because you have to be mindful of the one chip rule. What is the one chip rule, Vitter?
Well, it simply means that if you put in just a chip, even if it's a big chip, it means you're just calling.
That's right. Unless, of course, that is overruled by the verbal rule. Wow, holy crap. Verbal rule, which is anything you say verbally, is binding. Chun outflops ace-jack here. Domination rotation as he flops 2 pair aces and 3s versus Trung's top pair jack kicker.
This is interesting. I think Chen, newly acquired chips, will want to put them to work, recognizing the 2 spades on the board. Dealer button, continuation bet. Can have plenty of aces in them, but you don't want to scare away some bluffs.
Does have some counterfeit outs to dodge. 8 would be terrible. King of diamonds now, bringing in a backdoor flush. And Chen going to check it over. Once again to Trung, who I may or may not go for some additional value.
I think with the double flush board there, you want to keep charging draws. Big blind, of course, can have pretty much entire range here, which will include all the draws, some of those gut shots to the wheel as well, perhaps just an 8. And now 10K, 55K behind. Looking at the stack to pot ratio, if Chen was to simply call here as well, he would still have a 1 SPR for the river. At the same time, if he wants to consider raising, it has to be all in or nothing. Making a small raise here would just be too strong. Once again, stack size is really playing into the decision making here.
Looks like it's not an all-in, but it is going to be a raise. 26K, 2.6x raise here.
Super small, as I said, and this looks extremely strong. That being said, Chung Van has ace-jack with the jack of diamonds, serving as some sort of blocker to many rivers. The question he needs to ask himself, apart from getting the amazing pot odds, 16 into 16K to call, 57K in the pot, are there any hands that Chen plays this way that ace-jack could actually be ahead of?
Could be some combo draws, pair and flushes, or pair and straights, or straight and flush draws, like queen 10 of spades, king 10 spades. I think that might just get, or maybe like even ace 5 spades. You know, something that might get Trung in trouble here is that he unblocks spades, which means Chen could have more spade draws. Is going to make the call, setting up SPR very low now, as river is the 10 of diamonds. Chen has the check mark here. Wow. Oh, as the backdoor diamonds comes in.
Chen slows down. I think a bit of a misplaced check there, but understandable. You're really trying to preserve some chips. But question is he checking to call off to a jam? As it happens, Chung Van has enough showdown value, and I suspect he will check behind. He does have that crucial jack of diamonds blocker. And mind you, Chung knows that when he got raised on the turn, the most likely kind of hand to do that would be some sort of a 2-pair. Certainly something like an ace-3 would be part of that range, but even something like a king-8 would play the same way, including checking the river.
A similar spot like this where it's just, I completely misplay by me, but it's like at this point it's like his bluffs get there, or his bluffs miss at complete air, or his value beats me. So makes the really wise check the check that I didn't make at the time. And it's going to be a nice, not a full double, but a nice top up here for Chen.
There we see the shot from our cameraman at the table. And in case you're wondering what it feels like to just be sitting there, raking in those chips.
Looks good, satisfying, feels good, and I'm seeing new fresh blood at our table.
And by the way, let's shout out those dealer outfits. Unfortunately, the graphics just covered them, but really cool little extra feature at the APT is to have really, really cool, aesthetically pleasing environments.
Yes, I believe those are cheap house or at least cheap how inspired outfits for our dealers.
So seat 7, Chen, really has chipped up here from being almost the shortest stag, now being comfortably middle in the pack.
I have just received new information. So coming from a Chinese perspective and lens, when I see that where I could go back and it's reminiscent of a Chi Pao for me, but I've been corrected. It's reminiscent. It is an Ao Dai, which is the Vietnamese traditional clothing for women. See, educational. We're learning about poker. We're learning about culture. What an educational space we have here at the APT.
Well, that certainly makes more sense to have Ao Dai, Vietnamese outfits.
I've been corrected once again. It's Ao Yai. Ao Yai.
Oh, it's spelled Ao Dai, which, you know, it does confuse us sometimes in the Vietnamese language, but we're learning, Greg.
We're learning.
Slowly, steadily.
No learning without a few missteps along the way. Thank you for supporting my education regarding this topic, and I hope that you all listening at home have learned something too.
No learning without missteps along the way does describe a key portion of why the poker economy functions.
Correct.
Gotta play to learn, gotta make some missteps here and there.
Gotta learn to play. Hi from San Diego, California, telling you about the diversity we have. Even it's apparent in our viewership. Thank you so much, 619 Poker King. Shout out to San Diego, California, one of my favorite cities I've ever been to.
Great town. Surfing heaven, isn't it?
Ace 3 suited, hearts variety, specifically this hand, popping up again here. Trung, our chip leader. Going to raise it up from +2. As we see a new player here in seat 6, I believe. Hasn't gotten to the mix yet, but I'm sure we will see that soon. Folds down to our blinds. To Tuan here in the red jacket, white bucket hat, in the small blind, lets it go. And now down to our big blind here, Mr. Lung with King 9 offsuit. We'll make the defend here. So a heads up here, single raise pot +2 versus the big blind. As flop comes, 6-8-4 rainbow. Ace high here is good. 2 overs for Lung. Check, check. As turn brings the 8 of spades, pairing the top card, changing nothing. Neither player once big blind checks, really representing much 8Xs.
The check understandable. Tough to continue on the 8-6-4 board because it just smashes the big blind's range. Getting another check, board pairs up, does decide to have the delayed continuation bet, gets this one through.
As the rich get richer and Trung gets shipped yet another pot. You can see Trung with 197,000 chips. Right at the top of our leaderboard, 98 big blinds followed by Luan. Terry Wynn has been our short stack ninja of this feature table. 16 big blinds. As you can see here, 198 players left remaining. Last time we saw this graphic, it was 222. So players are dropping like flies. Average big blinds right now is 59. So a lot of fast, deep stack poker is happening. A great combination. Back into the action now, hand 32. Ace 3 is running hot on this table. This one though, unsuited variety, hits the muck. Terry Wynn, our short stack ninja, picking up Doyle Brunson here. Of course, homage, quick shout out to Doyle. An absolute legend in the poker community.
I felt so bad when I heard the news, Greg.
Yeah, absolutely.
He really was a living legend. I mean, if you think about when he started, you know, one of the craziest stories I heard about Doyle?
Please.
When they were literally rounders going around the United States, starting with Texas and neighboring states, playing poker across the country. I think it was him, one of those other old school guys I can't remember the name of, you know. They all had like great names, you know. He said they would be in their hotel room, and he was the only one with an education. He said that was like his big edge back in the day in poker. You know how we have sims and solvers, and before that we had pot out calculators, we had equity charts, this, that, and the other, poker stove. These guys used to run out the deck to calculate odds. Like, because they didn't have the probability education to just like come up with what are the chances of hitting a flush or a backdoor flush. They would sit in their hotel rooms or motel rooms and just run out decks and see how likely
Over
it
a
was.
large sample to get a kind of understanding of the frequency, certain things would happen.
I mean, talk about what Doyle Brunson saw poker from in the 60s and 70s and what he pioneered.
We got a 3-bet pot here. Button versus big blind on a very spicy flop. Luan has the lead right now with top pair, top kicker. But Vu Tuan here has the flush draw, the 1-over, the gut shot, and the gut shot to the straight flush draw.
And to make matters more interesting, Tan Wan Lee has the ace of hearts. Could be the key card in this situation as well. Does bet 17,000. This pot is ballooning up, and both of these players have massive stacks.
And Luan, yeah, does c-bet as the 3-bet pre-flop aggressor. Tuan, aka Mr. Khan, gonna call. Turn is a complete brick.
This is gonna get interesting. Ace-Jack has hit the perfect card to continue, try to get more value, add more chips in the middle. And Tuan, not really with a hand that can even consider folding yet. See the out counter running out of space at the top there, 14 outs. Tough to be 32% with king high on the turn.
Wow, 37,000 bet here.
Great bet sizing. It is essentially saying we will be playing for stacks on the river. As I mentioned, Tuan, or Mr. Khan as we call him, the hand too good to consider folding. Seems to simply draw to his outs. This is going to be a big river, 141k, that's 70 big blinds in the middle already.
River of Dreams, a decisive one for both of these players' tournament journey, is the 7 of spades. Wah, 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 wah. Brick.
Brick indeed, but a check from the ace-jack does induce some action, it seems. Instantly reaching for chips, Mr. Khan does have that 9, maybe to consider representing the river straight. Depends on the sizing. I mean, 70k behind, 141k in the middle. To go less than all in would be sort of sketchy to begin with. Wonder if that's why Mr. Khan is counting out his chips. See what kind of leverage he has in this hand to try and get some fold equity. As it happens, I feel like he would be insta-called there. You don't check ace-jack on the river there to not call it off to a bet.
Yeah, the importance of adding certain hands to my check calling range when draws miss has been a recent theme and a lesson I've been learning in poker. And Mr. Khan gonna wave the white hat. And it's gonna be misses all of his outs. Had about 50% equity on the flop, and just brick city on both turn and river. And it's gonna be a nice, massive pickup here for Luan as he now takes the chip lead, sitting 114 big blinds.
What a huge pot, and credit to Lee. I mean, talk about playing it perfectly. Bets when he's ahead, gets maximum value, charges the draws, instantly checks, almost induces some sort of action from the missed draws. Does end up picking up a sizable pot there. Chip lead, as you said, seat 2, 229k, good for over 115 bigs. As I check out the live updates here, Greg, if you're not following us on the stream, you can of course follow the live updates. We are of course 30-minute delayed on the stream. You might see a spoiler here and there, but when we're talking about day 2, there's a lot of tables going on, the outer tables. Some crazy action it seems, but certainly 114 big blinds or so. Good enough to be one of the chip leaders at this event right now. Tan Duan Lee in control.
Still haven't gotten a chance to see Paul O'Brien get into the mix here in seat 6, as he has just recently joined the future table. We're going to see Luan get into the mix once again here. Blind versus blind now. With 10-7 of clubs, raises it to 5k, and Dave Spade with 10-5 offsuit in the big blind.
About 180 players in the field so far. We will be hitting the break in about 15 minutes, after which we will know how many players will be making the money here, perhaps even the prize distribution. That's of course because we had late reg open all the way to the start of the starting level today.
Dave Spade, you sly dog, you. Gonna put in the 3-bet with the dominant 10-5 offsuit.
Wow, continues with the 10-7 suited. Dave Spade was making a statement that he's not going to let the newly minted chip leader push him around. 10-7 versus 10-5 on a completely whiffed board of 393. Dave Spade with the betting lead, with the aggression pre-flop. Blind versus blind, certainly my favorite dynamic.
How great is it to see a 3-bet pot with 10-7 suit and 10-5 offsuit? But this is going to be the perfect board texture for Dave Spade to c-bet on. 9-3-3, very dry. 0 straight draws, some diamond draws.
And how sticky does the new chip leader want to get here? 20k to call. That's about 10 bigs, would take him below 100. Let's it go. Power poker by Dave Spade. I love when especially experienced players exploit the dynamics of the poker table as opposed to the card distribution. As they used to say back in the day, some people play their cards, some people play poker, you know what I mean? He realized that the chip leader just picked up a lot of chips, is going to get aggressive from the small blind. Didn't really matter what he had, 10-5 off, good enough. And when the flop is as dry as that, he knew a continuation bet can easily pick it up. Ace-9 popping up again from the hijack. Mr. Khan lost a bunch of chips a couple of hands ago. Has been limping. Does decide to raise it up this time around. Loose defense by Sulong, yay. Ace-6 off in the cutoff. Not sure how I feel about that. 3 players to act behind you. One of those players is the out-and-out chip leader on the table right now with Jack-5 suited. Comes along for the ride. What is going on here?
Right, main event. After this level, there will be a break, and all hundreds are coming off. Already started to pass racks to one player at your table. In each table, please buy out all those 100 chips.
Well, if you could hear that announcement, break in about 15 minutes. We'll be coloring up, as they say, removing the 100 chips. Only 500 and thousands will remain. Now, coming back to the hand, flush draw for the Jack 5 suited in position. Does decide to lead out, an absolute air for the remaining hands. Seems very likely to get through. There we go. Rich get richer, as they say. Jack 5 of hearts, taking it down. Chongman, the erstwhile chip leader, still 95 bigs. Very comfortable second in chips. As we see what is quickly becoming my favorite shot. The handheld camera does show the tables acting behind the feature table. So this is what the players sitting at the feature table see. The dealers in their outfits, which we just learned, once again called Ao Yai, traditional Vietnamese wear. Ace 7 off this time around. Did not work last time with Ace 9. Decides to repeat and getting frisky perhaps a little bit shaken maybe from that beat that he took with the King 9 of hearts, which did not connect. Gets all the way through to the blinds. Jack 8 suited, going to defend. Could hear the announcement. Off to the flop. It's about a flip. How about 2 clubs on the flop? Jack 8 suited now has 2 overs and a flush draw. Mr. Khan with just ace high and the betting lead. Quick check. And hits the ace on the turn. Well, this is working out perfectly. Check again from Chung Van, but now this time around can comfortably bet with the ace and is very likely to get some action from the flush draw. Tough to do anything but call in Van's shoes, considering an ace is a very likely part of Mr. Khan's range.
Hello. All right, 7 of clubs on the river, giving Trung the Jack high flush here versus top 2 pair now.
Yeah, well, I was about to say the worst card in the deck for Mr. Khan. Chung is certainly going to be tempted to just donk lead this, which is something you often want to do when you think your opponent might check behind. The 3rd club is one of those cards that could get checks behind, and
donking out is exactly what he does here. Bets 11k into 21.
Not too big. Mr. Khan is pretty much forced to call any bet. 11k is almost like getting off a bit cheap here. He's not going to like it. The only question is he considering raising for value for some reason? Or making an absolutely sick fold? Does not seem happy with the situation, but you have top 2. What can you do?
Might consider that he's ahead of some blocker bets like ace 8, ace 9. That just doesn't want to get put in the tough spot when the flush draw comes in. Makes a call, and Trung gets paid with the Jack high flush. Some Vietnam on Vietnam conflict there. We can see Trung here with 106 big blinds, just under 7 big blinds short from our chip leader. And Terry Wynn continues to be our short stack ninja, 14 big blinds. Break in 8 minutes. As blinds are 1,000, 2,000, 187 players left remaining, and one of these 187 players is going to be walking away as our main event champion here in Hanoi. Again, about 700,000 USD in the prize pool.
By the way, the average big blinds have actually gone up since we started the day. which is so interesting. Just speaks to the structure. It simply means more people have been eliminated than the blinds have been going up. 60 big blinds is a great average stack. Just means there's a lot of interesting poker, and if you've been watching us on this feature table, you've seen some of that interesting poker. A shove fest, this is not. It's all about navigating very interesting spots constantly. And I'll be honest, the structure which leads to some deep stack, arguably more beautiful poker, does make it tough. It makes the grind that much harder. Can't just be in 3-bet shove or just all in fold territory all the time. Have to be constantly navigating very complex spots, very nuanced poker situations. To Paul O'Brien, you mentioned. Yet to hear from him. New player on seat 6. Hope we get to see him in a hand before we lose him on the break. We will, of course, be rotating out these players from the feature table.
And our feature table's first aces, the pre-flop nuts, the pocket rockets, American Airlines for Mr. Khan. What a legend. You're going to be so sick. A limp.
Well, he has been raising it up with ace-7 off, ace-9 off. This time around, he's probably hoping to get no credit as well.
He limps!
He does limp.
Mr. Khan has been employing a limp strategy in early position. We've seen him limp with ace-jack suited. Maybe the king-9 suited as well at one point. And love to see the limp here with aces.
And how about that min-raise ISO from Sulang Ye? He's going to be getting the bad news. And Dave Spade, who has been punishing limpers, now sees a limp and a min-raise ISO, which is not a thing, by the way. Usually it's just a very, very unique sort of play. King-9 suited. Last time we saw him punish 2 limpers with queen-jack off. This time around, he sees arguably even weaker players behind him. Has to be tempted to make some sort of a move.
You know what I want to see? 6K.
The min-raise click-back ISO.
Yes, yes. We had a 32 bet at my my friendly cash game home game the other day because we just kept min-raising each other. Okay, here we go. We see the 3-bet. A real decisive 3-bet. And this is just going to be incredible news to Mr. Khan here, who limped on the gun with aces, got min-raised by Lung, and now a cold 3-bet by Dave Spade in late position. And Mr. Khan goes all in here for 23 big blinds.
I think this hand might be over despite the odds that Dave Spade is going to get to call. King-9 suited is just not going to be strong enough against the limp jam range.
Oh!
Never mind.
Oh, wow.
Never
oh, wow.
mind.
Oh, wow. And Mr. Dave Spade calls, giving Tuan absolutely no credit at all. And Mr. Khan's limping strategy finally pays off in a massive way here, as Mr. Khan is all in for his tournament life with aces. It's going to be a great flop here. Queen 7-6. Needs runner for Dave Spade to crack the aces. And that's going to lock it up, and a check mark for Tuan, and a nice double up with the aces.
I think Dave Spade just got caught with his hand in the cookie jar after that queen jack worked out. Tried to do the same thing with king-9. This time was getting just the right pot odds, I suppose, to call it off. I did think he would put aces and kings as a huge part of Mr. Khan's limp jam range. But I think he just realized he was flipping enough times and could be against a hand such as ace-queen, against which he'd be getting the right odds. So
that's a fair analysis, Vitter. I will tell you the singular reason he made that snap call. He had spades.
He had spades. What to do?
What to do? You know, you make your moniker Dave Spade Eric Yaga. You have king-9 of spades.
You have to live up to it.
Exactly. I feel the same pressure as an influencer myself.
7 deuce?
Absolutely. Which is probably why I'm a losing poker player.
I mean, if you say it never lose, you can't really fold.
I never say never lose. I just say stay loose.
Stay
play
loose.
7 deuce.
That's true. That's true.
But I should change it to 7 deuce, never lose.
So back in the game, perhaps the player we've been highlighting the most at this table so far, Mr. Khan. That's Khan Chong, Wu Tuan, I believe. Wu Tuan, as it shows up in the graphics, seed 8. Back in the healthy portion of the stacks on this table.
And poor Paul O'Brien of Australia just... Oh. Hasn't picked up a hand, but you know what? I'm sick of folding. We're going to make a raise from the button. Get the blinds to fold, pick up some blinds here on this feature table. And Chen Do does have the Queen-Jack offsuit in the small blind, representing China here. As Paul O'Brien is dominated. Dave Spade's call sparking some controversy in the live chat. Love to see the engagement. And Mr. Khan with the full double. Some fresh chips. Quickly getting back into the mix. Puts in the 3-bet after the button open. Small blind flat. And Paul O'Brien gonna wait another day to make his presence known here at this feature table. Okay. Only 38 seconds left in this level, so this likely will be our last hand before the break.
Well, glad to see the new player got a hand in there. Paul O'Brien.
That would be unfortunate if you got the table got shuffled and that was unfortunately the only hand he got to play.
Yeah, you want to be able to clip something.
Sure.
Send it out.
Frame it. Put it above your bed in the bedroom, you know? All right, so last hand before the break. Will we see some action?
I
All right,
suspect
break time,
so,
main
when the
event.
chip
15 break
leader
in the main
has
event.
ace-8 off under the gun
Tournament dealers,
+2.
all hundreds are coming off. Chip raise,
Well,
all
one of the chip
100
leaders
chips
anyway.
Here in the main event.
A Vietnamese perhaps hero in the making. Doing really well at this main event. Looking to add to his 230K tally in all-time earnings. Mr. Chung Win Van. Pocket sevens for Chen on the button. Healthy stack now of 46 bigs. Can consider a 3-bet. Or perhaps try to hit that 7 on the flop. Goes with the ladder.
Mr. Khan in the small blind with the suited wheel ace, ace deuce of clubs.
Mr. Khan loves aces. I have a feeling he's along for this ride.
We just saw him squeeze with ace-9 offsuit versus a button raise and a small blind flat. Is he going to squeeze again? He will. Is going to squeeze to 21,000 over the +2 raise in the button flat.
Great timing here. Does have a loose open, so to speak, from early position from Chung Van. Recognizing Chung having a huge stack, could be opening pretty loose. And
So
Chen does have pocket sevens, but facing a relatively big bet. Likely not getting the direct odds to try and hit a set. Gets it through. Well done. What a great squeeze there by ace-2 suited. Back in the driver's seat. So a player we've been highlighting right from the start of this feature table does not disappoint. Mr. Khan, as we call him, Wu Tuan from seed 8. Now all the way back up to 62 bigs after losing a huge pot. Tan Duan Lee is the chip leader, 113 bigs, as we're approaching about 178 players left at this day 2 of the main event. It's a great ride it's been so far, the first couple of hours at the day 2 of this main event. I've been really looking forward to getting the stream started, and I'm glad that the players at our feature table have not disappointed. So now we will be, of course, rotating out the players. We will be taking a short break in the booth as well, a 15-minute break for the players. Make sure you don't go anywhere. My name is Vidar Singhal, joined by Greg Goes All In. We will be joining you shortly, finishing out day 2 of this main event from the APT here at Hanoi. Stay tuned and come back. See you soon.
Online poker room. Our next generation poker software is now initiating. Elevate your online experience with a wide variety of poker variations to choose from. Get fully immersed with fun and social features. Level up your game with PokerCraft and Smart HUD. Unlock a wealth of rewards including cashback, bonuses, and jackpots. Join world-class poker tournaments featuring some of the world's most renowned brands and the largest guaranteed prize pools in the world. Experience the best in customer service and hassle-free transactions for a seamless online gaming experience. With online poker available on all your devices, you'll be able to play your favorite games anytime, anywhere. Sign up now and elevate your online poker experience today.
Win may go back to back against Jung. He's run into the tens.
Oh,
Chang
wow.
gets
Goes
out
all
the
in.
way, and Jung could go from shortest stack to table captain in just 2 hands if he can hold here with the 2 red tens. Win. Absolutely nothing wrong with this jam. Small blind v button.
All in for his tournament life. 10 in the window.
Another set for Jung, but does need to fade the gut shot.
As the turn brings a king, picking up more outs here. No longer just a gut shot, but an open ender here. And it's not going to come, and that's going to be an elimination for Nguyen Nang Chuang of Vietnam. As Jung goes from being our short stack ninja now to being table captain in literally 2 hands.
You're right, you're right. Wow, he's going to take the spot with the queen 4 rather than waiting. Wow, Pachara, the potential double KO spot. He had one earlier on in the day. where he eliminated 2 players. His kings against 8s against 8-7. A very similar spot where there was a 2 big blind stack.
Henry, the chat is insisting that Thailand is running hot. I must say, I have no option but to agree at this point.
Well, listen, there's 5 cards to come. Michael looking for a king, some diamonds or some spades. Sasa looking for a queen or some funky straight. Hand number 148 to get us from 15 down to 13. Would come with a pay jump as well. For everyone else, the 10-10 tray board rolls off. So far, so good for Pachara. 9 of clubs on the turn does give Michael a couple more outs. No dice as the pair or the 4 rolling off on the river, and a double elimination. We're going to lose Michael Leck in 14th and Sasa in 15th, and Pachara with his 2nd double KO of the day.
Peter Kim in the big blind heads up here. Does have a defendable hand. Is going to defend, looking for some very specific flops. As flop comes, wow, how about that? How about that? Chan makes top pair, but Peter Kim flops bottom 2 with the heart on the flop.
That is sick.
Gonna check it over to our pre-flop aggressor. He's gonna be feeling pretty darn great with top pair here. But Peter Kim with a disguised 2 pair, straight draws about. Oh, this is gonna get spicy.
50k bet, fairly standard, but Peter Kim with almost a mandatory raise. You mentioned the straight draws that are possible, but it's also time to start building the spot at a time when your opponent has a range which might continue pretty wide. I'm thinking things with backdoors, overcards, things like queen 10s, queen 9s. Want to get value from all of those while you can. Raise it to 160. Chan, of course, with a hand much better than those hands. Off pair with the queen kicker. Certainly too strong to release at this point in the hand.
Oh my gosh. And Chan goes all in.
Wow. This is going to get instantly called.
And gets a call. Peter Kim not out of the woods yet. Is a 3-1 favorite to win, but has to dodge 27% equity. Needs to dodge counterfeit outs. Needs to dodge the queen. Needs to dodge the jack.
One of my least favorite situations in poker is to be ahead with bottom 2 against top pair. I don't know why, but it just feels like you're not as much of a favorite as the equity suggests.
Peter Kim! Queen on the turn, dagger to the heart. Needs an 8 or a 5 now. It's not going to come. Peter Kim gets it in so good here near the money bubble of the high rollers on day 2 and is eliminated. But stoic as always, an immaculate professional walking away from our featured table. Good game to Peter Kim of US of A. Ayaz in the chat, please and thank you.
How did I just call that?
Jacks running hot on this table. Carmen with jacks in the high jack. Looks down and says, oh, hi jacks.
I see what you did there.
Thank you very much. Gonna raise it up to 50k as the blinds increase to 10k, 25k, 25k.
Very smooth.
Gonna get all the way down to the blinds. Let's start with the small one. Bye-bye, hits the muck. 9-4 suited. Oh my god! Aces for Chan. The pocket.
Welcome to Asia's largest online poker room. Our next generation poker software is now initiating. Elevate your online experience with a wide variety of poker variations to choose from. Get fully immersed with fun and social features. Level up your game with PokerCraft and Smart HUD. Unlock a wealth of rewards including cashback, bonuses, and jackpots. Join world-class poker tournaments featuring some of the world's most renowned brands and the largest guaranteed prize pools in the world. Experience the best in customer service and hassle-free transactions for a seamless online gaming experience. With online poker available on all your devices, you'll be able to play your favorite games anytime, anywhere. Sign up now and elevate your online poker experience today.
Welcome back to the APT main event here live from Hanoi. We are here at the APT Summer Series. I am Vidar Singhal, joined by my co-host Greg. Greg goes all in, as we call him. Greg, welcome back. We are here kicking off coverage once again for day 2. We just had our first break. New round of players, new feature table, which we will be cutting to shortly, introducing all the new faces. Meanwhile, let's just announce we had 581 entries to this main event, absolutely smashing the guarantee of 12 billion Vietnamese dong, upping it to about 17 billion in the prize pool. That's good for $720,000 or so. 87 players will be paid, which has just been announced. About 178 players still left in the field on this day 2, and we will be playing down to the money as we head into day 3. We will, of course, be covering all the action all the way as we cut back to the feature table. Oh, so excuse me, these are actually the highlights. We saw some interesting hands already. The story of the hour really was one of our favorite players, who we call Mr. Khan. But we did see a couple of eliminations, some big hands here and there. The average big blinds at this feature table, at this tournament, I should say, have gone up to about 60 bigs, which just speaks to the lovely structure we have here at the APT. And I'm excited to see where this day ends up. Greg, how are you feeling about the action we're looking forward to covering here today?
I'm feeling great. It was a really exciting couple hours, first 2 levels. And something that we noticed is, yes, the big blinds are pretty big. Average big blind stack is pretty deep. However, we just saw players kind of dropping like flies. So it's a great combination of action that we have right here, right now, of deep stack poker, but really fast action.
Well,
and
yeah.
I expect that things aren't going to change, or things will continue after we return from this brief break.
Yeah, that's a great point you raise. 87 players will be paid, about double of that left. So if you're in the field right now, you're looking around and realizing about half the players here will be walking away with something and have a chance at final tabling, perhaps winning what is going to be an amazing first place prize. We will be telling you more about the payouts as well, as we saw on your screen the elimination we had from the feature table. And this is the new feature table. As the cards are being washed, the dealer getting ready. Love this handheld shot. Get to see what it's like sitting at this feature table, as well as perhaps what the players are seeing, the outer tables behind. Lots of familiar faces as well as new faces on this feature table. We will, of course, as usual, be looking up where everybody is from, some of their past results, and be telling you more. But as I said, about 180 players left, 87 paid. This is sort of crunch time. You can't let your focus waver for even a second at most stages of a multi-table tournament, but certainly as you start approaching this countdown to the money, just been told there is a slight delay just as we figure out some of the chip counts. So as we get to knowing more about these players, we will be figuring out, sorting out some of our graphics and chip counts.
Two players that we can see right here. On the further right is Adrian Tantaro. Seems like more of a recreational player with 39K in Hendon Mob winnings, but representing France. We're getting to know a few more players here.
Yeah, I mean, I'm always highlighting the flags and just looking through the list. Of course, lots of Vietnamese representation. 2 players on this table, 2 out of 8. But also from France, Singapore, China, Japan. You'd love to see it. The diversity at the APT never goes amiss. The biggest stack is absolutely massive on this feature table. Seat 5 is Go Van Dat, familiar face on the circuit, particularly at the APT. 368,000 in chips. I believe that's going to be good for over 140 big blinds, if not more. That is absolutely incredible. The average stack right now is 121K. He has 3 times the average. As we cut to a shot of actually where the commentary booth is, hidden of course by the structure we've set up there. 2 familiar faces in this shot to me, particularly from the Indian contingent, Kunal Patni, one of the crushers from India, on the outer table there. And this, of course, is just one of the floors of action that we have going on. We are here on the 2nd floor at this beautiful venue, the Grand Loyal Poker Club, the Grand Vista Hotel in Hanoi. I'm sure the 3rd floor is buzzing as well. I didn't get a chance to go to it, Greg, but I just love hearing the sound of riffling chips. The buzz in the air.
Yes.
Lots of side events going on as well.
Like cicadas on a summer night as you just walk into a poker room and just an overwhelming wave of all of these chips, ceramic chips, clacking together. It's really quite the ASMR experience, if you will.
Like cicadas on a summer night. Very poetic, Greg.
Thank you. I stole that from Maria Konakova's book, the Art of Bluff or something like that.
Oh, that's right.
Where she details her story about...
she just sort of randomly entered the poker world and became really good, right?
And was coached by Eric Seidel, and how she describes walking into a really large poker tournament, her first large multi-table tournament series.
Well, look at this. Look at this shot. It probably felt something like this. Just super dialed in poker players, chips riffling like cicadas, as you said. Somebody getting a massage. That's always nice. There we go. Another massage.
Nice, nice.
One of the features of being in the Grand Loyal Poker Club. And I mean, this might not all be main event players, by the way. We have, I think, 5 side events going on today. That includes a single-day high roller, a crazy pineapple turbo, by the way, which is super fun. If you haven't played No Limit Hold'em Crazy Pineapple, listen, I'm not going to go into the rules here. Let's just say you start with 3 cards, get down to 2, see the flop, then choose a card. It's all super fascinating. We, of course, have some saddies also today. So if you're in the area, feel free to drop by, check out the action. As we cut back to the feature table, and I believe we are ready to get it going. I'm sure the players are itching to play as well at the start of this level.
We're going to see an open under the gun to 5,000. Blinds are 1K, 1.5K. Sorry, 1.5.
1.5, 2.5, I believe. Or perhaps 1.2, 2.4. We'll know in just a second. But the players have colored up, as they say. The 100 chips are no longer in play. So I believe the chips you see in front of you, the yellows, 1,000. The blues would be 500s. And the purples, I believe, I assume 5,000 there. Yeah. So we see a defense from the big blind. The graphics will be up very shortly, slight delay. But we will be able to follow along what's happening.
Yep. Until then, a little bit of poker in the dark. So under the gun versus big blind. This flop comes 8-7-5. Action on big blind. It checks and flow. It goes check, check. Turn is a 10, so board reads 8, 7, 5, 10, 2 spades. Single raise pot. Big blind now gonna lead out here. About 9K-ish in the pot and a bet of 7,500. Really large bet here by the big blind. More than 2/3 pot bet. And a fold from under the gun, and big blind's gonna take this down. Love to see the Asian Poker Tour hat. Need to get myself one of those.
Yeah, why don't we have these, actually, Greg?
Yeah.
Need to get on it.
The big bosses, if you're listening, Vidur and I would like to look like these two gentlemen on the screen. How cute would we look? Just in the booth, side by side, Asian Poker Tour hats on.
Love it.
Love it.
That was seat 4, I believe, taking down the pot. It's Yongbo Jiang from Singapore. Adding a little bit to his stack. Relatively shortish stack. Below average, 62,500 to start off. There we go, the graphics are back. Fedor Dedloff. Under the gun now.
Yongbo Jiang with 75,000 in winnings on Hendon Mob. Nothing to scoff at. And Vu Duc Trong here in +1 are probably has the most winnings on Hendon Mob of this feature table with close to 600,000 in total lifetime earnings. Gonna get into the mix here, representing Vietnam with the pocket threes. And Aki Koichi of Japan picking up the jacks. Aki, probably one of our more recreational players. I see from lifetime earnings has about 40,000. Nothing to scoff at either.
Well, he does have jacks right now. In the cutoff, 19 big blinds. Can certainly consider 3-bet jamming, but instead, 3 bets for value, really. Makes it 18,000 to go. Decent amount of his stack already in there. 12 big blinds behind, that's 31K. Vu with the pocket threes. Is going to be really eyeing his opponent's stack and deciding accordingly. Vu, of course, completely familiar with the dynamics of a main event, considering the last time he played a main event in Hanoi, he was the runner-up. That was in February. Looking to improve, out-pip himself, and perhaps win this one. Starting with the decision he chooses to make here.
Vu's best live cash is $73,449. If he were to win this event, could very easily surpass that, as our prize pool is just over 17 billion VND, or about 700,000 US dollars.
Vu does find the fold completely understandable given his hand and the stack sizes. Other Vietnamese hero in the making, Vu.
Wow, take a look. Our first look at the chip distribution here. Massive chip leaders, Van and Fedor, with over 100 big blinds, and everybody else just hanging on.
I mean, what a monster stack. 360,000 and above. That's for Govan Dat, who, by the way, is the owner of a talent company of influencers. And I don't know, Greg, you think we should make a pitch to him for ourselves here?
Sign me up.
Don't leave me behind, too. I can influence people.
Sign me up.
There we go. The industry just makes you so cutthroat, huh? Leaving me behind.
It's the poker world.
Poker is just an individual sport. Certainly shows up in mentality sometimes, don't you think?
I guess, absolutely. I think on the felt, yes, it's a very individual sport, but, you know, if you want to go fast, go alone. You want to go far, go together. You understand what I'm saying?
Love it, love it.
King Jack suited raised by Kelvin Tan from +2, and Jiang, 27 big blinds, picks up the aces.
How about the goods? Just on the button, where any 3-bet looks a little bit loose.
Ducks hit the muck following the 3-bet. So action back on Kelvin Tan with King Jack suited. Suited royal cards, a candidate to call versus 3 bets.
It is tempting to try and peel, maybe hit something really juicy, thinking that you might be able to, well, almost double up considering the stack size is similar, but he is going into this flop absolutely dominated.
As flop comes, disaster for Calvin as he makes top pair, Jack 9-7 versus the aces.
Uh-oh. A mandatory continuation bet from Zhang, and I have a feeling a mandatory continue from Calvin.
Versus a C bet, as uncomfortable as that is, Tan does have to continue as he's still ahead of a lot of missed hands like Ace King, Ace Queen, Ace Tens. Any other 3-bet candidates? Tens? Not. And wow.
Does it go check, check, and just a bank for Calvin on the turn? The board becomes even more dangerous for aces.
SPR less than 2. Stacks could easily get in here, as we might see some Singapore on Singapore conflict.
Well, I am pretty confused considering that he checked behind the aces, certainly realizing that Jack 9-7 is a super wet board, but an undergun +2 open and a defend to a 3-bet does not really smash Jack 9-7. Some sets certainly possible, but now with the King of Hearts, literally everything on the table in terms of hands that beat aces, Zhang, now that he's deceptively played his aces on the flop, might want to just continue by calling as opposed to raising, even though the stack size will make him very uncomfortable.
Oh wow. And Junk goes all in. He's thinking, if I'm calling here, I might as well go all in. Action back on Tan, who makes the quick call. If you have a flush, so be it. I've got top 2. And Jiang, all in for his tournament life with aces, does have outs. Any 9 or 7 will give him a better top pair. Any ace will give him a set. Jiang needs a 9-7 ace to stay alive here.
Rough turn card. Can the river rescue? No.
Cannot. And aces will get cracked here on a feature table like King Jack suited. And it's going to be a good game for Yongbo Jiang of Singapore.
Perhaps saying out loud that if he had bet the flop, the outcome would have been the same. Most likely he is correct. GG, sir.
GG's.
Hard luck. Seems a bit confused where to go. Disappointing finish, of course.
Yeah, you've been grinding this for 2 days, and suddenly it's like you get plugged out of the matrix. You're like, where am I?
Calvin Tan now up to 3rd in chips, rather. Thanks to that nice little pickup, almost a double up.
Lots of people in the chat. Thanks for being here. Hi from Shanghai, China. Hello.
Hello,
Ni
hello.
hao. 大家好. Let's go Tantaro. Some Tantaro fans in the chat. How much now blind? The blinds are now, I believe,
2.4?
1.2, 2.4? I don't see any black chips on the table, so I don't think
oh,
so.
2.5 rather.
1K,
yeah.
2.5.
We colored up because we've gotten rid of chips that are 100. 1K, 2.5. Effectively the same thing.
Yan Shen saying ni hao in the chat in Chinese characters. Love to see it.
Well, how about Wee Wee Jin saying lots of good-looking guys? Hey, hey.
Hey, hey.
If any of you at this feature table right now, watching the stream afterwards, make sure you take note of that compliment from Wee Wee.
Running hot in poker and in life. So sick. Fedor might just get into the mix here.
Well, anytime you have a player named Fedor at a poker table, it is going to put a little bit of pressure on you to perform really well. Thanks to the legend Fedor Holz, German Wunderkid.
Representing Russia here. Fedor gonna raise in the small blind versus the big blind.
Big raise, 3.5x.
Action now in Vu in the black shirt with the bird.
Doesn't seem ready to give this one up. Seems to think that the big raise is really sus. How about this? Continues with the 10-7 off, really using the power of position and effectively just not believing that Fedor has some sort of a monster here. Thinks 10-7 off might perform okay.
And Vu finds a pair here, blind versus blind, queen 10-6, pair of 10s. It's going to be pretty good here, and it is very good. Fedor with 7 high and the pre-flop aggression. His aesthetic right now, just the epitome of what you think a poker player would look like. Hoodie on, hat on, immaculate poker face, undisturbed. Bet 6.5k into 20, about a third. Second pair going to be pretty strong blind versus blind. His ranges are going to be very, very wide. Six of diamonds of turn, pairing the board and bringing in the backdoor diamond draw. Changes nothing as Vu now gets the check mark here. If Fedor wants to win this pot, he is going to have to bluff.
It's a pretty bad card for Fedor. Firstly, Vu can easily have a 6 given how the hand is played out. I mean, after all, Vu has a 7. At the same time, most hands that are calling on the flop are likely to continue here unless they were just gut shots of some sort. Fedor does not let any of this get to him. Decides to continue telling his story, realizing that even if he does not get the fold on the turn, he can sort of represent having a big hand on the river considering of the big pre-flop raise. Now the sizing is starting to get a little bit more intense.
Yeah, in fact, about basically 20k into 30k, 2/3 pot bet. Fedor immediately making his presence known on this feature table as a very aggressive player, or some might say, very aggressive player.
Vu is facing the heat, but I don't think he can fold yet. If he defended the hand pre-flop, called the flop, not much has changed. Might want to see one more street. After all, he was not a believer. Knows that hand set is such as Ace-King, Ace-Jack, other Broadway cards, even hands that perhaps would have gut shots, would continue and play the same way. Absolute brick on the river, and now things get really interesting. 7 high for Fedor. There's also this element of not wanting to show down this hand. You might want to bluff simply because you will be forced to show first. Really messes up small blind, big blind dynamics. But how much more can you put in there? Let's think about the range of hands that Fedor thinks Vu might have. Anything that's something like a 9-8, which would be a double gut shot on the flop. Jack-9 would be a draw as well, to the straight. Something like a King-Jack, of course, would play the same way if Vu was to have that. So there are hands that can fold the river here.
Wow. And just triple barreling with 7 high the entire way, blind versus blind.
How's that for a third bullet? 45k into about 55. A big bet, fairly polarized. I mean, this is almost like a fourth bullet considering the pre-flop raise as well.
It's very difficult for Vu to make a call here. What does he beat that triple barrels? King Jack, 7-8 of diamonds, 8-9 of diamonds, King Jack diamonds.
A lot of hands that are something like Broadway cards with an ace in them might check in Fedor's spot, try to take the showdown with their ace high. That's why polarizing your hand sometimes works really well. I think Vu can knock out hands that are going for thin value out of Fedor's range.
And if anyone can make this call, it's going to be Vu, who's our most decorated player here on this feature table with 600,000 total live earnings on hand and mob.
This is a tough spot. I mean, he needs to hero call for more than 50% of his stack here.
If he calls and he's wrong, he'll be left with only 15 big blinds.
And what a convincing story Fedor has told. I mean, kings and aces would play the exact same way. So would ace queen. Hands that would go 3.5x pre-flop from the small blind. Bet flop, bet turn. Paired board to the 6, ideal for an overpair or an ace queen. And bet river. Try to polarize to get hands such as a 10 to call. This is why poker is not easy, ladies and gentlemen. Easy to look at the cards as we are looking at right now and wish Vu could find the call button, but convincing story to be facing. Does find the call.
How does he do it? How does he do it?
Sick. Absolutely sick hero call there.
And that's going to be a very pertinent information that Fedor has just given the entire table. Barreling 3 streets blind versus blind with no back doors, no front door draws, just 7 high.
Fedor has to be thinking, what else could I have done there? How could my story have been more convincing?
It was very convincing. Very, very convincing story.
Talk about being a decorated player. I mean, Vu just showing what it takes to reach the heights that he has. Sick read there. Great hero call.
How did he do it? I want to know. I imagine maybe some player history between the two of them, though I haven't seen Fedor on the APT streets before, so hard to imagine, but perhaps there's been a lot of history in the past couple days.
I think it's just a sicko, Greg.
Oh, I get it.
I think it's just a soul read sicko move. Some guys just have the sickness. What can you do?
That's fair. Heads up to a flop here. Blind versus blind action again, and with 2 cards, 2 holdings are gonna be very connected, and it's gonna be one of those boards where they do clash. Vu with bottom pair and the open ender. Tantaro with bottom pair as well. More chop outs now for Tantaro. Any card above 9 is gonna give them the chop.
I think we've officially run out of space up top.
Yeah,
Look at those 22 outs.
And River 7 and wow. Can you say counterfeited as
both players play the board? Oh, excuse me, 8. 8 high is actually the winning hand here. 9s and 7s with an 8 kicker versus 9s and 7s with a 6 kicker on the board.
It's so sick.
This would be hilarious if it goes down to showdown. 7.5k in the middle. Vu decides to turn his hand into a bluff. Little does he know is value betting.
What?
Excuse me?
What?
Vu is so confused. Oh my word. Adrian did not realize he's been counterfeited. And Vu laughing because he is by mistake value bet his 8 high.
And a really unfortunate misstep there by Tantaro. Yeah, so that makes sense that he didn't realize he got counterfeited. Called with the 3 pair. And called playing the board.
That's one you don't want to be on stream.
But that's an interesting hand, isn't it? Getting value with 8 high. Why is Vu so sick? I'm liking your theory. He's just, why is he so good? How does he win so much?
He just is.
He's just so sick. That's a highlight reel.
Why is the sky blue? Why is Vu sick? Some things we never know the answer to.
Does a one-legged duck swim in a circle? It does.
Yeah, and we do know the answer to why the sky is blue, but you get the point.
Dot with King Jack offsuit of Vietnam. Gonna get into the mix here on the hijack.
Absolutely monster stack finally being put to work with a reasonable holding. Same hand for Fedor in the cutoff.
Dot with 76,000 in total lifetime earnings on Hendon Mob. Fedor, who just got his hand caught in the cookie jar, gonna 3-bet the King Jack offsuit. Great candidate versus a late position raise with blockers to strong hands. Adrian gets out of the way. 10K to call for Dot. It's the battle of the hoodies. Who will prevail? Baby blue or sunset yellow?
How do you know the exact names of those colors, Greg? I cannot help but ask.
They are as they say they are.
Okay. That's deep.
I'm like that's okay. That's fairly universally baby blue.
Okay.
And then I kind of had to do a bit of improv for the yellow one because I don't know many shades of yellow. So I said the first thing that was yellow that came to mind.
I don't think.
If I could revise it, I would have said mustard, but sunset came to mind.
I don't think sunsets are yellow. In fact.
What color are sunsets? Let us know in the comment section below.
Along with the comments, by the way, make sure you drop us a like if you are in the chat right now. Really helps get the stream out there.
I don't need to understand Vietnamese to understand this, but I just see call voice 6 high. Yep, correct. That happened. Fedor with yet another playable hand. Just showed down a ginormous triple barrel bluff with 7 high. A great opportunity to utilize that image and get value with a made hand. Stay loose, play 7 deuce, they never do.
$22 bigs for Aki, are we calling him?
Aki. Or Ace King. Ace King I. Gonna come along in the big blind, so hijack versus big blind. Very connected holdings. As flop comes 8 high, Aki takes the lead with top pair jack kicker. Fedor does have the 2 overs in the backdoor straight and flush draw. Checks and flow to Fedor.
I do love when people's names correspond to their professions or their hobbies. Aki close enough to Ace King. I know a couple of players in India, their names are the word for ace in Hindi. And let's not forget, the great Vin Diesel is the star of all the car movies.
No additional backdoor outs here for Fedor, but he didn't need that with 7-4 off with the triple barrel blind versus blind. Curious to see how he continues to play this in position with the 2 overcards. Versus a board texture that's going to favor the big blind quite a bit. I'd like to check back here as the river gives Aki top 2 pair, jacks and 8s, 5 kicker. And now Aki, as surely has seen the big bluff that Fedor made. But it doesn't look like he's going to try to induce a bluff. He's going to go ahead and go for value.
Yeah, wants to get some value from hands that might check behind. I think Queen 9 is not one of the hands that can pay him off.
Yep.
Fedor does take the check back spot on the turn. He was correct to do so. Probably a little bit burnt from his experience with that 7-4 off hand.
And a fine pickup there for Aki, who has been pretty patient. And we see a new bag of chips entering the table. Anytime there's a bust out on our future table, we try to replenish that seat with a new player and new chips as soon as we can. That way we get to see new players and, of course, keep the tables balanced. Taking a look at our chip counts. Dot, 140 big blinds. And our shortest stack, Tantaro, Adrian of France. 24 big blinds. As we see, could it be? Yes, it could. It's Sophia Fulmer coming in to join the featured table here. Sophia has been a series regular and an extremely decorated player herself from Sweden, I believe? I may be completely wrong. Let me check. Sophia Lovgren Fulmer, decorated poker player, was on the main event final table back in Manila in the fall.
Clearly bringing in a lot of experience. Always an interesting dynamic for players who might not be familiar with a new player. You start making all sort of assumptions, which is of course part of live poker. I mean, you see an older player, you might think they're conservative. You see a woman, you might think they're a bit more timid. And I love sometimes when they're pleasantly or unpleasantly surprised by facing a lot of aggression, or clearly with the results Sophia has, the level of talent.
And definitely, we had the women's event yesterday, to which I was asking the question today is like, what advice do you have for poker players, female poker players who may be interested, women who may be interested in getting into poker? To which a couple of the responses were, utilize your image. So absolutely, definitely a lot of of course, kind of over glaring, generalized stereotypes about women when they play poker, and it's great to see that they've kind of almost reclaimed that and utilized that to their advantage. Fun fact about Sophia Fulmer is that she has never received a paycheck from an employer.
Wow.
She has always made a living from poker.
That is impressive.
Starting at the age of 17. This is a story she shared with me. But essentially, she started with no money in a poker account, and just played a free roll, won $1, and then built the bankroll that she has now from that $1 up.
Dude, that is like a 2007 story right there. I mean, that is like some old school online poker tale. Very, very impressive.
Very excited to have her here on the table. As we get back into the action, Jiang of Singapore. Oh, also she resides in Singapore. Jiang, I'm going to open up under the gun with Queen Jack suited. Gonna take it down. Sophia's name has not been added to our graphics quite yet, but we'll see that get added soon, I'm sure, as we get a chip count. A fun fact, as I recently just learned from her Instagram stories, she is currently pregnant as well. 3rd trimester, she said?
Boo, back in the mix. Queen 10 off, under the gun +2. Not the strongest of holdings, but decides to put that big stack to work. Has a lot of cred going into this hand, considering the monster hero call he made with 10-7 against Fedor.
Sophia looking like she's sitting about 100k in chips, and yes, confirmed by the graphics. Heads up to a flop, +2 versus big blind. Sophia makes top pair, 9 kicker. Versus Vu, two very decorated poker professionals. Heads up in this battle right here on our feature table.
Super dry board, King 3 deuce rainbow. Understandable that Vu decides to continuation bet. Sophia has an easy call here. You want to keep your opponent's bluffs in the mix. String them along. Not too afraid of any card except for an ace. which is exactly what hits the turn.
Vu also picks up a gut shot with that ace, and they continue to use that ace.
That is not the card you want to see if you're Sophia. Who knows, an ace is the perfect card for him to represent. It also could be one of the cards that Sophia has. With the 3 deuce on the flop, all the wheel draws would have been continuing also.
Also notably, Vu no longer the player with the most winnings on Hand and Mob. That title now goes to Sophia Lovegren-Fulmer here with 671,000 in Hand and Mob winnings.
$15,000, a big bet. Does get the fold. Power poker by Vu. Absolutely crushing the table over the past few hands.
Vu, so sick, gets the call with 8 high for value.
Unbelievable.
Absolutely unbelievable.
3 unbelievable hands in a row. Perhaps this one, the easiest to digest. Represents the ace perfectly on the turn. Gets a reasonable king to fold. Sophia, of course, the new entrant to this table, she does not know what Vu has been up to over the past few hands the way we do.
She does not know that Vu is sick, is ill.
Doctors say he's the illest. The little Kanye.
It's the illest. Is completely terminal. Getting into the mix again. Queen 10 offsuit from Vu. +1.
Well, it worked the first time. Decides to let this one go. Has somewhere to be, apparently. Has he been sitting on those keys?
It's hey, when you're playing for this long, you got to find some ways to stay awake.
That's one way.
Fang of China on the button, 9-7 off. Blind versus blind here. A quick call by Sophia with 7-6 off. Dominated by Dot's 8-6 offsuit as we go to a flop here.
You know, those keys reminded me, Greg, speaking of staying awake and collecting paychecks, I did have some day jobs back in the day, and I was falling asleep in a meeting once, and I took my pencil and just jammed it into my thigh.
That's one way to do it. And Sophia flops the open-ended straight draw, makes a bet, and gets 8 high to fold. The better hand. Sophia right in the middle of the pack here, 40 big blinds, alongside her fellow Singaporean, Calvin Tan. Fang Li, our short stack, with 23 big blinds, followed by Adrian the Frenchman. But no player under 20 bigs here, 22 minutes left in this level. Kelvin Tan of Singapore in the +2, going to raise up the King-Jack suited. As it folds around to Fulmer. And the blind. Down to the big blind to our Russian player, Fedor, with Queen 9 offsuit. A fine hand to defend in the big blind. Big blind range is going to be very wide, as big blind is incentivized to defend wider as he gets a discount. And there is a big blind ante in play. Makes the call here. As flop comes, 9 in the window. Fedor takes the lead here with top pair queen kicker. Kelvin Tan with the 2 overs and the backdoor flush draw. Checks and flow to Kelvin. Is going to make the continuation bet here. Of a third pot bet, 4.5 into about 15.
Big stacks battling here. All options on the table for Fedor. Red boards are sometimes favorable to check raising when you actually have it.
Was curious to see how Fedor plays with the made hand.
Exactly what he goes for. One of the reasons you want to do this is, of course, you can balance when you have draws. get folds from hands that have a lot of equity against you when you do have the draw. Wow, continue from Calvin. Another reason to check raise there is your opponent cannot really re-raise you, considering you have all the sets.
Wow. And one of those backdoor draws comes in. Both of the backdoor draws come in. What a great turn card for Calvin. He picks up the flush draw and the gut shot.
What a great turn card there for Calvin. Not only because he gets so much more equity, but it's a higher card to the 9, the top pair on the board on the flop. Does force a lot of hands that might have been getting frisky, including the one that Fedor has, to slow down on this turn. Not Fedor. Slowing down has not really been in his wheelhouse.
The brakes are broken. Gonna continue here. 22k into 38k. About 2/3 pot bet. Going to charge Calvin for this river card.
Calvin
Gets a customer.
Yeah, didn't even think about raising, by the way. Just decides to realize his equity, just picked up so much of it. And how
Wow.
about hitting the nut straight on the river?
And giving Fedor 2 pair.
What a card.
Both players loving this card. 2 pair for Fedor. Nuts for Calvin.
It is the third diamond, going to give both of them a little bit of pause. But Fedor, who has been super active, super aggressive in this hand, check raising on the flop, double barreling on the turn, was ahead, now hits 2 pair. Surely thinking about getting some value, but look at the stack size. So awkward. 82.5k in the middle, 103k behind for Calvin. Mind you, Fedor hasn't even looked over to Calvin's stack. Maybe he's looked while the camera wasn't on him, but he's going for some value here. And Calvin, well, he's not going anywhere. The only question is, does he put it all in there? Or is he a little bit afraid of the third diamond?
And a quick call.
Fedor gets the bad news. The runner hurts a little bit extra.
And a massive pot here for Calvin. Now working to stack up to 238,000, about 95 big blinds. And that puts Calvin Tan second chip leader on our feature table with 95 bigs. And unfortunately takes Fedor down to 31 big blinds.
Rough going there for Fedor. Not much he could have done. Played the hand well. Really unfortunate river card, giving him the 2 pair.
160 players left remaining. 87 get into the money.
Average stack, 59 bigs. Very, very healthy. Very deep play. Discipline, shown by Tintaro under the gun. 10-8 suited, hits the muck. Always tempting to get busy with those hands, especially if you're coming from the cash game environment. 9-Jack suited hits the mucks as well, but look at that, 8-6 suited hits the muck as well. If you're a cash game player, you're probably cringing watching this, but really good disciplined poker there. Position matters so much. Ace-Jack, of course, going to open from the cutoff. Sophia Fulmer.
Will she get any action here from Vu in the big blind with the big blind special as we see these two heavyweights clash it out post-flop? We will not. And Sophia picks up the big blind ante, and the small blind. And as a wise man once told me,
I know what you're going to say.
if that's all you do in an orbit in a tournament is win the blinds, you win the tournament. Vitter single, everybody.
I wish I remember where I heard that, but I found it very profound. And then you told Henry this, and I was watching the stream, and you and Henry were in the booth. And Henry didn't agree for some reason? Henry.
How can you it's an indisputable fact.
He had some edge case he was arguing about. What about when your head's up?
Well, yeah, even when your head's up. It's okay, we'll give him some leniency. He was in a motorcycle accident.
That's true, that's true. Henry Kilbane is who we're referring to. We need like a title for him, you know, like the
Henry
like
Kilbane.
Doyle was the godfather of poker. Henry needs to be what?
I see it as like a name and then title. So Henry Kilbane, commentator extraordinaire. motor accident survivor.
Well, let's not make that a permanent title.
That becomes his entire personality and identity. Kidding, of course, wishing Henry Kilbane all the best as he recovers.
Will be joining us later on today. In the booth.
Kentaro in the big blind. Versus Fedor's raise. Fedor, again, the brakes are broken. Gonna continue getting to the pots here. So heads up here. Button versus big blind. Queen Jack versus 7-6. As flop comes 4 high.
Almost a nut straight for Fedor. Pretty
So
good
close.
flop, all things considered in position. Really tough for your opponent to have you beat. I know big blind tends to defend widely, but 4 high, as good as it gets to try and represent having an overpair. Fully expect to see a continuation bet here. This is why poker is difficult, ladies and gentlemen. Queen jack off, board is 4 deuce 3. What can you do but fold?
Yeah, especially with 21 big blinds. 2 overs fairly decent, but there are higher EV spots to take.
Look at those flags. Diversity as always. Super impressive on all the feature tables. I believe I counted about 6 countries there. Multiple people from Singapore, France even.
That is the flag of Sweden. Of course, Sophia does reside in Singapore now. Pocket 8s for Fong. I always get pretty excited when I see a Chinese player pick up pocket 8s. I myself, being a Chinese person, picking up 8s is
as lucky as it gets.
As lucky as it gets. And with 21 big blinds left remaining, not a bad hand to pick up. Raising pocket 8s from +1. It's going to get around to the button here to Vu with ace-9 suited. 2 overs to the 8s and suited to the hearts.
Vu once again is going to find himself in the action, understandable. Ace-9 suited on the button. Discipline once again from Adrian. 6-5 suited hits the muck. Small blind is of course the most notoriously difficult position to play from. Good to show some discipline.
Flop comes King, Queen, Jack here. That's going to be a pretty terrible flop for pocket 8s, but pocket 8s currently are good.
Everyone hates this flop. All paint. But does Vu realize that everyone hates this flop? Takes the free card. Paint again.
Bringing in now 2 flush draws. No players have it.
Wow. Calvin picking up chips with the 7 high on the King, Queen, Jack, Queen board multi-way. Really good 6th sense for where others were at in this hand. Very impressive stuff.
Knows that our pre-flop aggressor likely capped when he checks back here, and Vu likely capped when he checks back on the flop in position. If it is anyone who can represent a strong hand here, it is going to be Calvin Tan, and he does know this. And going to lead out with 7 high, the worst hand, and is going to take down the pot.
Color me impressed. What a great bet. I mean, these are the kind of plays that separate the best from the rest. Anybody else would think, hey, I defended my big blind, I was getting the right odds. Comes King, Queen, Jack, I have 7 high. Maybe this one's not for me. Not Calvin. 90 bigs now. Great stuff. So Greg, you're the fashion expert in this commentary booth.
Am I?
Between the two of us, let's face it.
I'll take it, okay.
And looking at Calvin, now that I'm so impressed by him, I couldn't help but pay attention to his overall look, overall vibe. I'm sure we'll cut to it very shortly.
Okay.
Sleeveless hoodies. What are your thoughts? That's what Calvin is rocking.
When you say sleeveless hoodies, I can't help but recall that, you know, fashion is impractical. You know, fashion hurts and it's impractical. The more it hurts and the more impractical it is, the more fashionable it is.
I feel like we're talking
heels, sleeveless hoodies, corsets.
Mm-hmm.
You know? And now you think about practical clothing. Socks with sandals.
Mm-hmm. Love socks with
Unfashionable.
sandals. I love it.
Right? So I think what we're learning here is the more the takeaway I'm trying to say is the more impractical something is, the more fashion it is.
So the final verdict on Calvin, who we see in the shot, is...
The most fashionable man I've ever seen.
Fashionable.
Sunglasses indoors. Fashionable.
Super impractical. Just makes everything dimmer, really, but you're right. How about flopping a flush there for Koichi in the big blind?
Insta check mark.
Flopping everyone dead.
I just had our live stream team just saying, what about Crocs? Like really trying to defend that point. Like, whoa, what about Crocs? Yeah, insanely comfortable, incredibly practical, notoriously, infamously bad fashioned.
It's like nothing I like is considered fashionable. So sad. And Calvin thinking, my little bet into 2 people worked the last time around with 7 high. How about with ace high? Gonna get the bad news here. This might be the end of the hand though. Koichi had a vulnerable flush, understandably deciding to raise it up. Calvin had bet 2.5k into about 20. No need for Hollywood. Let's this one go. Shows the ace, I believe. Oh, shows the 3. Good, good. Good to see some fun camaraderie, some banter maybe. 138k for the chip leader still. Go one dot. I mean, talk about being multi-talented. Run a digital marketing talent agency, handle influencers. You just walk into poker rooms, absolutely crush. Be the chip leader on day 2. Pretty good life there for Gomandat.
Shout out to Kayla joining in as our dealer. Kayla, quite the polyglot herself, has brought a lot of value to the APT in helping us translate between Vietnamese and Mandarin and English. Rocking the ao dai, the traditional Vietnamese clothing.
Baby blue, huh, Greg?
Baby blue?
I can never now look at that color and not think the word baby before just saying blue.
Baby blue, sky blue. Such a beautiful shot. The baby blue hoodie juxtaposed by the mustard yellow hoodie. Vu gonna raise up queen 9 offsuit on the hijack.
Getting frisky.
Akeem with ace jack in the small blind.
Wow. That's a go. Tough to play the small blind. Ace jack perhaps a bit too strong, but Vu might have fostered a bit of an image here, considering the hands he's shown down, the hands he's won.
A tight fold from the small blind, and Vu is so sick. Had the worst hand there of his and the blinds, and takes it down.
Duck Chung Vu, more like sick Chung Vu, am I right?
You're right.
Six minutes left at this blind level. There we go, the handheld shot, this time from a new angle. Love to see it. See the little semicircle of our feature table. 8-handed. Some understandable yawns there. We're approaching about 4 o'clock here in Hanoi. 3 hour plus into day 2. Sometimes you have some food coma that kicks in.
Vu, king, queen of diamonds. Raises it up from +2. Adrian, our short stack, 20 big blinds, has Jack 10 suited. A fine call, but is going to make a fold. Going to find a better spot. Calvin with Ace 8 suited. He's going to put it in the raise from the cutoff. This allows him to play post-flop in position. This incentivizes the button to come along. Action back on Vu. We'll make the call. So we're going to see a 3-bet pot. Oh. Yes, it was a call. We're going to see a 3-bet pot heads up here. Vu out of position versus Kelvin Tan. As flop comes, wow, Jack 10 deuce. 2 hearts and a diamond. Open-ended straight draw, 2 overs for Vu. Calvin Tan with ace high currently ahead, but behind in equity.
Quick check back.
Turn 6 of spades.
An absolute brick, but considering all the equity that Vu has, combined with the fact that he could easily miss the river and then be left with king high, this might be the time to try and put some chips in the middle. Deny your opponent their equity. Chooses not to. And Calvin is given the chance to get a free look at the river. Instead, he actually bets when ahead. Gets to charge Vu for chasing his draws. Very interesting how this hand has developed, excuse me, I should say, but Calvin has been betting fairly small in these spots. It did work once multi-way, did not work the next time around when he had ace 3. And Vu might be looking to pounce on this small bet.
I sense a raise here. I was curious why Vu doesn't lead out on the turn. Oh, it just makes the call. Leads out on the turn. Perhaps he thinks he can get more value by allowing Calvin Tan to bluff, and that's exactly what does happen. But Vu does need to hit his outs on the river. An ace, a 9, king, queen of diamond. Hits a king here. Top pair, queen kicker.
Easy life. Just ends up with top pair on the river. Given the small bet on the turn, Calvin should be pretty capped. Of course, something like a queen 9 or ace queen, I should say, still possible, but who makes a good check knowing it's unlikely to get value if he donks. Could get Calvin to bluff at it with exactly the kind of hand Calvin does have. Calvin likely tempted to take back his showdown value with the ace high. Does beat a lot of draws that could have called on the turn. All the straight draws that don't have a king in them or a queen 9. Gonna get the bad news. Effectively got rivered, but of course Vu had plenty of outs.
And Vu maintains his reputation of being so sick.
His stack has really only gone one way ever since he joined the feature table.
How many people can join money in? I believe they're asking how many people in the money. 87! 87 in the money. Currently 151 players left remaining.
Yeah, that's a question from our chat. If you're one of the people in our chat, let us know if you have any questions or just say hi. Let us know where you're watching from, who you're supporting. And of course, if you can, hit that like button for us. It really helps us promote the stream and the game. Jonathan H says, Aki looks like he's lit. Indeed he does. Okay, Greg, pop quiz.
All right, I love pop quizzes.
What color is that? Fang Li on the button.
That's like a Statue of Liberty green.
It's a long name for a color.
I know. Oxidized iron green.
Hey, you know the Tiffany's, the jewelry
Yes,
store?
Tiffany green.
They trademarked the color. Nobody else can use that color. That's their color.
Except Fang, who
Except
just flopped
Fang Li.
trips here. Button versus big blind. She gets checked too with trips in position here. About 4,000. Just over a quarter pot bet here. Get calls from ace high, king highs that want to float. Pocket pairs.
How about queen high that wants to float?
Queen high that wants to float, also good.
Oh, I thought he had it. I thought he was going to float with the queen 4. Let's it go. That's been pretty snug ever since taking the monster chip lead. Go one dot. And why not? Has a comfortable 135 big blind stack. Too early to start really utilizing it for the sake of it, which is to say becoming that, so to speak, table captain. Usually much more effective to do that closer to the bubble, when you can really put pressure on your opponents. Right now, just play your cards, wait for some good spots.
Looks like we've entered a new level. Don't know if that is effective on this hand quite yet. We'll shortly find out, but blind level now is 1.53k. It will apply to this table for this hand. Kelvin Tan with the tempting and beautiful 9-8 suited. The same colors as his Singaporean flag.
Just a reminder, if you are joining us new to the stream, I see we've added a lot of new viewers ever since the last break. We're of course covering day 2 of the main event here at the APT in Hanoi. 581 entrants, putting up almost $1,500 to battle it out, leading to a prize pool of a massive 17 billion Vietnamese dong. That's around $720,000 US. 87 players will make the money. Out of those 581, about 280 started day 2 today. We will be playing down to the money. And we will be telling you the payouts after we hit the next break as we compile what the first place prize all the way down to 87 gets you. Back to the action here. Ace Jack suited from the small blind has whiffed. 5-4 in the hands of Fedor did make the pair and the best hand. Cut shot and 2 overs on the flop for Calvin. Does not bet them in position. Queen on the turn leaves things unchanged. 5-4 still ahead. Fedor has had a rough go of it on this table so far. Realizes he probably has the best hand. Question is whether to bet it or not. Takes the conservative route here. Calvin, who has been bluffing multi-way plenty, decides not to do so, and this time hits the absolute nuts on the river with the 6. Once again, Fedor going to get the bad news one way or the other, depending on what happens in this hand. Really giving this a think. Checks again. And Calvin has earned some credibility in terms of bluffing multi-way. Question is what sizing he goes for, considering it's been checked all the way till this point in this hand, ever since the flop came out. And let's not forget, every time he bluffed, he did so with a small size. This time going over half pot. Perhaps a tad too big. At least for the holdings these players have to even consider calling.
It's going to look suspect as well when it checks through on all 3 streets. Check, check, check on the flop. Check, check, check on the turn. Check, check, bet on the river in position. Even dot here with ace high. Considering looking him up. And Fedor now with 3rd pair. Considering the same.
Not too many hands make sense if you consider this story which is perhaps exactly why Fedor decides to call, gets the bad news.
Nut.
Just
Gut shot, nut.
Just the nuts. Fedor has to be frustrated. Considered betting the turn as well, which might have gotten a fold out of Calvin.
Things not really going Fedor's way on this feature table. Came in as with a very considerable stack, which has now dwindled to less than 20. Has to exactly 20 big blinds.
Yeah, has lost about 2/3 of the stack he came in with, if not more. A lot of those chips going in the direction of Wu. Dak Chung Wu, of course, was on the receiving end of a triple barrel bluff from Fedor. 7-4 off is what Fedor had there. So blinds 1.5k, 3k, about a 20% increase in the blind level. Does start feeling a little bit on the shallow side if you're in the 20 big blind mark, and you're forced to recalibrate that by about 15% or so when the blinds go up 20%. Fedor in the small blind against somebody he has to be a little worried about. Dak Chung Wu. 7-9 off, 19 bigs. Decides to limp this one. And Wu wakes up with a pocket pair. Can easily just jam here if he counts Fedor's stack. Really an easy jam against the limp. No reason to give your opponent a free flop when they're going to have overcards to you. Jams it. Going to get the fold. Fedor, more bad news. Really tough to stay focused. Not let the frustration get to you in situations like this.
That on top of being on a live stream table, I find live stream table tilt really is a thing. And it can be really difficult to navigate and adjust to as a first time live stream player, or even just as a recreational player. The pressure of knowing that people are watching you, the need to perform, can really tilt you off of your game. Definitely its own challenge in itself.
Yeah, sometimes just having a lot of feature table experience can be an edge as well, because you know you're still making unemotional decisions while others might not be doing the same.
Dot in the cutoff with Queen 10 offsuit.
Dot remembering he has a monster chip stack. Fedor finds a proper hand against the chip leader. With under 20 bigs. Can consider 3-bet jamming, as well as just 3-bet raising to a size that is a little more inviting to some calls. He knows the chip leader is going to be opening pretty light from the cutoff, late position. Does go for the non-jam. 3x, 3-bet.
If he gets a call, SPR of 1. Or less than 1.
Yeah, great sizing, but just screams strength. It's really tough for your opponent to continue with a hand that does not have a lot of equity against you. Queen 10 off is one of those hands that could be tempted to try and bink a card and then just get it in against the relatively much smaller stack. That has been pretty disciplined so far. Does he want to continue that discipline? Indeed he does.
And Fedor picks up some chips here and some morale as well.
Yeah, well said. I mean, so necessary sometimes to just turn the tides a little bit when you've just been getting pummeled by either the poker gods or the players on the table. Really helps center you mentally as well.
Yeah, it's like every 2 weeks there's something. Late July. Then there's one in Philippines.
I believe the players discussing other live series. Perhaps a good time to shout out our own other live series, Greg.
That's right.
This is, of course, the summer series of the APT in Hanoi, but we will soon be continuing the summer action in Da Nang at the end of next month. Make sure you check out the website to find out more details. That will be at the end of July. Da Nang, a beautiful venue in Vietnam as well, followed by a massive series in Korea, Incheon, towards the end of August, leading into September. Make sure you join us at those 2 stops. And if you do join us, come say hello to myself, Vidar Singhal, and Greg. Greg is easy to spot. He's usually creating some content, interviewing someone, or wearing his now famous all-in glasses. I'll be the Indian guy walking around, trying to look smart and get some credibility for what I say in the booth.
So yes, you can go to apt.poker for all the information about our upcoming events. Heads up to a flop here. Sophia Flumer, our pre-flop aggressor, picks up the premium. Ace King gets called by Calvin Tan in the blinds. This flop comes 10-4-5. Sophia's ahead with Ace King high, and Calvin has Ace high, backdoor flush, and the gut shot for a straight. Fulmer does get the call as the turn brings the 5 of diamonds. Changes nothing here. Tan checks.
Quick check behind by Sophia. Not sure how I feel about giving away those timing tells. Wonder if Calvin picks up on that. The 6 of clubs on the river. Calvin loves making small bluffs. This is no exception. With the ace high showdown value, it's almost like a blocker bet.
Wow, 6K.
On one hand, the pot odds look so incredible. On the other hand, what hand is calling on a 10-5-4 flop that does not have something by this river?
Yeah, even 6-7 picks up a pair.
Ace-3, perhaps one of the few hands that qualifies. But you figure your opponent having an ace might not convert it into a bluff. Very tricky spot. Milky bets like this tend to look strong.
And this might just induce what Fulmer thinks is a bluff. No, and just a call. And you know,
That's the good news.
that's the good news. And another modest pickup here for Fulmer of Sweden.
One thing I'll say, the problem with betting really small into really good poker players is that they will just go with the math. They will just heavy sigh and call it off. Perhaps exploitable if you have a really good hand, but usually giving a really good poker player the right pot odds when you're bluffing or if you have a weak hand is a bad idea. The thing is, they can always justify it to themselves. Ah well, the math demanded it.
No, not that.
So I believe 150 left. 87 players paid. About 60 off the money. If you're like me and you enjoy really funky, tricky poker, make sure you stay tuned because things get mighty interesting around the bubble, especially when we're talking about massive prize pools to play for. 720k USD is the prize pool for this main event here in Hanoi.
Blind versus blind now. Calvin, who has been very active here with the propensity to bluff. Gonna get into the mix here with the good old 10-6 offsuit. Raises it up to what looks like 10.5 or 11. It's gonna be 11K, and Aki with ace deuce in the big blind.
If you
Wow. Makes a very tight fold here, blind versus blind.
How about that?
Ace high.
Folds the ace.
Yeah.
I was going to point out something we hear again. Bit of commotion on the outer tables.
Sure.
Seems like people are having fun out there.
That's what we love to see at the APT. Yes, lots of money's on the line, but more important than the money, the relationships.
The vibes.
The vibes. The friendships. The people we meet along the way.
Familiar dealer here as well, Kayla, one of the more experienced poker dealers at the APT, has an APT. Is it a manicure job, like a fingernail that says APT?
Oh wow!
Every time she deals for the series, pretty cool stuff.
Does she have that today as well?
I don't know about today. Showed me her a fingernail in Fuquoc, said APT.
Very nice. Good to know.
Queen 7 suited. Tak Chung Woo getting busy. Is going to face resistance from Fang. Ace Jack off in the big blind. 17 bigs. Could have considered 3-bet jamming. Decides to just call and see a flop.
Heads up to a flop. Hijack versus big blind. Flop comes. 7-4-3. 2 diamonds.
How about top pair there for Vu?
Top pair for Vu. Backdoor flush. Fang with 16 big blinds with ace jack high. The 2 overs. Vu has been running so well and so sickly on this feature table. Outdraws. Fang leads ace jack. As we get closer and closer to money, seeing a little bit tighter poker here. I guess also with 16 big blinds left remaining. Difficult to peel with the 2 overs. And waits for a better, higher plus EV spot. Fang and Tantaro, both under 20 big blinds, 16 big blinds, and 15 big blinds respectively.
You know what I want to see, Greg? Some hoodie on hoodie action. Baby blue versus mustard yellow.
I know, it's been a while. Hashtag team baby blue. Hashtag team mustard yellow. Hashtag team Tiffany green. Loving all the pastel colors representing at this feature table. Action and Calvin now in the cutoff with ace king. Gonna raise it up to 7,000. Action on Lee in the small blind, playing tighter. Has a shorter stack. And Fulmer, Jack 8 suited, gonna call here. Heads up to a pot. Calvin versus Sophia with ace king in position. As flop comes, queen jack a deuce, 1 spade. Fulmer takes the lead with middle pair, pair of jacks. Calvin, Tan with the 2 overcards and the gut shot on the board. That's gonna favor his range much more than the big blinds.
These guys just got into it with the ace king versus ace 3 funky riverbed situation. Now Calvin, the one with the ace king, has plenty of outs. That's not one of them. Both players with gut shots now. 10 would be disaster for Sophia. Calvin checks behind. Once again, plenty of outs, ace, king, or 10.
River of Dreams brings a queen of clubs here. It's going to be a pretty decent card for Fulmer, as that takes out combinations of queen X's in Tan's range. And a quick check and a check back. Fulmer takes down yet another pot here.
Pretty surprised to see the quick check on the river from Sophia. Turn had gone check. Her jack is very, very likely the best hand, and Calvin.
She was out of position, I believe.
Yeah, indeed, but the turn had been checked. She might have considered betting for value there. Yeah, I mean, Calvin is going to be checking back most hands, considering he checked back the turn and the top pair on the board got paired on the river. So perhaps not taking her time there to think that one through. Tough to induce something from an opponent who checked the turn like that. But maybe the hand where Calvin bet the ace-3 off on the river playing into her head.
Yeah, I think some consideration of adding some value to your check-ring range out of position when you're up against a pretty aggressive player as well. Might have been the school of thought there. Fedor, 23 big blinds with the 6s under the gun.
Have you taken a crack at trying to say Fedor's last name? Dedalov? Dedalov? Russian, I believe. We'd have to ask him how to say that.
Dedalov. Gonna open up here under the gun with the 6s, starting with about 24 big blinds, 25. Gonna raise up to 6.5k. Vu with 8-7 suited. Going to let it go. Got somewhere to be.
There's multiple schools of thought, but it's actually, honestly, all three options are under consideration when you have 6s under the gun. Fedor does decide to go with the open, just over 2x.
Well, good result so far as he gets plenty of folds. It only gets the big blind to come along here. These hands could clash. Dot, our chip leader with 7-5 offsuit versus Dedalov 6s in position as flop comes Jack 8 deuce, rainbow. 6s are going to be good, but that's the issue here with these middling small pocket pairs is seems like a easy raise pre-flop, but it's very hard to navigate post unless you hit a set.
Definitely helps to be in position. Can represent all kinds of holdings. And let's not forget Dad has been one of the more passive players on the table despite his monster stack, and I'm sure with players of this caliber that has not gone unnoticed. Fedor takes the spot, gets the continuation bet through. And how about that hoodie on hoodie action that we were looking for?
Let's go. APT also working on their own APT hoodie merch, soon to be released. Keep an eye out for that.
Once again, something Greg and I demand. We promise to wear it in the booth every time the camera is cutting to us.
Even when the camera's not on us, I will be repping that hat and that hoodie. You just have to get it to me. Thank you, bosses. Hashtag thank you, APT. Let's look at that hat, that Asian Poker Tour hat with the symbolic red circle, the clear cut font. One worn by the decorated and stoic Fang Li. Who wouldn't want that hat? Welcome Megan to the dealer seat. Megan, also one of our very competent dealers here with the APT, has done a couple of series with us. Anglicized name, Megan. Vietnamese name, D.
D? Just D?
T-H-I, I believe.
Oh, T-H-I. D.
D. Something along those lines.
I want to learn more Vietnamese.
I do too.
Seems like a really fun language, and I've been watching some vlogs, by the way.
Yes.
Of a lot of, these travelers who make vlogs just traveling around, sometimes to Southeast Asia, sometimes India even I've been watching. And not to simplify things, but if a couple of these white guys could simply learn Vietnamese by working hard enough at it just to travel the country, surely someone with my bilingual background could pick it up.
Absolutely. I'm always very impressed with anyone who speaks more than one language. Myself, I speak 1.5, English and Chinglish.
Yeah, and I single out the white guys because honestly making the jump from English to a language a little more complicated like
that's
Vietnamese.
Tonal as well.
Yeah, tonal also.
Massive jump.
In India, we tend to have some of the same, at least, letters and pronunciations.
Right. Heads
whiff,
up.
Whiff for everyone.
Pardon me, three-handed here. Everyone has peanuts. But yes, to your sentiment. Go white guys.
I don't think that's...
Oh, sorry, I misunderstood.
I think that's the wrong sentiment, Craig. That one is fireable in different circumstances.
Speaking of which, nice hand, Sophia. All right, chip count. Dot has maintained the chip lead from the beginning. No surprise, 103 big blinds. Fang and Tantaro, short stack ninjas. Everybody else coasting in the middle. As we get closer and closer to the money on day 2 of the main event here at APT Hanoi, located at Grand Vista Hotel in partnership with the Grand Loyal Poker Room.
Great hotel, great poker room.
Great people, great vibes. And again, it's only day 7 of 10, so there's 4 days, including today, left. So if you're in the area of Hanoi, you want to make it down, we still got lots of events. If you want to learn more about those events, apt.poker is the place to go.
Yeah, there's like 5 events a day. I mean, you could even satellite into some high rollers. And don't forget all the fun ones. We have PLO. We have a No Limit Hold'em Pineapple event today.
That's right.
Which is going to be super fun.
And as well, tonight is the Players Party. We have a Players Party every series just to celebrate and, you know, let loose a little bit. At 10 o'clock tonight is the APT Players Party. For more information, go to apt.poker.
I totally forgot about that, Greg. That is going to be super fun.
So much fun. And it's very plus EV because free food, free drinks, free entertainment, good vibes. What do you have to lose?
I swear to God. I mean, listen, if you're here in day 2 of the main event, you either make the money and you have something to celebrate for free with your fellow poker players, or you don't make the money and
you have
even
no
more
excuse.
reason. Well, yeah, exactly. I did talk to a friend of mine, Nishant Sharma, outside, one of India's best poker players. Slept only a few hours because bagged day 1 in the main event yesterday. Stepped into the high roller. Just brings off a runners up. Makes 37,000 USD. Comes back to the grind. And will be at the players party.
Wow.
Talk about a full schedule.
Full schedule, well-rounded, good balance between work and life and poker. Great to see it. Data Love, 23 big blinds on the button. Queen 9 suited. Rocking the mustard yellow hoodie. The mustard yellow bandit, raising it up to 6.5 thousand. Vu, our very decorated player here, with close to 600,000 in total live earnings. In the small blind of 10-5 offsuit, is going to get out of the way. And down to our shorter stack in the big blind, our Frenchman, Tantaro, with King-Queen offsuit, with 13 big blinds. This could very well just go all in, and yes, it does.
Great timing. Button open, likely to be loose. Fedor has been one of the more active players on the table, and that's hard to miss for the rest of the table. King, queen off, just going to be good enough to 3-bet jam. Very likely to work here. I think Fedor might be posturing a bit. Let's it go.
And it's going to be some chips and morale shipped to Tantaro's way. What was it, Toronto?
Toronto?
Toronto.
How do you say it correctly?
Toronto.
You just got to like roll it off the tongue.
Toronto. Yeah, actually, no, you're supposed to say it with a CH. Like a real Torontonian says it with a CH. Toronto.
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 You can tell who's from Toronto and who's not. Just by the way they say Toronto.
I used to live in San Francisco.
Yeah.
And you know how you could tell if somebody was local or not?
How?
It's because everybody thought that locals call it Frisco because it sounded so cool.
Uh-huh.
Whereas
No one says
locals,
Frisco.
No one. No, everyone who's not local says Frisco. Hey, are you from Frisco? Locals just say SF.
And Fang picks up the pocket kings +1. Very likely to at least pick up the blinds or get a double.
What a great sight. You have 15 bigs. Blinds and big blind anti-approaching. You see kings.
Oh, Foat's the big blind though. He's like, please, dear God, somebody shove. And if anyone's going to give him action, it's going to be Calvin Tan.
Yeah, although queen 3 off is about as ugly as it gets. Min open from the kings. Does get the defense from Calvin Tan, and he has already cracked aces once. Can he repeat and crack the kings?
As flop comes 7, 8, 9. Pretty disgusting flop for kings here, but kings are the best hand.
Quick check to see if he has a spade, perhaps. He's not going to be happy about it, but he has 13 bigs. 2.2x SPR.
Wow.
See if that takes it down.
11k to 13. It just takes it down. It's like, you have a flop straight or a 2-pair, so be it. I've got kings.
For all those in chat, thank you for being with us, firstly. Love to hear from you. Love to hear where you're watching from. We're always highlighting the diversity at the tables, at the APT, in the booth perhaps. But how about in chat? What's the diversity in chat looking like? As we try to grow poker in Asia and around the world, we'd love to hear about where people are watching from.
Where are you from? What time is it? Let us know in the live chats below.
Ace-10 suited from Sophia, easy open, but the pocket 7s from Fedor, who has been getting the short end of the stick here more often than not. Might decide to take the spot. Under the gun +1 open does look strong. Pocket 7s certainly cannot be folding. Question is, does he want to call many people behind him, try to hit a set of some sort? Does he want to convert his hand into a 3-bet jam, get some fold equity along with it?
That strategy also allows him to realize his equity here. Very hard to realize your equity post-flop with middling or small pocket pairs.
Exactly.
So Daedalus does go all in here. Action back on Fulmer.
Tough spot. Tough spot. It's for about a third of her chips, a little bit more in fact. She knows she's flipping at best. Very unlikely that Fedor is doing this with ace-9. Exactly why she finds the fold.
Takes the fold.
Great stuff by Fedor once again, taking back that momentum that he finds himself losing every so often. Great timing. What a good result when you're flipping with someone and you get them to fold. It's like you won half your stack.
Fedor now in the middle of the pack, 26 big blinds. But a huge discrepancy, or disparity in chips I should say, as he does have 26 big blind chips and the one person above has 50. And a 71 on day 2 of the feature table here at the main event in Hanoi. Vu with ace-5 offsuit in late position on the hijack. Late position, middle position, depends who you ask. Next to fold. Action on a short stack now. In the cutoff. With 7 deuce, stay loose.
Calvin putting those chips to work. Has been one of the most active players on this table. King 4 off going to be good enough to open on the button. King 9 suited on the small blind. There we go. Aki has been extremely tight on the small blind. We saw him fold ace jack if I remember correctly. This time let's King 9 suited go. 5-3 off folds as well. Calvin getting it through.
And what a great spot for Calvin. If he knows that the players on his left are playing exceedingly tight, he's able to open wider on the button or cutoff so as to steal those blinds.
So stacks ranging from 17 to 105 bigs. Govan Dat, who has been the chip leader all through these past 2 levels where he's been on the feature table, has somehow still been the most passive player on the table. But this has effectively led to him completely retaining his chip lead. Dak Chung Vu has been one of the more active players, second in chips, about 80 bigs, all the way down to Adrian Tantaro, Fang Li, 17 bigs apiece. And things are going to get serious pretty soon. I believe there's about somewhere between 130 and 140 players left in the field. 87 of them getting paid today, making it into the money. It's going to be a fun day of coverage as we head into what is going to be a very, very interesting bubble. Big money to play for. Just a reminder, 17 billion plus Vietnamese dong, that's over 720,000 USD, is the prize pool. When we hit the break, we will get back to you with the payouts, with the structure. You can also check this on our website. Check out the live reporting. If there's anybody you're rooting for who's not on the feature table, very likely to find them in there in the live reporting. That's apt.poker.
Fulmer going to get into another pot here with Vu. 7-6 offsuit versus Wudong's ace-8 offsuit in position. As flop comes, Jack 10 for 2 spades. Ace-8 high is going to be good here. Sophia Fulmer with 7 high and peanuts. Not much you can do here against a c-bet.
If indeed Vu does make the c-bet, 10 Jack 4, pretty ugly flop for ace-8 off, but he knows the math. It's tough to flop a pair in poker. 30% chance that your opponent hits the board. With the board being this wet, a lot of hands might continue, but 7-6 off is not one of them. Gets it through. I'd say the story of this table, Greg, has been the player scooping up the chips right now. Dak Chung Vu.
It is Vu's world, and we are just living in it.
Over 250k in chips right now. Almost 90 bigs.
Vietnam representing very strong on the home court. The 2 biggest stacks from Vietnam.
Yep, Dak Chung, of course, and the man on your screen right now to the left, Govan Dat. Successful in business and poker, it seems like. Runs a marketing agency. Talent managing influencers. Soon to be joined by Greg Goes All In, I'm sure.
We'll talk. Have your people call my people, Dot. We'll talk. I don't have people, it's just me.
You got to do the Trump thing and pretend to be your own secretary.
Exactly.
Hello. Yes, he's available. Hold for one moment.
Data Love. Under the gun with 10-8 suited, gonna raise it up. Bit of a spicy loose raise under the gun, short stack. But when I see those suited gappers, man, something inside me changes. I feel the same way.
Well, it's funny. We just saw Adrian fold 10-8 suited under the gun. Maybe 10 hands ago. Fedor, who has been pretty loose throughout, does not hesitate to open them despite his middling stack.
Flop's gonna come. Queen Jack 3, 2 spades here. Dot makes middle pair, and Data Love does have a gut shot and backdoor clubs.
Backdoors for everyone. Black on the board. Black cards in these players' hands. Certainly makes sense to continue. Fedor has enough equity. Oh, and that simply cannot fold. Has flop middle pair. Those backdoors we just mentioned. Has that jack of spades. And now I'm very curious if a blank hits, how Fedor continues. 21 big blinds in his stack. That's not a blank.
Ooh. Wow, so
double gutter and the backdoor flush draw.
And it's going to be hard for Dot to continue versus another barrel, as now his second pair gets demoted to third pair. Ace of clubs is going to be very good for Data Love's under the gun opening range.
Well, there is that. There's the ace that you can represent, and in general, there's a thumb rule is when you're bluffing and you pick up more equity on the next street. It's a good idea to continue the bluff. Not only because you have equity in case you hit, you can build a pot. and get more value for when you do hit. But it just gives you the confidence needed and the right math to continue trying to maximize your fold equity. Now Fedor effectively semi-bluffing with all the equity he has. And no man dad, despite having the best hand, is going to feel mighty uncomfortable. Lets this one go. Well played by Fedor. That ace of clubs really assisted him and his aggression in taking that pot down.
Great turn card from the right opportunity. Utilized it, took the pot down with 10 high like a boss. As we can see, Fedor now 31 big blinds, getting out of the 20 big blind range.
He really has been one of the most interesting players on this table. That 7-4 offhand against Wu that cost him about half his stack, if not more, really exposed him as one of the more active players on the table. And you would think that would give him pause, but he seems to only know one gear. To get in the mix and try to get after those chips.
Fulmer going to open up on the button here, 8-6 offsuit. Data Love, Queen 7 offsuit on the big blind versus a button raise. Likely going to defend. Button versus big blind. Very common spot to find yourself in poker. Fulmer in position with 8-6 offsuit. It hits the 6, and that's going to be pretty good. You open up 8-6 offsuit, flop comes 6 high, and you take those. Data Love going to check with the 2 overs and the gut shot. $7,000 to 18.5K for Fulmer.
Yeah, certainly enough for Data Love to continue in this hand. That 7 of spades is also so key. All kinds of wraparound backdoors possible. Of course, you have 2 overs in the gut shot, as you just said. As we've mentioned, he's one of the more active players on this table. How about a raise? Oh, just a call.
It looked like a raise, though.
Yeah, I picked up a bunch of chips, but those were 1K chips, of course.
5 of clubs, peels on the turn. Might be cause for pause for Fulmer, as Data Love is going to have some 5Xs that call flop here and proof the trips. And on a board that's going to highly favor the big blind range over the button. Though it's close, both ranges very wide.
Certainly a lot of 5s in the range of Fedor when he continues on that board, but certainly a lot of 4s, some 7s, and just spades as well. Sophia checks behind for pot control and also...
Wow, what the worst card in the deck for Fulmer. Everything gets there.
Total bink.
Flush draws, gut shots, boats.
Pot control does backfire sometimes. Fulmer did have a hand that Fedor might have folded if she chose to bet her hand, but in this case, checks behind on the turn. Fedor catches the river, goes for value. Given that the 4 is a spade, could be a hand Fulmer finds herself folding, the 8-6. Just a pity though, raised from the button as you said, with 8-6 off, hit top pair. The run out, very likely favoring your opponent. Give Fedor a good stare for a second. I do like that. I wish you would actually look at him more. I mean, why not? See if your opponent's giving off some tells. Staring at the board can only help you so much. Hands that Sophia is beating include, well, not much, but maybe a 3 getting converted into a bluff. Or just some ace highs and king highs that are defending on the flop that decide to convert their hands into a bluff. When Sophia checks behind on the turn, she tends to have some showdown value.
I believe she's made the call here. Oh, makes the fold. Great fold by Fulmer. State of Love gets a fortunate river.
And how about that momentum for Fedor?
Absolutely.
Now a comfortable middle stack, as we see the stacks, in fact. 36 big blinds. Far cry from when he was below the 20 big blind mark. Fang Li now the shortest, 16 bigs. 15 minutes left until the break. 138 players remaining.
87 get into the money and will be entitled to a chunk of that whopping 17 billion VND prize pool. Again, that's about 700,000 USD. Fulmer, ace deuce of diamonds on the cutoff. Going to raise it up to 7,000. Vu in the big blind, 9-7 offsuit, big blind special likely incoming. Big blind special is here. And we're going to see these two heavyweights clash again post-flop. Vu, professional Vietnamese poker player, 600,000 winnings. And Fulmer herself, having been a poker pro for close to a couple decades.
Did you almost
or
dox her
decade or
age?
so. What's that?
I said, did you almost dox Sophia's age there?
I think I misspoke it. Sorry, I don't think it's been 2 decades. I think it's been like more than a decade. Top pair, deuce kicker, C-bet, winner, winner, chicken dinner.
Is a deuce kicker even a kicker?
Huh? Is a deuce even a kicker?
Philosophical question there for you, Greg.
Oh, actually, that's true. Can deuce ever be the kicker with the run out? It can't, right? No, it can't.
It can.
How?
Well,
ace 8-3. How does the board have to run out?
Yeah, I'd have to think about that one, but usually some paired board situation.
No, because if let's say 8 comes on, then it's aces and 8s 3 kicker. Yeah, deuce can never be your kicker. Oh, with 2 more cards to come out. By showdown, I mean. Aki with 8. Aki representing Japan has been taking a more tight strategy here. Patiently waiting for an extremely plus EV spot. He's going to take it with the 8s.
Certainly plus EV to raise 8s. As it happens, he's against 2 overs. Wu folds a small blind. Adrian finds rags in the big blind, lets it go.
Okay, +1 versus cutoff. Aki with 8s out of position. As flop comes ace queen 7. Not a great flop for 8s here. Ace high board. 2 overs to his 8s, but gonna bet his range here. 20.5k in the pot, bet 7k, third pot bet. And Dot, our chip leader with plenty to spare, with top pair, backdoor flushes, not gonna go anywhere.
Rough flop for Aki for sure, but at least it's easy to see you're likely behind once you get a call.
You're getting called by queen X's, ace X's. Only thing you're ahead of is 7 X's, and no longer even.
Not anymore.
So only ahead really now of like King Jack, Jack 10, King 10.
Yeah, now you cannot even get weak aces to consider folding. Even weak queens might think they're chopping, but look at this. Does non-stop Aki reaching for chips? Nah, this gives this one up. Good call there, by the way, by Aki too.
Check, check. Aki needs an 8, only an 8 on this river. Looked like it for a second, but it is the 10 of hearts. So now even King Jack gets there. Man, this board just getting worse and worse for Aki.
I think he might just be done with his hand. Not beating anything that calls the flop. And certainly not beating anything that calls the flop and checks the turn. Because if somebody was floating air on the flop... Wow, look at this. No man, that does not even go for any value. I mean, he has aces and sharing the queen kicker on the board. I know there's merit to playing passive and snug sometimes, but I think this might be overdoing it. After all, Aki might play kings the same way.
Absolutely.
Might want to get value from hands like that. Be that as it may, still the clear chip leader on the table.
Aki under the gun, ace-10 offsuit. Hits the muck, understandably. Need those to be suited to be considered a decent raise. Fulmer with the threes. But we're going to see pocket pair and pocket pair conflict as Dot, our chip leader in the baby blue, going to call 7K with the sevens. Tantaro, Jack 8 suited in the small blind, considers for a second. And Calvin with 9-8 suited of spades in the big blind, gonna call. So 3 ways to a flop here. Fulmer is a pre-flop aggressive with pocket threes in middle position as flop comes. 9-6 king. Both players missing their set, but a pair of nines here for Calvin, who takes the lead here. Fulmer seeing 3 overcards with 3. Gonna check.
When you have threes, it's quite likely to find 3 overcards to the 3 on the
Yeah.
flop.
And Dot in position here. Knows that most of Sophia's range is going to be pretty capped here at this point. Decides to take a stab. Calvin going to defend his middle pair. Fulmer gets out of the way now. So heads up to a turn. Dot has 1 out left. I saw a 7 get folded pre-flop. Deuce of spades. Calvin. Tan with the best hand here, pair of nines. Checks it over to Dot, who's going to like to check it back as the river brings a 10 of diamonds as Tan gets the check mark. Dot with enough showdown here might check it back, especially as clubs miss. Check, check, gets showed the bad news, and Tan going to pick up some chips.
About 7 to 10 minutes from the break here. I think another milestone sometimes players like to reach is just making it to the next break. Recentering themselves. And we will once again be switching up the feature table, something we love to do. See more and more players, more and more playing styles. Have had some heroes of the day so far, Mr. Khan perhaps on the previous table. The man on your screen right now, Duk Chung Vu. Certainly one of the more active and one of the more accomplished players on this table. Did end up runners-up, I believe, in the main event in Hanoi earlier this year. Raises it up with a real holding this time. Ace-queen off from the cutoff. Aki, who has been tied from all kinds of blinds positions, this time lets the ace-deuce go in the big blind. I love to see the varied strategies players come up with and come into day 2 with. And folding weak aces is one of those strategies that Aki has decided to come in with, and what do you know, it's worked out okay for him so far.
It was the right fold too.
Was dominated there.
3 stacks under 20 big blinds, a couple of middling stacks, 3 massive stacks. 87 players get into the money. One of them walking away with the main event trophy, 12 karat gold Lion trophy. Fulmer under the gun with King Jack offsuit. Likely is going to raise it. Shout out to Michael Fulmer, who just DM'd me in my Instagrams, saying, watching you right now, getting to watch you commentate. For my wife. Shout out to Michael.
Any other Greg Goes All In fans in chat, guys? How about a shout out? Smartlock says hi in chat. Hey, Smartlock.
Tan's gonna call on the button with ace-3 suited. Fulmer out of position with king-jack. Flop comes queen 9-5 rainbow. Fulmer has the gut shot. Needs a 10 to make a straight. Has the overcard. Has all of the pair outs, but is currently behind Tan's ace high. Backdoor straight, backdoor flush. Bet and fold. Winner, winner, chicken dinner.
When you make a relatively loose open on the gun and you flop a gut shot to the nuts on a rainbow board, certainly tempting to continuation bet. Works out that time.
Mike also saying, FYI, she was also FT in Vietnam APT before too. Yes, Fulmer, of course, being an APT regular. And lovely to see her out again. Last time I saw her was, I believe, in Manila. It's been a while, but there were a couple event series I missed. Next break is about 3 minutes and 43 seconds. 130 players left remaining. 87 get to money. 43 players left to go before we get into the cha-ching, money, money, money. 60 big blind average stack. It's been a great time. Commentary brought to you by Vidder and I. We're just rocking it in the booth. Watching people play for an insane amount of money. 17 billion. That's right, billion with a B. VND in the prize pool. Smartlock says hi in the chat. Thanks for dropping in, Smartlock. 107 people watching on YouTube. Thanks for being here. You could do us a favor and smash that like button. We'd super appreciate it. Let's get back into the action as Dot, our chip leader, or close to our chip leader, I believe our chip leader. Ace-Jack suited, representing Vietnam. Going to raise from under the gun, 6,000. Data Love has done a great job springing it back up, 36 big blinds now. Undergun raise is going to get a lot of respect, but not from Fulmer, who's going to make the call here from the big blind. 6-3 offsuit, big blind special. As flop comes 5-5-10, 2 spades. Back doors for Fulmer. Dot 2 overs. Is going to check it back on the very dry board. Going to just try to realize his ace-high showdown and backdoor draws. But Fulmer hits the 6 on the turn. Takes the lead now with 86% equity. And now Dot. Haven't been checked 2 twice. Likely thinking he's going to take this down. A high frequency. But Fulmer is going to call.
Dot has been
dodge the ace or jack.
Punished for his passive play. He has been just letting people sort of get there. Ace-Jack on 10-5-5 is usually a pretty relatively standard continuation bet, but
yeah.
With that, Dot actually goes below 100 big blinds for the first time on this feature table.
And the concept of c-betting range, even though you're likely ahead, it's been something that's kind of been brought to my attention. So like Ace-Jack 10-5-5, you probably have the best hand. So when I'm expecting to c-bet, I'm often asking like, why? Only better call a lot of the time. And the reason is like, yes, you're ahead, but just because you have the range advantage, and even though, yes, you're likely ahead, a bet's always warranted because you're going to get folds a lot of time. And also, you kind of want folds from the hands that you're even ahead of, just because you want to protect it's what they call like protecting your equity.
Yeah, there's nuanced opinions on whether, what old school people used to be used to call, charging people for drawing or protecting your hand. You don't always need to do that in no limit hold'em, but if for no other reason you want to be balanced and you want to be able to bet when you do have it, which is to say, even if you have something like pocket tens on that board, you want to be betting so that you can build the pot when you have it, and you want to take it down when you don't have it. All in. Fang Li finds a hand he can go all in with 14 bigs, ace-9 off on the button.
Fulmer gets rewarded with 6-3 offsuit once again. And down to dot. 10-7 suited. And the shove by Fang is going to get through here. As we now enter a break here. So folks, again, you've been watching day 2 of the main event here at APT Hanoi, located at Grand Vista Hotel. And we are playing down to the money today. 150-ish, 130 players left remaining. 87 get into the money. So we're going to take a quick 15-minute break. When we come back, we're going to be resuming all of the high-stakes action. On behalf of my esteemed colleague Vitter Single and myself, Greg Goes All In, we will catch you right after the break.
Welcome to Asia's largest online poker room. Our next generation poker software is now initiating. Elevate your online experience with a wide variety of poker variations to choose from. Get fully immersed with fun and social features. Level up your game with PokerCraft and Smart HUD. Unlock a wealth of rewards including cashback, bonuses, and jackpots. Join world-class poker tournaments featuring some of the world's most renowned brands and the largest guaranteed prize pools in the world. Experience the best in customer service and hassle-free transactions for a seamless online gaming experience. With online poker available on all your devices, you'll be able to play your favorite games anytime, anywhere. Sign up now and elevate your online poker experience today.
Rockets, the American Airlines, the pre-flop Nutter Butters.
raise, he announces, well, doesn't really matter what free information you gave in what hand when you get aces on the big blind against the hijack.
And when
3x.
they're playing effectively for 16 big blinds behind, I think it's gonna go all in here.
You don't feel great about it, but you just know in the back of your head it's something you must do. Your opponent can easily have 8s, 9s, 10s that you would absolutely dominate. Many hands that would likely take the flip against you. Perhaps some fold equity as well, depending on how your opponent likes to navigate situations. So, not too many moves left up on offer for Adam here.
And also notable is that we're near the money, and Carmen is covered.
Does go all in, despite being near the bubble. Is going to see the bad news. Really hard luck there for Adam to run into the aces, and respect for jamming it in there despite being on the bubble. It's exactly the attitude you need. Adam with over 600,000 lifetime earnings. Really no spring chicken. Knew what he had to do. Gets the bad news. Throwing 19% equity to hit a jack.
No jack on this flop. Adam all in for his tournament life with the jacks. Needs to find a red jack. Needs to find an 8 or a red jack on the River of Dreams. It's going to be the deuce of hearts. And Adam from Australia is going to be eliminated here on our featured table of day 2 of the high roller. GG's in the chat for Adam. And if you feel so inclined, some ayas in the chat.
Prize in Taiwanese poker history, and second to ourselves, obviously. Yesterday saw that record being broken
by our very own main event. 2 million USD in the prize pool. Double our guarantee of 1 million USD. It's been an overwhelming success. Jolie as the short stack here, 2 big blinds. Gonna use the tank folding strategy. Everyone knows what he's doing. He knows everyone knows what he's doing. So they're talking about it. They're talking about it out loud. He's like, and he owns it. He says, "Listen, I'm sorry," and the people at the table say, "Don't worry, we get it."
Yeah, $900 pay jump, or 860 to be exact, between 21st and 20th. Does eventually announce himself and move his final 2 bigs into the middle. Obviously be forced all in the next hand.
I'm surprised Jolie doesn't have any more time banks, just the one.
100. Exactly 100.
Chan gonna get out of there. So round to the blinds. Oh, Pachara. Couple of kings in the small blind. Get the Thai flag in the chat. Channel your Thai energy. So he's going to click it to 180 to incentivize the big blind coming along for the ride. See if he wakes up with anything.
Pocket 8, wow.
Oh, this might go in, Greg. Especially given the dynamic. Jolly kind of all in with any 2. Pachara going to be ISOing incredibly wide here against the any 2 range from Jolly. Would not fault Cheng for pushing his final 16 bigs in the middle.
And that is exactly what Cheng does. Cheng of Taiwan goes all in here. And a snap call.
Such a sick injuries from Pachara, man.
Wow. Pachara does cover everyone here.
He does indeed.
So 2 players all in for the tournament life. Chung and Jolie.
Yeah, you get 20 players for sure.
A 3-way all in.
So I'm gonna make 2 sevens go come in. Like
Jolly just confirming that Cheng would obviously get the pay jump. Ace, Queen, 6, clean as it comes. And now Cheng drawing to 1 out alone. The Jack of Diamonds completing the board. Pachara with the double elimination, Greg. Up to 2.2 million chips. But more importantly, everyone's securing a couple of ladders.
Ogura with the pocket queens, the senoritas, the ladies, the queen. Gonna raise it up to 50K. Pocket pair and pocket pair violence here in the pot with the pocket fives. Is thinking, I want a set to be mine. I'm gonna go ahead and mine a set. Pocket pair on pocket pair action here, folks. +1 versus +2. Kevin Choi likes to make sure he takes the time to make the right decision. Also balances out his tanking time, his tanking range, if you will. Small blind, Lee, short stacked, 8 bigs, king 10, gonna fold. Going through the blinds is devastating when you're short stacked, losing 2.5 big blinds each time. 7 deuce, stay loose, they never do. Heads up now. Queens versus fives on a hand 72. Should have played 7 deuce. As flop comes, king jack 8, 2 diamonds. Neither player hitting a set, and even queen's not feeling the most comfortable with a king on the board. Does have the queen of diamonds as some consolation.
Welcome to Asia's largest online poker room. Our next generation poker software is now initiating. Elevate your online experience with a wide variety of poker variations to choose from. Get fully immersed with fun and social features. Level up your game with PokerCraft and Smart HUD. Unlock a wealth of rewards including cashback, bonuses, and jackpots. Join world-class poker tournaments featuring some of the world's most renowned brands and the largest guaranteed prize pools in the world. Experience the best in customer service and hassle-free transactions for a seamless online gaming experience. With online poker available on all your devices, you'll be able to play your favorite games anytime, anywhere. Sign up now and elevate your online poker experience today.
And there you see it, the Grand Vista Hotel in Hanoi where we are located. I am Vidar Singhal, joined in the booth by Greg Goes All In, and we are here coming to you live day 2 from the APT here at Hanoi, and we are looking at the main event. 130 players left, 581 entries total. 87 of them will be paid as we are playing down to the money today. The total prize pool has surpassed the guarantee and is at over 720,000 US dollars as we cut to a new feature table and apparently some action happening. Oh, excuse me. These are, of course, the highlights. I got confused there. Greg, how are we feeling? Short break there.
Great, wonderful. It was a nice, refreshing break. Excited to get back into it and watch these players play back into the money. These are some highlights from earlier, literally just before the break. And we've seen these two. Seen Daedalus Fedor was quite the prominent
Presence.
character.
Certainly.
Presence at our table here on the feature table. Got into a lot of hands. Quite a roller coaster in terms of his chip stack, and found but ultimately clawed his way back to a contendable stack once again.
Yeah, and this hand was one of the ones that actually did hurt him a lot. The queen on the river, actually giving Fedor 2 pair, getting Calvin the nut straight on the river. So there have been some interesting hands, this one included. But I'm excited to see the new feature table because now we're into that zone, Greg. 43 players or so will not make any money from this tournament, which puts all the pressure on to actually utilize, if you have a big chip stack, put pressure on your opponents, put what's known as ICM pressure as we approach the bubble. One of my favorite stages in any poker tournament upcoming as we come back from the break here.
Absolutely. Nothing as exciting and or stressful as the money bubble. You don't want to grind for 2 days and multiple hours only to bust so close away from the money. So it really plays a lot into the social dynamics that we are going to see, and we're getting into that stage right here, right now.
And it does reveal who's here to really win it all, of course. When you're talking about a prize pool as big as this, some of the regular faces, the pros, the ones who've been here before, they're really going for it. Not just the prize pool, but really trying to come first to get that hardware, that much coveted APT main event trophy. If you haven't seen our video breaking down our amazing trophies, make sure you do that. And we have some new players joining us on the table. I'm looking at the player list. We will introduce you all to them shortly. But Singapore, of course, local Vietnamese representation, Australia, England, Korea, America, and India. I mean, how about that diversity at the APT?
Oh my, yes. And we're getting right back into it. Lots of familiar faces. Andy Lee of Singapore in seat 1 we just saw there. 258,000 in total lifetime earnings according to Hendon Mob. And I've been told that audio is gonna cut out here, won't return at least for a few hands. So you're just gonna have to settle for our wonderful, lovely voices in the commentary booth again. Yours truly, Greg Goes All In, and Vidar Single of India. Taking a look at our chip counts here, it looks like Kamiya is chip leading from Australia, 89 big blinds. As we take a look at the floor, just to get a look at the beautiful, luxurious Grand Vista Hotel. 5 stars hotel. And you look up there, it's a little overexposed, you can't see it, but that is a chandelier. And not the one and only chandelier, but in the room, there's multiple different chandeliers.
Nothing says luxury like a chandelier, huh?
No,
it's like a Monaco feeler in here.
Absolutely. And Grant Gardner is another prominent figure at our table here, representing all of the patches. Himself is a mindset coach, a fitness coach, influencer, and quite a decorated player. Himself, 122,000 in total lifetime earnings.
You can hardly go to an APT stop and miss Grant Gardner. Fitness Farang, I think he goes by on Instagram. Very fit guy. Saw him at the gym and the pool the other day.
Yes. And Hwang going to get into the mix here, representing Korea. Ace-10 offsuit open from +2. And Namaskiri with King-Jack offsuit. Namaskiri, quite the decorated professional, 212,000 in total lifetime earnings, representing the US of A. Going to put in the 3-bet with King-Jack offsuit. Has position. Going to 3-betting allows him to have position post. Has strong blockers to hands that can continue, and still has some playability post-flop as well. It's going to fold all the way back to Hwang with Ace-10 offsuit. And that's the exact kind of hand that King-Jack is trying to get to fold pre-flop.
I'm already sensing this table is going to be a tad more aggressive, not just because of the players, many of them very experienced, very decorated, as you said, Greg, but also because of the stage the tournament has reached. Suddenly 3-betting is so much more profitable because you're putting pressure or sometimes reverse pressure, almost implying that, hey, if I'm willing to put myself at risk with a shorter stack, I must have something good.
And I know average stacks is pretty considerable, about 45 big blind average stacks, but it seems to me, as we've noticed on each of these feature tables, that a lot of the chips are held by very few people. And it's evident to me that there's a lot of short stacks out there despite the average being quite high. I just noticed we entered this after the break. We were here with 130 players. We're already down to 128. So down 2 players in the first hand back from the break.
Well, on our table alone, the shortest stack is 14 big blinds. The largest is Leo Kamea. That's about 90 big blinds. So huge delta there. 14 big blinds, certainly. Sort of the danger zone, followed by Robert Nemiskeri around the 23 big blind mark. Certainly lots to play for and lots of maneuverability in most of these stacks, thanks to the beautiful structure we have here, the APT main event.
And Tien in the hijack, 41 big blinds with 9-8 suited.
One of my favorite players on the screen right now, Kunal Patni, one of India's best. 11th on the all-time India money list, about 660,000 in live tournament earnings so far, but that certainly does not tell the whole story. Not only has he done really well for himself online, but he was one of the first Indian professionals, I believe he was a banker, to quit and publicly play poker for a living, and it's tough to measure the influence that might have had on the Indian poker ecosystem. Just to add credibility, some validation to choosing the game as a career for all the pros who followed him. Very well liked, very well respected in India.
Heads up to a pretty spicy flop here. Kamiya defend the big blind Jack-9 suited, does flop the flush draw. Tien with the pre-flop aggression, does have 9 high, but has a gut shot and the pre-flop aggression.
And Kamiya has the flush draw and the chip lead. Very interesting. Things can go either direction here. Starting with Tien deciding to continuation bet, opening himself up to getting pushed around by the chip stack and the hand of Leo.
Yeah. Definitely not going to go anywhere the flush draw.
That's exactly what happens.
But not going to call. That's going to be a raise here by Kamiya of Australia. Raises to 26,000, and it's going to be a pretty easy fold here for Tien.
I hate to be results oriented, but I think Tien was asking for it.
That is
Have
fair.
to respect the chip lead and the wet board.
And getting closer and closer to the money bubble, getting into any pots with the chip leader is going to be rightfully very stressful.
Disappointing. Not too much equity to be folding out there, but certainly sucks to not be able to see a turn when you're drawing to the nuts.
Rabbit hunt? Rabbit hunt? Unfortunately, no. 126 players left remaining. Already 2 hands in, 4 players gone, averaging 2 players per hand. Could we get into the money in this before the next break?
That's optimistic, huh, Greg? That's just a way of saying, can the commentators be at the players' party tonight?
Oh, yes, and don't forget the players' party is tonight at 10 p.m. It's going to be a great time. So we will see you there. But check it out, 126 players left remaining out of 581 entries. Levels, blinds are now 2K, 4K. Average big blinds 47.
Yeah, players certainly dropping quickly, as you said, but, you know, I expect action to slow down as we hit the bubble.
Absolutely. Again, we do apologize for the audio. It will resume shortly, but until then, we will fill the void with our voices and commentary. Kunal Patni not picking up a hand to get involved just yet. Andy Lee, decorated Singaporean poker player with ace-jack offsuit. You're going to open it up to 8,000. And of Vietnam, 8-6 offsuit on the button. No, it's, I think.
On the button with 11 big blinds.
No, we're looking at Kamiya right now. Looks like it just folds around, and Andy Lee takes it down. Nice hand for Singapore.
There we see chip counts. Leo Kamiya now, 93 big, still the clear chip leader. Pham Dui An is going to be in trouble. Approaching 11 big blinds, seat 2. Local player. Needs to find a spot to get it in. Let's not forget we're playing with the big blind anti-structure. Certainly the standard these days in multi-table tournaments. Really helps move the action along. Everybody doesn't need to ante up. The big blind puts in the ante for the whole table. That does mean when that big blind gets to you, You're effectively putting in 2 big blinds.
And FAM, according to the GPI index, all-time money is 383,325. So short stack on our table, but has obviously had quite the decorated.
But big stack in life.
Yeah, big stack in life. All-time live best cash, 86,000. Kunal Putney getting into the mix with Ace-King offsuit with 47 big blinds.
Kunal, by the way, came in with an absolutely monster stack. It was close to 100 bigs, which would be about the stack he has right now. So I'm sure he's seen some ups and downs over the day. Has maintained a certainly respectable 45 to 50 big blind stack coming into this feature table. Defense from Hwang, 9-8 off. Player from Korea.
So heads up to a flop, single raise pot, Ace-King versus 9-8. Ace-King gonna make a pair, top kicker. On a rainbow board.
Nice to be able to continuation bet while having top. We were talking earlier about balance, Greg. This is what it's all about. You might be thinking, well, what can you really get called by on a King 3-5 rainbow board? Yeah, but you'll be doing this with entire range. Have to throw in the Ace-King in there as well.
I think the point you made of just for the sake of balance is incredibly important. Taking a look at our chip counts again. Again, lots of poker professionals mixed into this featured table. Kunal Patni, Pham, Andy Lee, Grant Gardner. Definitely not an easy feature table. If I was at this table, I would be scared. I'm glad to be in the commentary booth.
Well, you look around and it's like you're surrounded by local heroes, you know, each very respectable in their own country, these players. And they've sort of all gathered at the APT, and then you end up on the feature table with them. You're almost better off not looking them up sometimes. That intimidation factor can really work against you.
Absolutely.
How about queens under the gun?
Queens for Tien under the gun. Red variety.
The red ladies.
The red ladies. And a shove by An here with 11 big blinds.
Rough.
Very ill-timed.
The worst hand he can be up against is going to call. That is rough shape. Bit of a slow roll too, just to make matters worse. Not to call out Tian here, but... Oh, excuse me, we're looking at Hwang. I got confused there. I think Hwang has a decision now with pocket A. It's open under the gun. A jam, 47,500, good for about 12 bigs. Does pocket eights have a decision? Good laydown there by Hwang.
Yeah, he does have to worry about Tien re-raising after he flats. But taking the time to consider all options, get all of the information, a snap call by Tien. And on here, all in for his tournament life.
Certainly no slow roll
Jack
there.
Offsuit. And still a good sport. All smiles. And needs to find a miracle here. Only 10% equity. As flop comes. 7 King Jack. Some hope here.
That's the start of a miracle.
Some backdoors. I need Jack for trips. Now picks up the open-ended straight draw for a chop. And it's going to come, and it's going to be a chopped pot for An. And An lifts up.
The walk back.
The walk back. It's obvious, you know, it's the oldest trick in the book. The further away you walk from the table, the more your equity rises.
Well, I've heard of the standing up equity, but the walk away equity coming into fruition there.
Yes, the further you are from the poker table, the more equity you get.
Now laughing it up. I think audio will be coming back in about 2 hands, but I wish we had the audio there. I would have expected a big exclamation from the table. Love to see it. Of course, disappointing for the queens not to win it outright. Perhaps worth the entertainment value. So Pham Duyan sticks around. Tough to get it in with just 10% equity and no limit hold'em. But even tougher to survive.
Well, 10% equity always happens 1 out of 10 times. I wrote a song for my channel, and one of the lines is, "Why does 90% equity only hold 9 times out of 10?" And it's true. 90% equity only does hold 9.
Not
times
only
out of 10.
philosophical and lyrical, but
It's just
melodious.
straight facts. Just straight facts.
I'm amazed that it took about 4 hours before we heard the first song out of you, Greg. I feel like
I can't sell it. I can't just give this away for free.
that
know?
is true. That is true. But it's certainly the stream regulars would have been looking out for. I think as we approach day 3 in the final table, we see some of those regular faces in our stream and in the audience and in the chat. People will be making some requests. Stay prepared for that.
Certainly, certainly.
How about 3 interesting hands here? 6 is
Hello.
on the button. Hijack had opened, King Jack off. 10s for Robert in the small blind. Correctly jams them in there. And a small decision for Huang, but makes it look easy and lets it go.
And Nemiskiri of the US of A picks up some additional chips here.
Nemireski, I believe it is, Greg.
Thank you, Nemireski. How did the Nemiskiri get into my head? Ah.
I think Robert might be the easier way to go. Also, his last name has hyphen kiss in front of it, which is also extra confusing.
That's a kick-ass last name. Love that. What's going on with Andy's shirt though? Like, what is that? Is that Key from Key and Peele? That's sick.
Is
I
it?
love that. I don't know.
With next to what?
I don't know. Caution tape?
Yeah, that
A ruler? Is that his leg? I don't know.
This seems like one of those shirts you lose a dare and then you have to wear. How about Grant Gardner's outfit, Greg? What do you think? The hoodie, it's tightened up around the head.
Like
the mask and the sunglasses. And the mask doesn't cover the nose, so it's purely for denying reads, it seems like.
I think when I think of a typical, like, stereotypical, like, look for a poker player, like, I think of Grant Gardner. Hoodie, glasses, mask.
Yeah, this is what the old live pros were complaining about when the online pros started playing live tournaments. Just did not want to give away any reads. I think the audio's back, in case you guys can hear it in chat. There we go, the familiar riffling of chips. Greg, you want to hear the toughest poker dare that can actually mint you money if you hustle someone into it?
Sure.
You basically say something along the lines of, I'll give you, let's pick a number, $100. And every time you riffle your chips today, you lose $5. I'm telling you, everybody takes it, thinking it's easy to avoid. And then those muscle memory fidgeting just takes over. And you just mint money every time somebody riffles their chips. It's the ultimate hustle.
Incredible. Good to know. All right, folks. We got a hand here. So it's +2 versus big blind single raise pot. Kamiya, our chip leader, and the pre-flop aggressor, does flop a gut shot, a combo draw, gut shot, and the flush draw. Picks up a pair on the turn here.
The pair does give Kunal the straight draw as well, so things are getting spicy here. Leo, of course, the out-and-out chip leader. As a result, many players might check behind, realize their equity, but when you have the chip lead and you're approaching the money bubble, you want to put max pressure. That's exactly what Leo's going to do. Kunal going to be facing a decision here. Does have the straight draw, but it is to the dummy end, as they say. Rather have King Jack than Jack 9, of course, here. But with the 10 on the turn, if Leo had a hand with a king in it, that would have essentially continuation bet with his entire range on the flop. Now might be continuing with extra turn equity. Kunal still might be ahead with the jack itself and the straight draw to boot. Perhaps that's one of the reasons he's eyeing his chips. Also calculating how much this decision is going to cost him. Big bet, by the way, from Leo. Demanding Kunal put in 1/4 of his remaining stack. What a great bet. What a tough spot for Kunal. After all, the king would seem like a dirty out as far as straights go. And Leo could just have ace-king too. Kunal might be drawing dead. What a great bet by Leo. Takes
Wow.
it down. Gets monster equity to fold.
Nice hand to Kamiya. A quick look at his GPI rankings shows that he has won about 260,000 in lifetime earnings. Best live cash about 40,000. So again, lots of heavyweights here at this feature table. More professionals than not.
Here we see it, Greg. We just got sent the total prize pool. Of course, we've been mentioning 17.75 billion VND. That's good for over 725,000 US dollars. First place prize is going to be a massive 3.4 billion Vietnamese dong. That's 145,000 US dollars. Absolutely life-changing score. We've been telling you how much a lot of these players have in all-time earnings on Hand and Mob. Someone like Kunal Patni, who might be the highest in that arena on this table, 660K. All fighting to either increase their Hand and Mob by a considerable amount or sometimes double it, sometimes 10x it. That's the beauty of the main event here at the APT. So 3.4, excuse me, billion Vietnamese dong for first place, 2.1 for second, 1.5 billion for third, and 1.17 for fourth. That's 4 billionaires being crowned. Love that about Vietnam, crowning billionaires here at the APT.
Min Cash, you're a multi-millionaire. 55 million. Okay, we're going to see Huang get into the mix, opening ace-9 of hearts on the hijack. And everybody folds. So nice pickup here for Huang.
Min cash of 55 billion, as you said. That's a little under 2x the buy-in. 35 million the buy-in. Maybe closer to 1.6x, 1.7x. Pretty standard. But really, it's all to play for. First place, 3.4 billion. Tournament poker is so crazy, Greg. Battle, get down. Maybe you get down to, let's say, final 20. 20th place gets 138 million. First place gets 3,400 million.
Yeah, it's something I've realized about tournaments as I got more into it and learned it. It's always very, very top heavy.
As it should be. That's the point.
As it should be.
And the key is most players don't adjust to that, right? Like maybe you're trying to just min cash. Understandable. Grinded it out. You want that Hand and Mob entry. You want to walk away with some money. You want a return on your investment and your time. Understandable. But really the best players realize it's all to play for up top. Take risks, especially in late stages. You have to be willing to bust so you can win the first place. So you can come to the final table, absolutely crushing the rest of the table.
Speaking of which, Andy Lee picking up pocket kings in the small blind versus Kunal Patni's raise on the button with Queen Jack. We'll put in the raise to 21,000. 28,000. 21,000 seems a little small, yeah. Makes a lot more sense.
Usually a sign of strength to 3-bet from the small blind. Very rare to see pure bluffs. And Queen Jack off performs pretty badly against hands that are strong in any way. 43 bigs in Kunal's coffers. Does he want to try and peel here? It's going to cost him about 5 of those bigs. Quick look, maybe to the blind level. Lets it go. Good discipline there. Got pushed around a little bit by the chip leader. Clearly has not let it get to him emotionally.
119 players left remaining. 87 get into the money. So just 32 players more. Nope.
Getting there.
Getting
about
there.
that time. Maybe with about 20 players left to get eliminated is when things really get tense. Because suddenly you have a feeling that you can just wait it out. Fold your way to the money if you're a middle stack. Shorter stacks, meanwhile, know they have to get something going if they have a chance. So Grant Gardner, 8 deuce off, nothing to write home about, yet to be involved really. Kunal with the rags, lets it go. Andy Lee folds a connected hand on the button and a walk for the chip leader. The rich indeed do get richer.
Obviously some ICM considerations. Not wanting to get tangoed. Not want to tango with the big chip leader.
Yeah, 10-9 off usually is opening the button, but when you have the out and out chip leader on the big blind, perhaps that's why you find the fold.
Chirag says, let's go KP. Obviously, Kunal Patni.
KP.
Indian flag, love to see it. Dien with the sixes. Opens it up. 2 big blinds. Runs into Andy Lee's ace-queen offsuit. Action on Andy Lee here in seat 1 on the top left of your screen. Black shirt. Puts in the call here. Wow. And a great call it's going to be when Grant Gardner picks up kings in the big blind. And this is going to look very much like a squeeze, isn't it?
Well, it's tough to say, Greg, considering the under the gun +2 is the original razor. Usually you squeeze when it is implied, when maybe a late position open does imply some weakness. It is technically going to be a squeeze when he raises, but it certainly is going to look strong.
Squeeze for value looks about 32.5. 32.5 raise, and Andy Lee with the really underrepresented premium might get into trouble here.
Yeah, it is interesting. Andy Lee having ace-queen, you tend to think you're blocking.
Wow, snap fold by Andy Lee.
Snap fold. I was just going to make the case for why Andy might consider calling. Ace-queen tends to block ace-king, which is a common squeezing hand, and then be flipping against most hands that are not kings. Andy Lee correctly finds the fold. Impressive stuff.
This is why he has over 258,000 USD in all-time lifetime earnings on Hendon Mob, representing Singapore, the Lion City.
How do you say even the country name with an accent? Say it again.
Singapore.
Singapore.
Singapore versus Singapore.
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 I can
Singapore.
go. I can go even more American.
Go.
Singapore
Singapore
versus Singapore.
I'll go for it's gonna be American, Canadian, Singaporean. Ready? Singapore, Singapore, Singapore.
and then do I just add la at the end?
Singapore la.
Singapore la.
And goes all in with King 10 offsuit with just over 10 big blinds. It's gonna get through the button. It's gotten through the small blind. It likely will get through the big blind. But stranger things have happened.
Chirag in chat, as you said, was saying, let's go KP with the little India flag. Chirag himself, a very accomplished player in India. I do want to point out, KP, Kunal Patni, who he's talking about, 2 titles at the last APT in Hanoi. Racking up those trophies, Kunal. Looking to add to his collection here. Hasn't had a main event podium finish. Certainly in the running right now. Once again, 87 players will make the money. Guaranteed 87th place payout is 55 million VND. buy-in for this main event was 35 million. A good ROI right there, but of course what you're shooting for is the 3.4 billion with a B, VND up top. Good for about 145,000 USD. The old 100x return on your investment. How crazy is poker, Greg? You pay a little bit, you sign up for a tournament, then you just make a series of decisions to get 100x on your investment.
It's a pretty simple game. You get 2 cards, right? And you only have limited options. You can fold, check, call, or raise. That's it. That's all you can do.
I used to think that when I first started playing. I was like, well, there's only 3 things you can do. How hard can it be? Turns out there's infinite depth to it, annoyingly. You have to practice, you have to study, you have to get good, you have to learn mindset management.
As they say, it takes 10 minutes to learn, a lifetime to master.
Robert has a decision, and the decision is, does he want to gamble? Jack 10 suited. Not likely to be too behind most hands. If this was a cash game, it's one of the situations where you ask your opponent, do you want action? And then just do whatever they ask you to do, really. Let's this one go. Good result for An. Takes it down uncontested. Even though he would have been ahead of a call, but this stage of the tournament, you don't want to be all in with 60% equity. Once again, 4 billionaires being crowned at our main event. 4th place finish, good for 1.17 billion Vietnamese dong. 5th place, pretty close, 923 million. Going all the way down to the 8th place finisher, or the 9th place I should say, which would be the final table, 289 million for 9th place. 87 players paid. Last we checked, how many players left, Greg? About 125 or so? Probably down to
left remaining? Yeah, about 125, I'd say.
Probably down to the 110s now.
And then the Scary. Ace-King offsuit follow after the Ace-3 open. Gonna go all in here for about 30 big blinds.
Shout out to the graphics team, by the way, fixing Nemaskeri's name. Super efficient, love it. Easy full for the chip leader, Leo. Still rocking the 95 big blinds or so. The all-black outfit, almost, except for the logo by Robert, blends into our background there. Makes him a more intimidating presence, almost. Look at those flags. Good to see India in there, colorful flag. Singapore we mentioned, Australia, Korea.
India, of course.
And the US.
USA.
And Grant Gardner representing England, lives in Thailand, of course. Goes by Fitness Farang. Farang, if I'm not mistaken, being the Thai word for foreigner.
King Queen offsuit for Grant Gardner, Beauty and the Beast, the hijack.
You talked about the badges. I mean, first Grand Loyal as the badge, which is really cool of him to put on, considering we're at the Grand Loyal Club here. Asian Poker Tour badge, can't complain about that. And Life of Poker, which of course provides a lot of the coverage, the live coverage on the website. Check that out if you haven't yet. On the APT website. You might spoil yourself a little bit. It's 30 minutes is the delay here on the stream. Live coverage, no delay. But in case you're supporting someone who's not on the feature table, one of the outer tables, might find some info about them. And how about this, Greg? Van Tien left the table to sneeze. Very polite.
Very kind. Wow. Okay, so Kanapani defends in the big blind and flops a flush draw. Grant Gardner with 2 overs and the gut shot. Equity's running pretty closely here. Starts with a check to Grant.
Little something something for both the players.
Grant Gardner electing to check back. Turn brings 10 of hearts pairing the top card.
Kunal has 5 high and a flush draw. I think it's time to start betting. You don't want to check, see a brick river, have to show it on 5 high.
And definitely has a lot of fold equity when Grant checks back on the flop.
It is tricky though. At the same time, he knows Grant will be continuing with a lot of his Broadway cards and even hands as weak as ace high. Considering Kunal can easily have a draw here. Bet small makes it look like he has a 9 or 7 or a 10 that wants to string along his opponent.
Grant will make like a rubber duck and float here with king queen. As river brings another 10. And now Kunal Putney with the 5 high needs to wonder if Grant Gardner called with any pair and if he still has any fold equity or not.
Great spot for Kunal, really. He likely knows he's ahead. Grant is very unlikely to have. Certainly a pair that's on the board or bigger than the board. Grant could have smaller pairs that would have essentially counterfeited Kunal's flush. Bit of a merge bet here by Kunal. Mostly going for value. Let's this one go. Grant's going to have many better hands in this situation. Sort of bottom of his range there.
Kunal makes a flush the hard way. Trips on the board, or a tripped board. As Kunal now sits in the middle of the pack, 47 big blinds representing India, 190,000 in chips. Grant Gardner just ahead with 52 big blinds. About 110 players left remaining. 87 get into the money. It's getting close to bubble time. You don't want to miss that, folks, so make sure you like and subscribe and help us support the game of poker in Asia.
Speaking of poker in Asia, in case you're joining us only after this break ended, I should say rather. Don't forget, this is one of our summer series coming to you live here from Hanoi. We do have another summer series at the APT at the end of July in Da Nang. Beautiful town in Vietnam. Good beaches, good vibes.
Namaskari opens on a cutoff with 6-4 suited to what I imagine would be about 8K. 8.5K. Runs into Tien's ace-king suited. Also of the diamond variety. We saw Namaskari shove, 3-bet shove ace-king with 30 big blinds earlier on. Curious to see how Tien navigates the same situation with ace-king at around the 30 big blind depth as well. He's going to go for not a shove, but just the standard 3-bet. 24K. About 3x in position.
I'm certainly more in favor of this 3-bet and the respectable sizing. You want your opponents to come along with weaker aces. You shove 30 big blinds, you get ace-queen to fold as well. You probably get hands that are flipping against you to call. What's the point of that? So stack's evening out a little bit in the middle. 15 big blinds, still the shortest stack. Pham has done a great job surviving. He did get it all in, queen, jack versus queens, and survived that. Ever since then, has had some well-timed shoves as well. Middle stacks, splashing around chips. Leo Kamea, C3 from Australia, has wielded his large stack very effectively. Time to see whether he wants to put that stack to work. No, shows discipline. Folds jack 10 off under the gun. Certainly a weak hand to be opening under the gun, but if you have a monster stack, you can consider it. Very playable post-flop. Robert with the ace-6 off gets busy from the hijack. Bit frisky, bit frisky. 5 players to get through. A 4, I should say. King deuce off, gonna defend. Short stack. I'm Duyan. Hoping to bing something. Any king is usually a good hand to defend in the big blind, but king deuce, obviously as ugly as it gets. But how about a king on the flop?
And knows what's up. Hits top pair, no kicker.
Even the deuce is useful. Backdoor
yeah.
straight draws. And Robert, understandably, going to feel comfortable to continue here. We saw a very similar board earlier when Kunal actually had ace king and did continue. We were talking about wow.
Jams all in, snap fold, shows the deuce. What a sicko.
That was quick.
That was quick. The snappest of folds.
Jammed before the camera could switch to him. Proudly shows the deuce. When somebody shows the deuce like that, you pretty much know the other card. It's gonna be a king.
And also rocking the Asian Poker Tour hat merch. Where are these guys getting this merch? And why don't I have any?
Greg, I think you have to put up some money. That's how you get it.
Where? Let me know.
Into the tournament.
Into the tournament.
The old 35 million VND. Once again, if you've ever considered playing poker live, cannot recommend the APT series in Da Nang enough. Or hey, if you're local, watching us from Vietnam, come join us right now. Plenty of events left. We will be having another flagship event also at the end of August in Incheon, Korea. It's going to be a great one. Very similar to the series that just wrapped up last month in Taipei, in Taiwan. Monster prize pools. Over 1,000 players showed up to that.
Interesting development here, blind versus blind. Flop went check bet call. On calling with the backdoor ace-5, ace-high. Picks up the backdoor diamonds and it goes check-check. River brick. Jack-8 is good for a pair of 8s. Third pair on ace-high. I'm going to check. Kamiya having to decide, does he need to turn his hand into bluff or go for some very thin value? Bets 9k to 24k. Maybe looking for some hero calls from ace high, pocket 7s.
Yeah, he just knew he was ahead. Makes sense given how the hand went. Unlikely for his opponent to have a queen and check on the river. What helps is that he was beating a lot of weak 8s as well. So something like an 8-9 and other hands that might continue. Nice. Respect the thin value always. And with that, I think it's back up to over 100 bigs. There's a special feeling you get, Greg, when you have 100 bigs. Something to it.
Makes me feel at home in my cash, you know. It's like, oh, I feel like I'm in a cash game again.
Yeah.
My personal comfort zone. Huang with the looser open under the gun, ace-10 offsuit. Down to our short stack. On. Gonna call with Jack-10. Is dominated, but has a little bit more connectivity.
He might be short, but he likes to see those flops. It's worked out for him so far. King deuce before this. Now this time 10-jack is dominated by the ace-10 of Huang.
Will we see domination rotation by Anne here as flop comes 6-deuce-3.
I think this is just domination.
Domination, domination.
Yeah.
Domination squared. I'd like to see it.
Rough board for 10-jack.
It's going to go check, check. Needs a jack. It's not going to come. 7 of spades here. Huang with the 2 overs on a pretty scary board versus a button call.
How about that physical demeanor, by the way? Pham Duyan is just Frustrated, restless.
Gonna check back the jack high. It's gonna be shown it's no good.
Not big on hiding tells, this man.
114 players left remaining.
So 27 players walk away with nothing. 87 players walk away with at least 55 million Vietnamese dong and a dream. We are playing down to the money bubble today. With the pace at which this is going, Greg, I don't know about you, but I'm pretty optimistic for this players' party.
Yeah.
Seems like we'll have no problem making it to the party. And by we, I don't just mean the commentators and production. I actually mean the players, too.
Yeah, it'll be great to have you. I think Taipei was just really quite an exceptional event.
Oh, well,
just
yeah.
That
Day
size
2.
prize, you know, that player pool as well. It's a general theme I found here in Hanoi. Just the events are wrapping up a little faster just because of the size of the price player pools. As you know, it's very hard to compete with the Taipei player pools.
Listen, day 2 in Taipei, we had to literally delay coverage so that we could spread extra tables because of everybody who made it to day 2. Always a good problem to have.
We had to delay events as well.
Yeah.
Just to create extra tables.
But listen, I might have jinxed it. Because during the bubble, understandably, the pace of play does slow down. Everybody wants to make it and scrape past the money if they can. Completely understandable. And not just scrape past the money, but really survival is the name of the game in a tournament. How else can you give yourself a chance to come first place? Huang pings the queen on the river. Not like he needed it, but he might induce something from Leo here. Does check. Nice check there. Knowing that the chip leader is very likely to go for it if he is completely whiffed. Great extraction of some extra value on the river. Quick call. Leo will get the bad news. Good confidence booster too for Huang there.
Nice hand to add to his check call range. Knows that Camille just has a lot of air. That's gonna blast once he gets checked to twice. Taking another check-in with our chip count, Camilla, 90 big blinds, and still a short stack ninja, 15 bigs. Everyone else wafting in the middle. 10 minutes left of this level, 112 players left remaining. 87 players get into the money. And of course, the 3 billion VND up top for the first place finisher, or about 145,000 USD. Bubble tea has been introduced to the table. I can't help but be jealous. Camilla, ace jack offsuit on the cutoff. Gonna raise it up. 8K. Grant Gardner, 8-7 suited on the button.
Shout out to bubble tea, man.
Shout out to bubble tea.
What a great drink. I had some yesterday, by the way.
Oh yeah?
Great bubble tea
From
place.
Gongcha?
From Dongcha, that's
Ooh.
right. Loved it. And of course, we were in Taiwan earlier. The home place of bubble tea. The mothership.
Grant Gardner gonna mix in the 3-bet with 8-7 suited versus the cutoff open.
Love to see it. It's almost like people just observed that the chip leader could be defeated, as we saw in the previous hand. And Grant decides to just go after it. Leo does have a reasonable hand to continue here. So we're in for a big pot already. 59K in the middle. Grant Gardner, 176 behind.
This flop comes 10-7-8. Grant Gardner with a pair of sevens is ahead here. After Camilla makes the right call pre-flop. Checks it over to Grant, our pre-flop aggressor, on this 10-7-4, 2 clubs board. Camilla has the ace of clubs.
Could be a very important card in this hand, depending on what develops. Grant, completely, perfectly composed as always, gave his opponent a good, well, not stare down, he is wearing sunglasses, but certainly kept an eye on his opponent throughout before deciding to lead out. Good flop once you 3-bet with 8-7. Leo does continue. The ace of clubs is a key reason there.
This turn brings a 4 of hearts. No help to anybody here. Camilla floating with ace high also might be thinking he's ahead of some 3-bet bluffs like king 9 suited, queen 9 suited.
Grant reaching for chips. Of course, a 10 can be in Leo's range, but considering you have the 8-7 of hearts, you unblock all the clubs, most of the straight draws that would actually continue. Does decide to take the free river here. 10 on the river.
Double
Great
pair
card.
board. 10s and 4s.
Amazing card for Grant here, considering we can see the hands. He has the pair of 7s, but his opponent has an ace. And his opponent now might think he's chopping most aces, not to mention if Grant decides to go for value here, which he likely should. His opponent might think that Grant is representing an ace, or is even betting a hand as weak as an ace for value.
And with the 8-7, it's going to be very disguised. Decides to check it back here. And it's going to win this pot with 10s and 7s, 8 kicker.
Bit surprised at that check back. Certainly, Leo could have hands like 8s and 9s. Grant doesn't want to value town himself, as they say. But a lot of hands, including an ace in Leo's range, that might have called it off on the river. So the chip leader dented a little bit. Down to about 80 bigs.
Always feels good to take some chips from the chip leader. Just that little extra morale boost. Makes them feel human. It makes the chip leader seem human again, you know?
That's right.
Someone's asking, is this FT final table? No, this is FT feature table. You're watching day 2 of the main event here at APT Hanoi. 112 players left remaining out of 500 plus entries. And 87 get into the money. And we're playing down to the money today. So we're getting closer and closer. This is a great time to tune in and watch. And thank you for being here and for the comments and the likes and subscribes.
Yeah, if you love tournament poker, I have a feeling you love bubble play. That is what we're approaching now. Just over 20, 25 players left to go out of the money before we do hit that 55 million VND guaranteed payout. That's good for about, I want to say, $2,500 or so. Entry to this tournament, of course, was 35 million VND, about $1,500. The top prize, first place, 3.4 billion Vietnamese dong. That's 145,000 USD.
Oh, wow. And Robert goes all in for about 25 big blinds with ace-4 suited versus the cutoff raise by Grant Gardner.
Finds the 3-bet jam with the suited ace rag. Great play. Grant slightly posturing. I mean, even if the chip stack was half, he probably wouldn't call. Caught with his hand in the cookie jar, and great table presence there by Robert. Realizing Grant just won a cheeky hand there with the 8-7 suited. Might be opening a bit loose in late position. Gets it in there with the ace-4 suited. And these are the kind of plays that separate the best from the rest. I mean, it's all about noticing what's happening on the table. Your hand matters a little bit less then.
I always wondered about the posturing, but then I was reminded about what you just said earlier today. For the sake of balance. For the sake of balance.
True, true. There's different approaches. I mean, even Grant didn't really take too much time to fold there. I think at the highest levels, you'll notice there is hardly any posturing. There still is some. But at the highest levels, you're not pretending that you're not bluffing. It's like you want your opponent to know that you're bluffing. You want your opponent to know that you're going to be balanced at every spot. And that makes you tough to play against. However, against unknown opponents at perhaps not the highest levels of poker, much easier to sort of maintain this image of always having it. Gets you a lot more folds, a lot of free chips. That's usually what people are going for.
I see.
When you posture to an all-in like that, you're like saying, I'll fold this time, but next time, it's not going to be that easy.
I might getcha. Yeah, lots of value to be had in fold equity in tournament poker. I find in low stakes cash games, there isn't. Of course, there's value in fold equity, but there just isn't a lot because low stakes cash games, a lot of people tend to overcall. So I think that's a personal adjustment I have to make as well, as realizing that fold equity is a much more relevant thing in tournament poker as opposed to cash.
Absolutely.
Because in cash, it's like you open early positions, 5 callers, 6 ways to a flop, 1 overcard to your pocket pair.
I mean, listen, people complain about that, but that's extremely profitable, right?
Yes.
It's just you need to know how to navigate it. Phil Luck, the legendary Phil Luck, had a very simple philosophy to no limit hold'em. He said, you just start with the best hand and don't get sucked out on. And print money.
Yep.
But the problem is, you need to have the patience to start with the best hand.
And maintain the best hand. That's, I think, my my former cash game coach used to tell me for just low stakes was just hit the nuts and get paid. That's how. That's because people are just overcalling, underfolding.
But you know, I don't agree with that as a strategy because really when you are playing low stakes, hey, maybe it's just a hobby and that's where you want to stick around, but your goal is to play higher stakes. How about flopping a full house as I pause on my little wisdom there?
The great thing here is that as the pre-flop
induces a bet.
Aggressor, this An's going to bet here on the super dry board a lot. Just get hands like 9 high, jack high to fold.
Kunal knows An has been fairly active on this table despite the short stack. There's only one thing to do, and that is to string along your opponent.
Could be calling here. Playing the same way with ace high, king high floats. A terrible, terrible card for Kunal Patni as his boat gets counterfeited. He still does have the best hand, but wow, has it been diminished. As it goes check, check. 8 or 6 on the river would be devastating.
Yeah, his hand has been reduced from a flop full house to effectively the same thing as having 4-3 off, but still a full house. Great check there by Kunal. He could have easily bet trying to extract value from ace high. An finds the smart give up there.
I think theme for Kunal Patni at this feature table is that he hits, but it's always the hard way. He made his flush, but it tripped the board.
That's true.
He made a boat, but then it turned into a canoe.
A canoe.
I don't know.
Don't hate on canoes, Greg.
Huh?
A lot of people love canoes.
I wasn't hating on a canoe. I'm just saying it's smaller than a boat. A kayak.
A kayak.
How about that? Oh no, keep it local. Those what do they call those? Those the bull boats, the coconut boats.
Oh yeah, I
They
wouldn't
have here in
try to
Vietnam?
pronounce them for sure, but I know what you mean.
Deuces for Huang on the hijack.
Deuces never loses? Is that what they say?
That is what they say. And if they say it, it must be true.
Kunal seems to have something he wants to play. Queen 9 off from the small blind. Usually a standard fold, but Kunal might have sensed some weakness. I sense a 3-bet. Oh, never mind. Let's this one go. Really thought about it. Had to have picked up something to think that long about it. No point Hollywooding there, of course.
Andy Lee in the big blind. Jacket offsuit. Going to make the call with the big blind special. Equity's running 50-50 right now. As flop comes, deuce in the window. A set for Huang. Andy Lee with the 2 overs might just continue.
What a great feeling. Most boards are just so unfriendly to deuces. Unless you have a board like this, although with the deuce in there. Stays balanced, does the 1/3 pot continuation bet. Closer to 1/4 maybe. Wants to string along his opponent. Does Andy fall for it? Seems like he does.
With the 2 overs. Gonna have to keep continuing, but only has 2% equity left. Doesn't realize. Oh, wow, I'm mistaken. Andy Lee has raised here. And a quick call by Huang, allowing Andy Lee keep his bluffs in.
What a great bet by Huang, staying balanced. And mind you, a great call also. Of course, you are going to call and string along your opponent, but just the timing on that call, by the way, the quick call. Very likely to have 2 overs or some sort of a draw when you call like that.
Yeah.
Very well balanced. Sort of showing his experience there, Andy. Excuse me, Huang.
And Andy Lee now pumping the brakes here. Action back on Huang.
Good timing on pumping those brakes as well, drawing dead. Let's go.
Quick
No,
fold by Andy Lee.
no double check raise. You know that's one of the goals, right, Greg? The
What?
triple check raise.
The triple check raise. I don't think I've ever done that in my poker career.
Oh, very few people have pulled that one off. You have to find the right spot, the right opponent. You can include it in one of your home games, like the ultimate jackpot
It would be a
prize.
great YouTube title clickbait. Triple check raise.
Yeah.
You know?
The chip leader has taken a few hits. Leo, come here. Let's this one go. Grant has been slow and steady. Decent increase to his stack since he joined. Wang, winner of the previous hand. Finds ace king off, out of the gun +2. Opens it up. Kunal, king jack off on the button. Usually an okay hand to defend there. See a flop in position. Would be considering a 3-bet also. Not this time. Pocket 5 for Andy. Completes the small. And the short stack with 7 bigs will feel understandable with king 8 suited. Dominated in many ways, but can hit a interesting board. That's not one of them. Pocket 5 is actually ahead. 9-3 deuce is about as dry as a board can get, and as a result, ace king, and of course the pre-flop aggression of Huang will continue. Pretty reasonable bet too, 21k into 49. Looks strong. All over pairs play the same way. Perhaps why. Gets it through. Well played. Makes it look easy. Betting no pair into 3 opponents. As a result, we have a new chip leader. Huang Zhong-ho. Perhaps Ho Huang. Jong Ho Huang might be his name. Not sure how it goes in Korean. Now the official chip leader on this table, overtaking Leo Kamea. Has been in complete control throughout this feature table ever since we kicked off with this crew. Robert Nemaskeri, Delta Premium, Ace Queen of Clubs, UTG +2. Kunal once again, very playable hand, this time in the cutoff. Folding perhaps off the table. Question is whether to call or 3-bet. Calls once again. King 8 for Leo in the big blind. Usually will see rather people defend. King 8 there. 42K in the middle, these spots are getting big. Ace on the flop there. As well as a jack. Robert in pole position. Board is pretty wet, 2 spades, lots of straight draws available. That's 19.5. Kunal has not only the jack for middle pair, but the backdoor diamond draw to the royal flush technically, as well as some backdoor straight draws thanks to the queen. One of the many reasons he's continuing in this hand. The pre-flop raiser also very likely to bet when an ace comes on the board, even multi-way. Total brick on the turn here. Ace Queen's got to be feeling good about their hand. Could try to get more chips in the middle. 160K in Kunal's stack. Some merit to pot control as well. Robert has a... Oh, just over a 1 SPR. I actually missed that. My apologies. Could be considering jamming here for value. Does go all in.
And Kunal Potney's Queen Jack here. Gonna hit the muck. No need to make any sort of hero call this close to the money. And also multi-way on the flop. Gonna give Robert a lot of credit here.
Yeah, easy fold. Thankfully for him, he did not hit any tempting equity on that turn. Could have been a tougher laydown if a diamond, maybe a 10 hit. 104 players remaining, 17 off the money, Greg. Things are getting officially exciting. I think as soon as we get down to double digits, I will just be pumped.
Woo!
Bubble time is always fun. It goes bubble time followed by bubble tea in terms of things that get me excited.
Absolutely.
There we see those beautiful payouts. 3.4 billion VND. That's 145,000 USD for those of you who don't know the relatively crazy conversion from VND to USD. It's about 23,000 VND per USD. Or 2,300. See, I get confused too. The point is 145,000 USD up top to play for.
And on goes all in. Has been navigating a short stack for the entire time on his future table. And it looks like it's going to get through.
What a great spot to find. It gets folded to you on the button. You have 6 bigs and you find a suited ace. And the big blind has 8 deuce off. Grant, buddy, you have 8 deuce off. I don't think you need a chip count. Shows the ace. Short stack ninja. 17 off the money. Trying to make it happen.
Still anybody's game. Any of these eight gentlemen could be walking away with the 3.4 billion VND, 145,000 USD conversion.
And that beautiful trophy.
The beautiful lion trophy. You ever seen a 1 foot tall trophy that weighs probably 20 pounds?
Gold plated.
Gold plated, 12 karat gold.
I do have a condition that I insisted in Taipei, by the way, to both the Thai winners who won the main event and the high roller, is to buy a separate seat for the trophy on the plane on the way back. Give it the respect that it deserves. Not to mention, probably cost the same amount as trying to pay for the excess luggage.
Kunal Patni with the pocket kings and +2, and Andy Lee, 18 big blinds, picks up ace 10 of spades.
Oh boy.
Oh dear.
Andy Lee has bumped it up, 18 big blinds. He's effectively committed himself with his 3-bet. And it's going to be very interesting when it gets back to Kunal.
This could be devastating for Andy, this close to the money. But like you said, some players play for the mid-cash, some players play for it all.
Absolutely. Kunal wants to know exactly how much Andy has. He would love to just jam it in knowing that Andy is priced in, which is very likely to happen here. Gets it in there. Andy
makes a quick fold.
Wow, lets it go. Very impressive. So it turns out he actually 3-bet with the intention of folding. Leaves himself just 64K behind. That's good for 12 bigs, but does avoid what could have been a disastrous situation, being all in with ace-10 versus kings. Very interesting play.
Definitely don't mind the jam by Kunal. You have kings, you know, someone who's could be close to pot committed. Fine jam. I think especially when kings need a little bit, need more. Between kings and aces, I prefer aces as a flat because kings do need a little bit of protection. Aces, that stack depth.
Yeah, I think
Can't
Kunal
consider
was
flatting.
pretty surprised to see the fold there. I mean, you're offering a great price to your opponent. Something like 64K, 2-to-1 pot odds. Leo has had enough. He was the erstwhile chip leader after all. Still has plenty of bigs. Puts them to work with Queen 5 suited. Last time around got punished by Grant a little bit with the 3-bet with the 8-7 suited. Not so this time.
Might get punished by Huang here, King Jack offsuit. Fine 3-bet candidate versus a late position raise.
Look at this. Here comes the 3-bet.
Hello.
After all, he's the chip leader now. I am the chip leader now.
Look at me.
Look at me.
I am the chip captain now. I am the table captain now.
That is a boss table captain move. And what perfect timing. I mean, just punishing the Queen 5 suited. Great stuff. This is it. I mean, when you're nearing the bubble, that's when a big stack is the most useful to have. You can just start punishing not just the shorter stacks, not just the middling stacks, but even the person who's second in chips. 100 players left, Greg. Officially excited now. 45 minutes to the next break. That is going to be the dinner break, I believe, as we approach 7 o'clock when we hit the break. So just so you know, if you're one off the money as we hit the timing for the dinner break, which is to say we're right at the bubble, we will continue till the bubble. But if you're more than one off the bubble, which is to say we have at least 89 players left, the players will earn their full 1 hour dinner break before we come back, as we have been informed by our very esteemed tournament organizers and directors. So 13 off the money, 45 minutes to go till the break. Could go either way. That's really not the most important thing. The most important thing is 55 million guaranteed to the 87th place. 13 million to go. Plenty of short stacks on every table. 100 players left, meaning about 13 tables left. Time to eye some of the stacks around you on the other tables. See who might be super short, who might be a candidate to bubble. It's going to be 13 very disappointed souls from this point on, but such is the nature of the beast of tournament poker. Checked all the way this hand. Leo actually did have a monster hand, ace queen off. Neither player making a pair. Those check, check. Leo takes it down. So what is the official start time on the players' party, by the way, Greg?
10 p.m.
10 p.m.
according to the schedule on apt.poker for the Hanoi Summer Series.
Well, I
10
can
p.m.
safely say everybody, at least in the main event, has plenty of time to make it to the players' party. So we will see you there. Anybody else, perhaps on the floor right now, playing a side event? Maybe you played an event earlier in the series. Maybe you're planning to play an event later on in the series. Join us at the players' party. All info on the website and on our socials.
Yeah, if you make it to day 3, you have reason to celebrate. If you don't make it to day 3, you got no plans tomorrow. So we'll see you at the players' party, 10 p.m. For more information, apt.poker.
Heads I tail. Heads I drink, I should say. Tails I drink. Grant Gardner has been extremely patient, continues that patience. Made something happen with a non-premium early on, but not been dealt the juiciest part of the deck since. Chip leader, Chong Ho Huang, has a real hand, pocket eights from the cutoff. Another player who's been forced to be pretty quiet, Javier Tien, had a bit of an explosive start at this feature table, but not much to write home about since. And Kunal has been involved in many hands, getting sort of that middling part of the deck often. We saw pocket kings before this. Was able to 4-bet, get that in, pick up a few chips. Comfortably 37 big blind stack right now. And deceptively completes the small blind. The big blind, sorry.
So heads up now. Cutoff versus big blind. 8s versus ace 10. Huang in position with the 8s. Flop comes king jack 7. Patni has an ace high and a gut shot. Huang with third pair. Range advantage. Going to make a c-bet here.
Range advantage, chip advantage, pre-flop aggressor advantage, position advantage. A lot going for him.
7k into 30k. Quarter pot bet. And a call here. Close with the ace high. Looking for a queen. 4 spades here. Huang might decide to slow down on the turn now. Does only have third pair. Then again.
Greg, we just listed off like 19 advantages. Why slow down?
That's totally fair. That is true.
Love to see it. Targeting jacks and the kind of hand that Kunal has to get to fold. All straight draws apart from the open-ender queen 10 would be in a very difficult spot. Even queen 10 wouldn't feel lovely about this bet. Kunal does continue. The only reason he would be doing this is if he thinks ace 10 would be the best hand often enough, which it would be often enough as it happens. Huang actually has a pair. And how about the Bink Broadway nuts on the river?
And now checks it over to Huang with fourth pair. Likely knows his 8s are no good. Knows he could get a jack X to fold or weak king X to fold.
He is beating some 7s that have a spade in them, and that's exactly why he might check behind, hoping to see something like a 7-8 of spades or something like that. Well, he has the 8 of spades, but perhaps 7-9 of spades, and so on. Gets the bad news. Kunal laughs for chasing his draw, but fair play there. Ace 10 was likely going to be the best hand, and healthy pickup now takes him up closer to the 50 big blind mark. Very comfortably can coast into the money, but once again, not one of those players who's playing for the money. Over 660k in lifetime tournament earnings. Looking to add 145k to that total. One of India's best players, Kunal Patni. Anybody watching from India, by the way, apart from Chirag, who we just heard from, Chiggy as we call him, let's hear it for Kunal in the chat, or anybody else at this feature table who you know or support. Let us know what country you guys are from. A familiar situation. An finds himself all in with Jack 8 suited, but this time he is going to be likely getting called by Leo. An, I think, got a little bit frisky, shoving under the gun with the suited Jack. I mean, 7 players behind you. It's a lot to ask. Leo calls. Now the question is, does somebody wake up behind Leo and want to put in some sort of a weird squeeze, an ISO? Doesn't seem to be the case so far.
Still has the big blind. Big blind special? Nope. It looks like it's going to be on. All in for his tournament life with Jack 8 suited versus Ace Jack. On needs a bunch of diamonds or an 8 on this flop for some hope.
Yeah, and just wanted to avoid the big blind ante in the next hand, perhaps. Hoping to hit an 8 or some diamonds.
Diamond in the window hits an 8.
At the 8.
Both players do have a gut shot. 10 for a chop. His turn brings King of Hearts here. On likely to double up here. Needs to fade some out as River brings a 5 of diamonds. It's going to be a double up for On. The short stack ninja returning back to the table. Very familiar with the concept that the further you walk away from the table when you're all in, the more your equity goes up.
Man, that walkaway equity is real. Let's not forget he had Queen Jack all in against pocket queens. Managed a chop. This time Jack 8 against Ace Jack. Manages the bink. Wins it outright. And look at that. For once, not the shortest stack on the table. 19 bigs now for the man. Almost 100k in chips. The new short stack, Andy Lee. Seat 1 from Singapore. And this close to the bubble, I think, depending on how On proceeds from here, he might have guaranteed himself a spot in the money. Pretty incredible.
Grant Gardner getting to the mix with Queen 10 offsuit and +1. Raises it up to 10.5k. Kunal Putney on the button with Ace 10 offsuit.
Ace 10 worked for Kunal a few minutes ago. The only question is, call or 3-bet?
That is the question.
Grant on one hand did show down 8-7 suited. How's that for a 3-bet? I was about to say Grant did show down 8-7 suited the last time Grant himself 3-bet. But this was an under the gun +1 open. Meanwhile, we saw Ace 10 Andy Lee actually 3-bet and fold to a raise. Might be the same strategy Kunal is thinking about here. Ace 10, one of those hands you can convert into a bluff by 3-betting. And lets this go. Well played by Kunal. Good timing.
Wow. So I find that really impressive, being able to 3-bet with Ace 10 offsuit versus an early position open.
Yeah, you really need to have some sort of an awareness of the game. I mean, Grant is probably the least likely on the table to give off any physical tells. So the only tell really is, well, you know what, this player hasn't been active for a while. And sometimes that alone is the reason somebody might be opening light. Good players just have those kind of sixth senses about them. It's got to be frustrating for Grant as well. I mean, been patient, not really been hit by the deck in the way some other players have. Wang being one of those players, pocket jacks now in the gun +1. And you do open after a long time and you get punished immediately. Wang, of course, the chip leader on the table. 338k in chips. Speaking of chip leaders, one thing we haven't recognized is Leo, after losing that all in, 2 on in seat 2, started off the table as the chip leader, has been crushed now down to 50 big blinds, finds ace queen suited, And only completes. Great timing once again to not raise it up from the blinds.
Jacks versus ace queen. As flop comes ace 10 for rainbow. Kamiya has the best hand, top pair queen kicker. Very disguised though. Huang against a big blind range, very wide big blind range. Should be good here. A lot of time with jacks can get value from 10x's. Pocket pairs, 4x's even. Some straight draws that he does block. Gets to call. Kamiya has to exercise some caution though, with top pair queen kicker, is still behind hands like ace king.
Yeah, but that's really it. I mean,
That's
the 4
really
doesn't help the under the gun +1 open range at all. Obviously, pocket 10s are in there, but ace king and pocket 10s doesn't really lose too much apart from that. Ace 10 perhaps also possible. The chip leader can have anything, usually, but 4 would be stretching it. As a result, Kamiya is going to be completely comfortable just calling, keep his own range wide, in case the chip leader is bluffing, which is very likely as well. Allow him to continue. Checks again, and I think Huang might just take a showdown value here.
Yeah, some ace X's in there that calls twice, as is the one that Kamiya has right now.
Wow, targeting 10s, trying to get value, and what a great job Leo has done of underrepresenting his hand. 3 streets of value from the pocket jacks on the board with an ace in it. Incredible stuff. I'm expecting a quick snap call here. Big bet too. 51k, half pot. Very confused by this bet. I understand you want value from 10s. Shows to the jacks proudly he's going to get the bad news from Leo. Seems pretty unfazed, but what a big pot to go Leo's way after a long time. And we see a flip in the chip leaders. 101k going into Leo's coffers, now 73 big blinds. And Huang has been reduced down to 252.
Yeah, Kamiya reclaiming that chip lead once again. Range is 68,000 in chips now.
Good golden rule to not bet medium strength hands on the river. Of course, really great players go for 10 value, but that was a very specific kind of hand that Huang was targeting there. Usually, if you think you'll only get called by better hands, you want to avoid betting. And to take that a little bit further, if you think you'll mostly get called by better hands, maybe avoid betting as well. Ace king for Kunal. In the hijack.
Gonna look, raise it up to 10k. 2 big blind raise. No action from the cutoff with 3 deuce of hearts. No action from our short stack with 9 deuce suited. No action from Kamiya. Down to Grant Gardner in the big blind with jack deuce offsuit. And a fine result taking down the blinds for Kunal Patni. A very healthy stack, 53 big blinds.
And I believe we are perhaps 9 or 10 off the money now, Greg.
Ooh. It is getting spicy. It is getting hot, hot, hot. 87 players get paid, folks. Probably around 90 X players left remaining. So you can feel the energy in the air, the buzz, the background chatter. As we get closer and closer to the money. At hand 118 of day 2 of the main event. Namaskari, Queen 10 of hearts on under the gun. We'll open it up. Started with 30 big blinds. It's going to get around here all the way to the blinds. And we'll likely get action from Huang here, our second chip leader with the King 10 suited, dominating Queen 10 suited. As flop comes, Jack 8-6, 2 hearts. Nemaskeri with the dominated hand. Does flop the flush draw, the gut shot straight draw, and of course the gut shot straight flush draw. Huang, though, slightly ahead with king high. A quick bet and a fold.
That's sort of a domination rotation, isn't it? To flop that good with the queen 10 versus the king 10.
It's pretty sick.
King 10 is just left completely hapless on that board, whereas queen 10 with the flush draw and the straight flush draw, absolutely crushing it. Ace-9 for the person who is once again the chip leader. Opens it up from the cutoff. Respectable holding. Late position. No resistance so far. Down to Robert to defend. Ace-8 certainly going to be in that defense range.
Is severely dominated here, though. Ace-9 versus Ace-8. Ace-9 in position as flop comes. King 8-5. Domination rotation as Nemaskeri finds a pair of 8s here on this very dry board. King 8-5. Dry board, king high. Kamiya gonna make the C bet here to 8K.
Robert in a great spot here. Only losing to a 9. Ace would be a disaster for Leo. Still has middle pair best kicker. Leo. Pep in his step. Second bullet being fired.
Putting pressure on exactly the kind of holding that Nemaskeri has. 8x. Repping that king x or stronger real hard here.
Respectable sizing on the double barrel, but not enough to really put pressure on a hand like an 8. Ace-8 certainly is going to continue, but even weaker 8s might not find the fold with that sizing. Time to call and evaluate the river. Overcard to the 8, not the most pleasant card for Robert. Leo telling a convincing story of having a king. Can he find the triple barrel? Ace-9 does have some showdown value simply by nature of being an ace, but when your opponent is calling king 5-8 deuce twice, does check, he's going to get the bad news. Was just hoping perhaps that his opponent could have, of course, a straight draw that picked up some backdoor diamonds. Might play the same way.
Nemaskeri picking up a lot of momentum here at the last little leg of our feature table. 97 players left remaining, which means, folks, we are 10 away from the money.
So I believe we're 25 minutes off from the end of the level, which would take us to dinner break. Dinner break is an hour. If we are on the stone bubble before dinner break, we will continue playing until we reach in the money. And if there's more than 2 players left, which means there's going to be some play left, we'll simply go on dinner break, figure out what happens after we come back.
On short stack ninja, 9-8 suited +2. 9-8 suited doesn't really have a lot of showdown value, but that is not going to stop An from coming into the mix.
That's fascinating.
With the limp.
I know I'd be tempted to tighten it up and maybe fold my way or just be a little bit low BPIP until the bubble. An finds a playable hand, goes with it and gets the pocket nines in the small blind. Robert absolutely crushing An.
Listen, An got away with Queen Jack versus Queens. I see no reason why he can't get away with 9-8 suited versus 9s.
That's true, but chances are he won't get the opportunity to. Robert might be considering a little something, bumping it up. After all, yeah, you could be against 10s plus, but you can put maximum pressure on hands that have a lot of equity against you, like big aces. We're basically at some sort of a bubble.
We'll punish the limper. A raise to about what looks like 24,000 to my eyes. 23.5. The end. 21 big blinds. Versus a limp and a raise. Gets out of the way. Back on An. Am I feeling lucky?
Frisky.
He is feeling lucky.
Frisky, frisky. He does
Wow.
not want to hit an 8 and certainly does not want to hit a 9. So I guess what he wants to shoot for here is hearts.
He's already walking away from the table.
The walk away equity
His
already.
flop comes. Wow, okay. 7 A's, 5.
How about a straight
single
draw
heart.
to the nuts and a backdoor flush draw? 12 big blinds, about 60k, 1-to-1 SPR. Robert continues, out of position, makes a small continuation bet. I like the sizing. You want to represent aces this way. You want your opponent to fold anything, something like king, queen, king, jack, etc. But as it happens, An has one of those few hands that has a draw on this board. Lets it go. Very surprising. It's almost
Discipline,
like,
discipline.
yeah, he had to almost like jolt himself into discipline. You saw that quick release there? Well played by Robert.
It was like you gotta folding sometimes is like taking off a band-aid, you know?
Yeah.
Doesn't feel good. You just gotta do it.
Indeed, indeed. Tell you what, if that was a cash game, I have a feeling Mr. Pham Duyan would have found the call. So we are playing down to 48
All right,
players
we're now
tonight.
bringing table number 15. We're down to the final 12 tables.
Final 12 tables, I heard the
All right,
announcer.
as soon as we break table
96
number
players, that
15,
means.
the shot clock will start to take effect.
So 9 away from the money.
Shot clock rounds starting.
Things are getting exciting.
Pocket fives for Gardner. Raising it up on the hijack.
Really, Kunal. Queen 5 off, thinking about it. Has punished Grant once. Grant had Queen 10. Kunal 3-bet with the Ace 10. Very different situation here. Kunal defends, Queen 5 off in the big blind. Does not flop a flop. Sorry, go ahead.
Go ahead. Flop comes A6-3, rainbow here.
Oh,
Gardner with just a
Our
pre-flop
tournament
aggressor.
dealers in between hands start giving away.
I was going to say,
time bank
mercifully,
buttons. 8
Kunal did
time
not flop a
bank
5, but
buttons
Grant
for
certainly
each
gets
player.
to represent the ace. Probably get a quick fold from Kunal. Well, Kunal folded before Grant could put his chips in the middle, so. I think when you're good at poker, you just want to move things along, see more hands.
Absolutely. 96 players left remaining, 9 away from the money. Andy Lee now becomes our short stack here. With 10 big blinds. On with the mystery cards under the gun.
Even if he called right now, I mean, he could just have any two.
We'll be going through the blinds very shortly.
We know An doesn't like that. That's how he got in Jack 8 suited last time, under the gun.
It worked out well. Grant Gardner, 7 deuce. Stay loose, play 7 deuce. They never do. Time chips getting introduced here now at this point.
Eight, 3 suited. Robert.
Oh, Robert.
All right, those time banks were 30 seconds each. You have 30 seconds initial. Then one time bank is equal to 30 seconds.
If you can follow along to the announcement. Time banks now being added to the mix. It's those stack of square, I guess, black cards you can see next to players' chip stacks. Each time bank good for 30 seconds. I think you get about 10 if I'm not mistaken, if I'm counting correctly. Love that part of the game. Helps move things along. And also gives you more time to think if you do need the time.
Andy Lee, 8 big blinds near the money bubble. You can almost see the stress through his eyes. 96 players left remaining. Break in 17.5 minutes.
Once again, the next break is going to be the dinner break. That's about an hour. After which we come back, irrespective of what happens with the bubble. Maybe we hit it before, maybe we hit it after the break. But when we come back from the break, we play down to the end of level 20. Or down to 48 players, whatever comes first.
Huang with ace-king suited from +2. Gonna open it up to 11K, and Potney with queen-jack offsuit on the button. Makes the fold. Queen-jack off, not gonna play very well versus middle and early position opens. And On goes all in with pocket 8s here. This man has dodged all of his all-ins today. Survived with Queen-jack versus Queens.
Jack 8 versus Ace Jack. This time in a standard flip, arguably much better odds.
He's, for the first time today, he's slightly ahead.
Does he use the walkaway equity?
Oh, I don't believe he did.
Right in the window, the ace.
Needs to find a red 8 and only a red 8. Needs to find an 8 and only an 8 to stay alive here for An of Vietnam. It's not going to come, and that's going to be a good game for An. Eliminated in 96th place here at the APT Hanoi. Was he already getting his phone when the river came out?
I don't know about the phone getting equity, but did not work this time. Good game, sir. Wheeled to the short stack. Well, was never afraid to gamble it up. That's what you want to see, but fortunately about 7 places off the money. It does get eliminated. Rough finish, but well played, sir.
An absolute pleasure doing commentary for you. It's a great presence and energy on our feature table. Down to 95 players now. 87 get into the money. 8 away, folks. You're not going to want to miss this.
An's chips heading the way of Huang, who did take the chip lead shortly at some point. Now once again, comfortably back. Not in pole position, but second in chips. Grant Gardner. 9-8 suited under the gun. Let's go. Hasn't played a real hand in a while.
And the Mascari King 10 suited in +2.
Also, good players are very eager to get busy and active and involved in pots during the bubble. As we approach the bubble, I just mean when there's maybe just a handful of players left before we go into the money. That's when you can really put pressure post-flop. 9-8 suited, a good hand to try and play post-flop.
Heads up now, 9-8 versus King 7. 9-8 gonna flop the best of it with a pair of 9s, but Kamiya with the King High nut flush draw.
It's a flip. 50-50 almost in terms of equity. The 1 over and the flush draw. Good for 46% equity for Leo. Grant continues with his middle pair. Leo has to be contemplating bumping it up here. Indeed, that's what he does. And Grant can't be loving life with 2 red cards on this board. Just middle pair. Facing a raise from the chip leader. At the same time, he knows the chip leader has been fairly active, fairly aggressive. And given where we are, relatively close to the pure money bubble, Leo might be pushing Grant around, but Grant is certainly going to have stronger holdings in a similar spot that include an ace. Perhaps the reason he lets this one go.
Wow, what a play here by Kamiya. What are your thoughts about nut flush draws? Henry brought attention to me the concept of playing your nut flush draws more passively than you would your lower flush draws.
Yeah.
So as to allow worse flushes to get there.
You know why Henry said that?
Why?
Because he plays PLO.
Ah.
That's a very PLO mentality to have. It's tough for your opponents to have lower flush draws as frequently and hold him. And so I think you're probably better off using fold equity from your flush draws and hold him, especially in tournament poker. But in PLO, he's absolutely right. A lot of people think they have nut flush draws so they can raise. But in fact, when you have the nut flush draw, your opponents are less likely to have hands that fold. Meanwhile, hold him, yeah, I mean, it's amazing if you can get lower flush draws to stay in there when you have a higher flush draw. But the truth is, lower flush draws stay in there anyway. Whereas in PLO, lower flush draws fold out.
And how often are you flush over flushing someone as well, I guess?
In PLO, very often.
But in Hold'em,
in Hold'em, much less frequently. And the thing is, flush draws don't fold anyway.
Interesting. So many different schools of thoughts on so many different things in poker.
I'm not surprised that Henry said that, though, because he's a very good PLO player. It's one of those concepts you have to unlearn coming out of Hold'em.
Oof.
Premium versus premium on the screen here. Ace-Queen for Kunal Patni. And Andy Lee, the short stack, patience has paid off. Finds Ace-King and is likely going to get a call. Barely a dent to Kunal's stack here.
Only 8 big blinds.
Smiles and calls it off quickly. And we're going to be off to some sort of a race. Ace-King is going to be very ahead in this race. Good news here for Andy. Pretty much the best situation he can be in here.
Absolutely. 1 king is dead already as it got folded pre-flop. But all Andy needs to do is hold. Andy all in for his tournament life. Wow. All of the aces are out. 9 for a chop. 10 for a chop. And it's going to be a chopped pot.
Okay.
For Andy, unfortunate. Gets it in so good with Ace-King.
Not the best result, but certainly not the worst result.
Better than busting on the money bubble, that's for sure.
Let's pick up some chips for his efforts there.
93 players left remaining. 87 getting to the money, so we are 6 away, folks, from the money.
6 away from the money. 10 minutes away from the dinner break. As I had informed you guys, if there's 89 players left while the dinner break hits, we will go on dinner break. But for some reason, if you're on the stone bubble, 88 players left, then we will play it out. Looks like it could go either way right now, but I have a feeling if you're like the shortest stack, approaching dinner break. Unless you find a real hand to go with, you might want to wait it out. See what happens. As I like to say, realign yourself on that long break. Get dinner while you're still in the tournament. It's always a good feeling. Well, you still have a chance at that massive 145,000 USD up top. See Huang picking up chips.
Looks like our graphics are behind here, but looks like Nemaskari's in the pot under the gun raise with Queen Jack. Looks like got a call from the big blind. Can't speak too certainly about what else happened.
That's right. I think everyone else folded.
So under the gun versus big blind. There is a flop. There is a C-bet. Okay. We now see what Huang called with 4-3 as flop comes 4 deuce deuce.
Baby suited connector is on a baby flop.
Wow, has the backdoor straight flush draw too. But Nemaskari does have 2 overs and 6 outs. This turn brings 8 of clubs. $53.5K in the pot. Another barrel here by Nemaskari. That's 37K into 53K. Pretty massive. About 2/3 pot bet.
Yeah, it's a big bet, but I don't think Huang can fold yet. I think having a 4 here is pretty strong. There's a large number of hands that he would have called pre-flop and called on the flop that can find a fold, so he's on the top part of his range here.
Nemaskari representing all kinds of over pairs.
Nemaskari does have the advantage of having raised under the gun with a medium strength holding here, but it's almost like he has queens and jacks. He would play the same way.
Nemaskari's range is what we're gonna call we call uncapped. He has everything. He has everything all the way up to aces.
All the way up to pocket 8s, in fact.
That's right.
Should be a monster.
Deuce is not as frequent. King of clubs is going to be no help to Nemaskari, but it's going to put Huang in a tougher spot if Nemaskari opts to bet here.
I really want Robert to find the bet here. I know it's tempting to think Queen Jack is ahead of a lot of the straight draws, but the truth is Huang is not chasing straight draws as frequently. Perhaps the 5-6 with a double gutter. But Robert should know he's likely behind here, and in fact does have a lot of fold equity if he was to make a big bet. Apart from a deuce, there's not many hands that can actually call here. Well, at least it would be a hero call of sorts to call with a 4 and 8. King very unlikely. This is a great spot to fire that triple barrel. King on the river helps as well. Ace King very likely holding. I mean, after all, Nemaskari has Queen Jack, could easily have King Jack, could have Ace King. It's time to load up the cannon. 128K in the middle to fight for. Gives another look to his opponent. Another time bank. Tensions are high. Close to the bubble. Can really put your opponent to the test here. As Greg said, the range is uncapped. Could have aces, could easily have kings. Obviously less likely when the king hits, but you can polarize representing kings.
Oh, wow.
Check. Bit disappointed, I have to say, but understandable. Sees the bad news. Bad news being that Huang might have folded to a big bet. Yeah, Queen Jack did beat many straight draws. After all, when you have the Queen of Hearts, opponent slightly less likely to have a hard draw. Interesting spot there. Could have thought that one more through, but perhaps just...
I think he might also just be worried that he doesn't have full equity against the other stronger parts of the big blind's range. Maybe flats with 10s in the big blind or 9s as well. But also has all the smaller pocket pairs, 5s, 6s, 7s, some 4x's, and of course some deuce x traps, but a lot of times he's going to be raising. He's likely going to find out by the turn at least if he has a deuce.
Yeah, I mean, there's all. Yeah, you're absolutely right. Plenty of reasons to think that a bluff might not work, but sometimes you just need to find the heart. That's what I was rooting for anyway. I mean, aren't we always?
Yes. We always want to see the drama. We want the drama. Kunal Patni with ace-king offsuit, representing India from +1, 3 minutes and a half to the next break. 91 players left remaining. 4 players till the money.
I think Andy Lee's stack said 2 big blinds there. The graphics were slightly off. It's probably closer to the 11 big blind range. Slightly more comfortable.
Yeah, I think there was some sort of error that might have happened with the chop pot.
Yeah.
Which is why the dealer ran it again, just for the sake of the graphics in the show.
As things stand, 3 minutes to the break, 91 players remaining. I have a feeling we are not going to hit the money bubble before the break, which means we're going to have a 1-hour dinner break with about 3 or 4 players just hanging around, as Teddy KGB would say.
Top pair, top kicker for Kunal Patni with ace-king, but Namaskari does have the gut shot for a queen.
For those of you watching on the stream, on YouTube, Twitch, or Facebook, thanks once again for sticking around. As I just mentioned, we will have a 1-hour break. But do hit like on your way out on the video. Takes a couple of seconds, but really goes a long way in helping us promote the stream, promote the channel. Really just promote the game of poker. Really appreciate it. You can leave the video playing in the background. We'll make some loud noises when we come back from the break. Or you can time it with us. 2 minutes left to go till the break. Come back in an hour. Grab some dinner, maybe some lunch, depending on which part of the world you're at. Maybe just a snack. Maybe a late night snack if you're out west. And I think we can eye Andy's stack there. I see about maybe 50,000, 11 bigs or so, like I said.
Lovely to see the rapport between the players.
Yeah, right before the table breaking. Or perhaps not the table breaking, but at least we'll be losing this crew on the feature table.
Camille and Grant, both very stoic figures at this feature table.
Yeah, Grant being the mindset coach and extremely fit, extremely focused guy that he is. Meditates every day, I believe. I've seen a lot of his Instagram stories of him meditating. Sometimes just out on the casino floor.
Yes.
Doesn't care where.
Definitely saw him meditating in Phu Quoc.
Yeah, indeed I did as well. So I'm not surprised at his composure. And Leo, I think, just a great table presence.
Oh, and we saw ace-king flat
yeah.
from the big line.
All right, attention all.
That's what the money bubble will do to you, but how about flopping top 2? Talk about deceptive hands. There is no way Leo can think that he has...
And it checks through.
Yeah, it makes sense for the king to check. Check again, another trap. It's time for Leo to get busy. He has the second pair, the gut shot 2 Broadway. Good kicker with the second pair. He's betting for value here. And now that Thien has trapped 10k into 37.5, is it time to raise it up? I mean, it's going to look really strong to raise with 18 bigs on the bubble, but you have top 2.
And it's just going to look so on to Camille. What checks flop? Checks raises turn.
Well, I'll tell you exactly what this looks like. It looks like Queen Jack. What other hand, apart from this extremely deceptively played ace-king, would play this way on close to the pure money bubble with 18 big blinds total?
Queen Jack.
All right, German players, we are
tens.
going hand for hand. You're
Even
89.
pocket tens have to be worried about bigger sets.
Again, all tournament dealers, please stop dealing.
And of course, this is VP of Poker Operations, Lloyd Fontillas, telling everybody to stop dealing as we may be entering hand for hand.
That's right. We're not on the stone bubble yet, which is to say we're not down to 88 players. Once again, 87 players will be paid anything and be in the money. We're probably closer to 90 players left, 89 players left, and the reason you go hand for hand is because you don't want the pace of play to determine players tanking and sneaking into the money. Hand for hand simply means all the tables deal a hand, and they don't deal the next hand until every table has finished their hand.
Absolutely. And if you were wondering what happened with that top 2 hand on the feature table, don't worry, I am too.
Well, I think we moved on to the next hand here, which means that Leo found the fold. Once again, that check raise rather, looked extremely strong when somebody short stacked. How's that for Christy being in the shot?
What's up, Christy? My brother.
And Neil. Some of our production talent, some of our operations talent.
Lloyd Fontillas, Enzo Arceo, Poppy, also known as Papa Bear. Michael Soiza in the back. Ray Chu.
Let me shout out the counter behind Lloyd, which has some amazing pineapple ginseng tea, some candy, some cookies,
strawberry
some water.
tea.
I mean, what other poker tournament, Greg, has such a sick setup?
Okay, so believe we are hand for hand here. So that's reason why for the pause on the feature table.
42 seconds left, which means we've effectively hit the break. It's just going to be hand for hand until perhaps every table has dealt out a couple of hands. We see if we hit the bubble. Victor Chong eyeing the fruits of his labor. Great to see some of these shots at the outer table. In case you've been wondering what it's like to not play under the lights, but just out on the floor, well, here it is.
I love the temple. This is the first casino I've seen, or a poker room I've seen with a mini temple in the room. You see that little mini temple in the back there?
That's right.
It's incredible. If you got some run pad, you know, you need the temple to pray to. There
On
you
one
go.
hand of the table, you have
Yeah,
the
guys,
cashier.
do not leave your
On the other
table.
hand, you have the
If we lose
temple.
a
So
player,
some parallels going on.
It's all about
there.
we're
balance.
not gonna
It's all
dinner
about
break until we
balance.
get to the
Love
money.
it.
We will not
So if
go
we
to
get
dinner break.
88, once again, we're going to move the dinner break until we reach the money. So
Okay,
please
there you
do
hear
not leave your table.
Moving the dinner break until we reach the money.
Okay, well, I'm happy to commentate on this hand. Looks like ace-3-3 board, paired board here. Bet and a call. Looks like it's an under the gun versus middle position, so a c-bet and a call. Turn brings another 3 here, so tripped a board. 3-3, ace-3 board. Orange shirt is the presumably the pre-flop aggressor. C-bet on the dry board.
By the way, another 3 would be a guaranteed chop.
That is true. Middle position requested D, our dealer, to spread out the pot. Anything that's not an ace is going to feel pretty uncomfortable on this board texture. It's going to be a bit of 15K into, I don't know, like 40K? If orange shirt has kings or queens or something like that, that's going to be really sick.
Yeah, that's going to be like vomit.
But I can hit 2 outs.
You can
River
hit
of
3.
Dreams, 6 of diamonds.
Quick check.
Check,
Shows
check.
down tens, I
Tens?
believe.
3's full of 10s, 3's full of kings.
Wow.
That almost seemed like a single raise pot as well.
Where are the rest of the chips in this?
I guess, you know, kings on the bubble.
Uh-huh.
Not wanting to, you know.
And of course, there's
And of
always
course,
the
always an ace. But sick value on the turn,
Yeah,
betting
right there.
15K. see Elke standing in the corner of the room, just behind the Summer Series signage. You can see, catch a glimpse of his back in the black shirt.
The myth, the legend,
There he
Bertrand
is.
Grospellier.
You can see his white hair and the glasses. Okay, he's out of frame now. You can sense the vibration in the air, the energy, as we are just 2 people, I assume, away from the bubble.
I love this. Some of these players, some of these tables probably don't even realize they're on camera, but say cheese, everyone.
Smile, Peter Kiem.
You're on the bubble at the main event of the APT here in Hanoi. It is exciting. All these players, some of them can probably just coast their way into it. I love that round of applause that breaks. And by the way, we are hand for hand here, which means tables need to wait for hands to end on other tables. And I think the decision that's been made by the tournament director is simply to try and hit the money. Maybe play a few hands, hand for hand. It's only fair to all the tables. Of course, if we don't, we can head to dinner break, evaluate afterwards. It's just easier, more fun if everybody's in the money. But we have to respect the tournament clock also, so we leave it in the capable hands of our tournament directors to navigate this tricky situation. And we leave it in the capable hands of our production team and this camera.
All right, tournament players, please tag your watches for exactly 7:38. Take a 60-minute dinner break. 89 players left in the field.
I think that's it.
Okay,
We
guys,
are
dinner
going
break.
to dinner break with
We
89
are
players
swapping out
left.
that streaming table with table number 7.
2
So
away
streaming table number 4 is going
from
back
the
on
money.
the floor. And table number 7 is going on deck. Again, 7:38.
So Greg, 2 minutes, 2 players, I should say rather, away from the money. So you were almost right about hitting the bubble before dinner break, but came close. But how exciting. And of course, it is going to be slightly disappointing for 2 players as well. When we do come back from dinner break and we do head towards that bubble of 55 million Vietnamese dong, that's good for about 1.6x return on people's buy-in. But of course, the prize that you are shooting for is the first place prize, 3.4 billion Vietnamese dong. That's 145,000 US dollars here at the main event at the APT in Hanoi. My name is Vidar Singhal. I am joined by Greg Goes All In, and we will be coming back to you after this break. It's a dinner break, about 60 minutes, so go ahead, have your dinner, but do stay tuned as we hit the bubble and then play it down to 48 players. See you soon.
Welcome to Asia's largest online poker room. Our next generation poker software is now initiating. Elevate your online experience with a wide variety of poker variations to choose from. Get fully immersed with fun and social features. Level up your game with PokerCraft and Smart HUD. Unlock a wealth of rewards including cashback, bonuses, and jackpots. Join world-class poker tournaments featuring some of the world's most renowned brands and the largest guaranteed prize pools in the world. Experience the best in customer service and hassle-free transactions for a seamless online gaming experience. With online poker available on all your devices, you'll be able to play your favorite games anytime, anywhere. Sign up now and elevate your online poker experience today.
Ogura gonna start with a check. Napat gonna start with a stab, 50k into 160.
Always unpleasant to have that 1 over show up on the flop. Takashi probably fairly comfortable at this stage of the hand. As it happens, he's 92% in equity. Were this to go to showdown.
Next to call, turn, deuce of hearts. 5 of diamonds would have been spicy. Checks it over again to Napat. Pocket 5s with the worst hand.
Talk about a brick. Nothing changes. Back to Napat. Call on the flop should signify that he could be behind, but does not seem to slow him down. He takes another stab at it, and given the sizing, I'm a little unsure what this bet is supposed to accomplish. 100k into 260. Certainly any draws are pretty much forced to continue for that price. Perhaps he thinks he can get some, I guess, pair of 8s, perhaps some jacks to fold.
10s.
Not too many hands better than 5s.
10s, 9s,
that would
maybe.
fold there.
Mix does make the call. River. 9 of clubs.
Queen 10 does come in. Diamonds do not.
And does Napat fire the triple barrel here? Like to exploit the flop check by Ogura here. And does make a chonky bet now. 300k or so into 460k. Perhaps some thought about the small bet sizes on the flop in turn allows for weaker parts of Ogura's range to continue that cannot withstand a large bet on the river.
Credit where it's due, he has converted his hand into a convincing bluff. Gets the fold.
So sick. Napat! Top! Just shows I don't need to have the best hand. I just need position, good hand reading, exploitation.
Right, guys. We have 3 all-in and calls. We're stopped at 176. We have 3 all-in and calls. We're going to do them in order. Our all-in player is Ivan Lee. He's been called and covered by Jai Wook Shin.
Lil tried getting a translation
let's
and then
see the
ended up
hands,
reading
please,
it better.
gentlemen. I have King, Queen, King of Hearts, Queen of Diamonds, all in against Jack 4, Jack of Spades, 4 of Diamonds.
It's like an incredibly
Move
short
away from my
stack.
trophies. Man, move away from my trophies. You break them, you bought them. Right, dealer, let's see the flop, please.
Go on, Neil.
Flop is Ace of Diamonds, 8 of Spades, 9 of Hearts. King, Queen is still in the lead.
So it's the king, queen,
Let's
that's
see the
all
turn
in
card.
race.
Turn is the 7. We've now got a gut
okay.
shot for the Jack 4.
So Jack 10 or a
King,
4
Queen is
needed.
still in the lead. Without a Jack, a 4, or a 10, our King, Queen's going to double through. Let's see the river. It's a 10!
Brutal. Ouch. See the reaction from
Right,
the
that
players.
10 is going to make it straight, and it is going to eliminate a player. But we have 2 more. We have 2 more. We have 2 more, everybody. All right, guys. On this table, we have 2 players
Look at
all
that.
in.
Look at the phones out.
Covered by a 3rd player.
Wow.
Seat number 1, Fan Chi Wei. He is all in.
And excited.
Seat number 7, Chan Ping Xian. He is also all in. They are
as
both
excited.
covered by Takaharu Iko from Japan.
Okay, so the big
All right,
stack
seat 1, Fan. Let's see him.
has jammed
Pocket
over the
Kings,
short stack.
Cowboys. Ace 10 of Spades.
Here we go.
Covered by Ace King of Hearts.
Oh, man.
Sorry, really quickly. Who's...
Well, King's in good shape
Okay,
for sure.
so He's covered twice.
Loving that excitement.
Wow.
He's all in
Ace
on the
seven,
stone
Ace
bubble.
10 of spades is covered by the Cowboys and the Ace King of Hearts.
This man is an
Dealer,
inspiration
let's
and
see
a
the
treasure.
flop, please.
So ace high flop would be showers for both players as the ace king
Six
covers.
of spades, queen of clubs, deuce of hearts.
All right, some backdoor flush draws.
The flush draws are alive, backdoor straights, etc., but the Cowboys
50%
are
of the
riding
time we're
high.
going to see a flush draw on the turn.
Christie, turn card, please. 5 of diamonds.
Pretty clean.
5 of diamonds has airballed all the flushes and all the straights.
Ace and an
The
ace
kings
only.
are still riding at the moment. Needs to dodge ace, either of the
Does he
two
have dice
remaining
in his hand?
aces.
2 outer needed to get us into the money.
River card.
Would be brutal.
It's the
Jack of spades.
So our pocket kings are going to double up, but our ace 10 of spades has also been eliminated. Please
And
stay
there we go.
because we have one more all in.
Oh wow, there's another one.
Wow. So we have
Where is my third all in,
gone
guys?
down to 174 at least.
So
Kato is all in.
another all in.
CK has him covered. We have a queen of diamonds, 10 of spades, king of clubs flop. Show me. King, queen of spades,
A
2.
monster.
Jack of hearts, king of diamonds for an open ender.
And a monster as well, so to speak. Plenty of outs for the all-in player.
So the all-in player at risk with the open ender. Needs an ace
All
or
right,
a 9.
top 2 against an open ender. Dealer, please deal a turn card. 9. Right, that's going to give us straight. We have outs to a house and a chop.
Oh, the all-in player
needs
is the
a
one that
king,
top
a
two.
queen, or a
No, the
jack
all-in player is the one with king
to
jack.
take this pot.
Oh, the guy. I'm loving these smiles.
Dealer, let's see the river card, please. It's a deuce.
Okay. Oh wait,
We
you
have
might be right.
3 eliminations, everybody.
eliminations.
Congratulations. You have made the money.
Well,
at the
how is
largest
that
APT
for
in
a photo
history.
finish, so to speak?
Congratulations, everyone.
The position of the opener is going to play a huge role in this hand. Under the gun open, gets 3-bet, and decides to 4-bet. That is a very different range from, let's say, if he was opening from the cutoff or the hijack, because you tend not to play back if called out after an under the gun open.
Yeah, certainly going to have more 4-bet bluffs from the cutoff rather than under the gun. Let's see how Dennis proceeds. Ace King O. North of 70 effective. May even see him just make a disciplined fold here.
Seems crazy to say, but all options really on the table for Dennis. Just depends on what he knows about Eric's play, how he's observed him playing so far.
Given the story that Sai's telling here. Open under the gun. 8-handed. Button 3-bet. He's now come back with the 2.5x 4-bet.
What you hate to be doing in this situation is folding if your opponent has the same hand,
Right.
ace-king. Certainly something that goes through you. Of course, you block ace-king when you have ace-king, but look at that. I mean, he blocks pocket kings as well. These things do happen.
The good thing for Dennis is he is closing the action in position. Maybe peel one off, see a flop, and just get away cheaply on a non-ace high board. Really thinking this one through, and I can't say I blame him. 75 big blind effective, 4-bet pot under the gun V button. Not the easiest spots to navigate, especially with ace king O. Nice fold, sir.
Wow.
Nice fold.
Henry, what am I watching?
I
Just
mean,
the
take
level
a
of
bow.
play. Can they see each other's cards? I mean, I'm looking at the cards and I might not have folded. That is such a good fold and just shows how tuned in Dennis is there.
Play this one somewhat sneakily. Very deceptive from the ace king, and it's allowed Kim to peel from the small, and now Kitty in the big, closing the action. So a three-way affair, a four-way affair here. Not often you see 4 players going to the flop, just 10 off the money. It's Kitty that's flopped best on the Queen 9-7. Kim with the gut shot, backdoor diamonds, Chen with the 2 overs, backdoor hearts. UUC Tsai gonna continue. Chen beats him to the pot. We're going 4 ways to a turn, Vidal, surely.
Wait, what?
Kim's called. Now Kitty with top pair.
I understand Chen calling. I certainly do not understand Kim calling with the gut shot to the dummy end of the straight, as they call it. And now actually Kim picks up the flush draw as well to go along with it. The 8s have turned into a straight draw in themselves. Kitty still has the best hand with top pair. And the ace-king suited has...
UUC Tsai just fire it again. Picks up 3 calls on the flop. 10 of diamonds on the turn. He's like, you know what, boys and girls? I'm here for it.
He's drawing back to the 6, excuse me.
Wow, hang on. Wow, I thought Chen was cutting out a raise there.
Look at that. Along for the ride.
Wow, this is absolutely bonkers.
Kim is finally confused, realizing that he has enough equity to try and actually peel off a diamond on the river, maybe.
Yeah, has to be concerned that his 8 would no longer be good, as it would be the lower end of the straight. Well, those diamonds feel live. Kitty folds the best hand.
As it turns out, by the way, the 8 would be good.
Can't say I blame her either. The backdoor diamonds, what do you know? Kim with the loose pill on the flop 4 ways. 162,000 in the middle.
What a weird hand, Henry, but it has certainly worked out in the favor of Kim, who's going to be extending his chip lead in the spot, through the spot. Love that continuation by UUC Tsai with the pocket 8s. Not often you get to bet into 3 players twice.
Why you keep it take off my clothes?
This could have all been
I said he keep it take off my clothes.
avoided pre-flop for Chen. And he just opted to 3-bet. Although you never know, the 8s may have just put him in.
Weird things happen around the bubble, which is why we love it.
Is it bigger?
Yeah, 25.
I mean, the size of the chip.
Yeah, like bigger. Ooh.
New chip leader, probably debating how much pressure he wants to apply to the shorter stack. The answer is a lot. It's one of those situations, isn't it, Henry? It's like, I know that you know that I don't have much and I don't need to have much. But the question is, do you want to risk your tournament?
Kim after just flat calling the ace-king. Getting 3-bet out of position with the ace-queen. Does have the best hand. Some good things that could happen for him. Such as that. Queen 7 trade. Top pair, top kicker for Chen. Kim with middle pair. Ace of spades in hand as well. A couple of spades on board. There are a couple of disaster cards for Kim. One of the 2 remaining aces rolls off on the turn.
What a great situation this is working out to be for Chen. Under-repped his hand, ace-queen. Kim does flop the pair as well.
Up the card to the queen.
Under 1 SPR now, Henry. Does change the dynamic. Kim, of course, does have the pair and a lot of showdown value. Might want to check the turn, but knows that he can apply maximum pressure while still having some showdown, some outs as well in case he's behind.
Wow.
And there we go.
Just max pressure on the bubble from Kim. I don't think Cheng can get away from this. Looks like he's check jammed. So the bet was for 73,000. It's just an out-of-line pot, out of nowhere.
Look at this, Henry. 44K to call 339K. I mean, the pot odds being offered are just immense. And Kim has to be thinking, is there a chance my opponent